Okay, we are just setting up in here, getting everything up and running. TikTok is live, and we've got people coming in already. That's wonderful to see. Welcome, welcome. And YouTube stream is also live, so that's good. I like you when all the tech works. That's always encouraging. And let's open up the guest box. All the things, all the housekeeping things you have to do. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me. We're just bringing in Sean up right now. Hey, Craig, good to see you. Hey, Bex. Martina, hello. I love to see these familiar faces. It fills my heart with joy. It really does. We don't seem to have any in the YouTube chat yet, but hopefully that will change at some point. The stream does seem to be live, as far as I can see. Let's just make sure that it is live. And you can start. That's good. And you can start. Yeah, everything is happening. I'm sure that. Oh, there we go. We've got Joey in the YouTube chat. Is atheism a moral belief system? Joey, atheism isn't a belief system at all. It's just not being convinced about a God. So you can be an atheist and have terrible morals. You can have be an atheist and have good morals. It has nothing to do with morals at all. But thanks for asking. I appreciate your interest. Okay, we're just going to get that running there as well. Okay, let's get Sean up. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, John?
Very
How
good
was your
indeed.
day?
My day was fantastic.
Excellent.
Well, we seem to have guests already in the queue here, so I think we can just kick straight off, shall we?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce this first guest's name, but welcome. You're in. There we go.
What's up?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Yeah, very good indeed. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And you are the first guest of the evening, so you're very welcome. What would you like to talk about?
Actually, I'm an atheist,
Okay.
I just like to Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
We
you're
it
an
both
atheist.
are.
is it not apparent from the text of the prompt here? God is not morally good, hell is
Nah,
ridiculous, and God hates women. They're
nah.
not exactly
I figured. I figured.
devotional words, are they?
Yeah, I figured. But I just wanted to be short.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we're happy to talk to you. Uh, yeah. Have you got a view on it on any of these topics?
Uh, so uh, I'm not really sure about the God hates women
Right.
part.
Yeah. Have you read about how women are treated in the Bible?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, it does suggest to me that there's some, at a very minimum, some mummy issues going on there, and more likely
What?
some full on like misogyny because women are treated like absolute garbage in the Bible. They're basically just the chattel property of men. Um, they don't have rights. They don't have status. They can be sold into slavery. Um, they can be stoned to death if they're unfortunate enough to be sexually assaulted and they don't scream loudly enough. They get stoned to death. It's horrendous. So it
Yeah,
just makes
for
me
some parts.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, for some parts, I guess, but I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible, so
sure. No, we
um,
don't either. But we're just critiquing it as a book which
yeah.
purports to have good morals, and to be the. Some people think that the Bible is the source of all morals or the a good guidebook for how to live your life. And I just look at that and think, really, is it? Thank goodness we're not living our lives according to these ridiculous laws.
No, I feel like some parts, I guess, is good to live by those standards. I guess some parts, but obviously not everything you filter out the garbage. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. It's not all completely terrible, But the thing is, once you've filtered out the garbage, you get to a point where the stuff that's left isn't particularly original. So if you take something even like, the golden rule, do unto others, that's a really profound kind of, moral and ethical principle. But the Bible didn't invent that. That was around hundreds of years before the Bible was written. And so I think most of the good stuff in the Bible is there in spite of the bad stuff and isn't particularly original.
Yo, wait, I just want to ask this question. Like, when did you become an atheist?
Oh, I've been an atheist my entire life. I've never had
Oh,
one second of believing in a god. But Sean, who's my co-host here, was a believer. So he went through a transition
oh,
from being a Christian to not
he was
being one.
Christian?
He
Oh, he was
was.
Christian.
Yes, I was Christian before, and I can't pin down. I've always been really bad with time frames. Remembering times, dates, or what have you. But I would say some mid to late 30s, I stopped believing in Christianity, and then a few years later, I stopped believing in any deity whatsoever.
Oh, so what deity did you believe in after Christianity?
I just I didn't really there wasn't like a specific deity that is a conventional sort of deistic. I just sort of believed that there had to be some type of creator of the universe, but that it was
Oh,
probably beyond our understanding.
oh, okay. Well, um, so, John, so all your life, I'm very lost. Like, so your parents did not like, get, like, they were atheists as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, that's
but it's
cool.
not like they shoved atheism down my throat. It just wasn't spoken
No, no,
about.
no, I
We
get you.
we just didn't speak about God in the same way that most families don't speak about pixies. It just wasn't it just wasn't discussed. We didn't speak about astrology either,
Uh,
and I'd never been interested in that either. Um, yeah, it's just never occurred to me for one moment. I always, obviously, as a child, you hear people talking about things, and I just thought I would hear people talking about God, and it seemed to me the same as people talking about like Santa or something. It's just like a silly story that people believe in.
Did you ever bring it
that's
up with your parents when you heard kids talking about it in school or people praying on television? Did it
Yeah,
ever come up in like a family conversation?
it must have done. It must have done, but I can't remember that. I mean,
Okay.
it must have come up, but
so
um,
like you didn't
yeah,
even like try to believe or anything.
no, I went through a period of a few years, I guess, in my very late teens, early 20s, where I was very fascinated by the idea sort of like fascinated by the idea of a god, and I was quite interested. I guess you could say that during that time, I was like searching a little bit, but the searching didn't last long. I did the sort of praying to God, and if you're there, show me, and I wanted to know because if there is a God, it is something I would want to know. I'd love to know there's a God if there is one. Like I wouldn't want there to be a God and me not know it, but um, but that's not a reason to believe there is one. It's just a reason to be, invested in being intellectually honest. How about you? When did you become an atheist?
Okay, so I'm 21 and I my family's actually Christian, but like me, I I would say I became atheist when I was 19. But I didn't really like that the what's it called, the label to begin with, because
Sure.
it's demonized, I guess,
Yep.
but like
It's the
now I
Scarlet
just
A.
embrace it. But like now I just embrace it. It was when I was 19, because like I used to like doubt a lot and like question things.
Hmm.
That's good.
So like so
Can I
like
ask you? Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, ask me. Let's go.
Sure, sure. So even when I was the most fervent believer is when I lived with a Seventh Day Adventist family, and doubts would even at that age would creep in because I had a really curious mind, but then fear of going to hell and being told that if you start having doubts, it's the devil talking to you, that sort of thing. It sort of made me shut off my mind. Did you ever have any experience any sort of guilt or fear or anything when your doubts crept in, or was your belief in such that you freely allowed yourself to doubt?
So mine is not is very different from like what you had, because like I from like right from time like I didn't really like, even when I was young I didn't really like the idea of like all of that, to be honest. So what kept me on actually was, I'd say like I don't know how to explain this, because you know what, it's ridiculous, but like it's like magic and all of this shit.
Hmm.
Um so I used to think that for there for like there's like I thought I've seen evidences of these things before, but like I think
Okay.
it's just my mind playing with it. So like I think like if there's dark if there's dark like powers, then there's probably um God to balance it out. So like that was
Yeah.
what kept me in
Okay, so
for for
you
so
had
long.
seen or experienced things that you interpreted as dark powers, and by
Yeah,
seeing or experiencing those dark powers, kind of a yin yang thing where if there's darkness, there has to be light, and that's
yeah,
what kept you
exactly.
convinced. Okay.
Exactly. But like
Excellent.
funny thing is what eventually like um caught me off was when I watched Big Bang Theory. Like
Oh, the show. I love that show.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. That was what actually like really opened up my mind. It's
Wow.
crazy.
And that's really cool actually. Um yeah, because I was going to ask if there's somebody that influenced you or if it was pure introspection. Numerous different stories people have about their deconversion, and each one is unique in its own way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
But
I was already I was already in doubt though, but like that just hit the like I just hit, you know.
Cool. Well, dude, we're going to move it along, but thank you very much for coming in to say hello. We appreciate that. And
yeah,
we're going
thanks
Yeah.
for
to,
sharing your story and
yeah,
stick around. This is a deconstruction community we have going on here. So feel
All right,
free
thank
to
you.
save us and follow up and share anything you would like.
nice one.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Okay. We are going to bring in Ursula next. Uh, Hi, Ursula.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. I'm just gonna figure out my sound here. Um, there you go.
Welcome, welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
What would you like to say?
I wanted to talk about the nobody chooses what they believe. I do agree with that, but I've run into how do you talk to people that don't think that?
Yeah. Well, I've written a whole book about this, which is coming out in November. So I'm hoping that the way I present the ideas in the book will equip people to talk about this because it's actually crucial. And when I thought about this, when these ideas crystallized in my mind, which started about 4 years ago, and I realized it, I once I realized that people are not having this conversation enough, I realized I had to write a book about it. I had to try and very clearly and succinctly put this way of thinking down, make an argument, scrutinize it, list the arguments against it and why they don't work, and then look at the ramifications of it. Because, of course, if it's true that we don't choose what we believe, and I think we can be very confident that it is true, then it sort of collapses the moral foundation of any belief based salvation theologies, right? Because if you can be rewarded or punished based on what you believe, but belief isn't a choice, that doesn't make sense. It sort of is, you might as well be sending people to hell for the color of their eyes or whether they're left or right handed. So I'll tell you the way I explain it. If I have to do the kind of 1 minute elevator pitch to someone to try and get them to understand, I say it like this. Basically, when you're convinced of something, when you're convinced of something or by something, belief happens to you automatically. You can't stop it. The belief is something that happens to you as a result of you becoming convinced. If you're not convinced and you're not persuaded, belief is impossible. You just can't believe it. That's what not being persuaded means, right? You can't be unconvinced of something and believe it. So the question then becomes, can you choose to find something convincing? And when you think about it for just a moment, you realize that you can't. This is not an outlandish claim. It's an easily obvious claim about human psychology and experience. If you think now about something that you don't believe and then make a decision to start believing it, you'll immediately hit a cognitive brick wall. You just can't do it. Your desire to be convinced by something is a million miles away from the experience of actually being convinced by something. And then what people do is they normally say, yes, but you can make choices that are going to lead to you being convinced by that. So like you could go and join a prayer group, or you could join a particular religious group, or start reading books or listening to people saying certain things. Aren't you choosing to believe then? But you're not. Thank you for the galaxy. But you're not choosing to believe then. You're just choosing to do actions which might precipitate belief, actions which might cause the belief to happen. But it's not guaranteed that they will, because lots of people do those actions and the belief still doesn't come. So no matter how you cut it, once you become convinced of something, you can't help believing. If you're not convinced of it, belief is impossible, and you can't just will yourself to be convinced of something. How does that land for you?
That makes sense to me. I think it was Thomas Backlund that got me on thinking about that.
Right.
You know her?
I don't. No. What was that? What was the name?
Promise Backlund.
Oh, Promise. Oh, yeah, I do know Promise. Sorry, I just misheard you. Yes, I think I've heard
it was one of her hot takes.
Yeah, I think I have heard her say something like this before, and it does occasionally get touched on in conversations. If you watched The Line, or the atheist experience and stuff, that it will sometimes come up in the course of a conversation. But I don't think it's discussed enough. I don't think it's a side issue. I think it's the main course. And
it hit me like a brick wall when she said it. I was like, what? And then I had to think about it, and then it was
and
also to talk to Sean. I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, so.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Were you and or your family vegetarians?
Yep.
Yeah. So, one thing I actually appreciate about the Seventh-day Adventist faith is that they're very big on kindness to animals. And some people are less, adherent than others. So I'm sure there are plenty of Seventh-day Adventists who eat meat, but it is a basic tenet of Seventh-day Adventism to abstain from animal products.
Yeah, they made the blue zones too.
What's the blue zones?
So there's pockets around the world where people live to over 100. And I believe Loma Linda in the U.S. is one of those places.
Yeah, I have longevity in my family. My great grandmother, the one I talk about, who I grew up with, she finally passed away at 97. At 94, she was on the rooftop fixing shingles, and she ended up falling and breaking her, not off the roof, but like she had a fall and broke her hip. And then that's when her health began to decline. And I suspect she would have surpassed 100 if she hadn't fallen and broken her hip.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I think one other thing. Oh.
No, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. It's all good.
I think I have issue. I totally agree with. I don't see women being well liked in the Bible.
Yeah.
And I've always kind of wondered why women in church weren't given like more like better positions and stuff like that, and they couldn't do certain things. That kind of bothers me. And then the hell is ridiculous.
Yeah, that little detail. That little detail, yeah. It's a ridiculous
And I
idea.
also I can pinpoint when I started disbelieving to 2020 and like I don't know, June 2020.
Nice. And what precipitated the fall away of your faith?
It was actually a Facebook post questioning different things about like Abraham and the sacrifice of his son,
Mm.
that kind of stuff, and like all these questions like Adam and Eve, and he created it just to fix it, to all those kinds of questions, or
And
like
that got
it
you
just got
questioning.
well, I was sitting from a like I hadn't gone to church in a long time, but then it got me questioning a lot deeper into like why do I even believe that?
That's interesting.
That's actually a good lesson here, because there's a temptation to feel like when we're having these discussions to say, we're just kind of wasting our time trying to convince people or sharing perspectives because everyone is so dug in. But, the gentleman before, Big Bang Theory sort of pushed it, when certain ideas were portrayed in a television show, Facebook posts, or what have you. You never know what's going to plant a seed in somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mhm.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, you
I
never
also
know
went
what it
through
will
a
be.
period of grieving as well. Like a grief of losing faith, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
And also not
if you look on my my video from today, actually is about that. I don't know if
oh really? Okay, I'll
if
have to
you've come
check that
across
out.
any of my videos, but if you look on my page, today's video is about that. It's about that pain and that grief, and that it needs to be acknowledged. It's very easy for people in the atheist and deconstructing community to focus on the non-belief and on the deconstruction without paying enough attention to what actually goes on, which is that it's like a bereavement. It's like the loss of something very, very profound. And I think we need to speak honestly about that. I do think that ultimately it's replaced by something better, but I don't think the thing to do is turn away from how difficult it is for people. And I think we need to speak about it. My next book, after the one that's coming out this year, is about deconstruction, and is a really, I'm trying to face that head on and say, look, this is not easy. This is painful. This is like a bereavement. But here are the reasons why it can be good for you anyway, and what lies on the other side of that pain can be a much more authentic life.
Are Are you going to be interviewing people
I
on that?
am,
Because I know you
yeah,
didn't experience it yourself.
I am
So
actually
yeah,
going to.
that'll be great to get all these different perspectives and
Yeah, yeah.
experiences.
I
And
have a few people lined up already for it who've agreed to be interviewed for the book, and across lots of different faiths, across lots of different
great.
religions. Yeah, so I'm looking at like the connection between religion and identity, and how you lose something of your identity when you lose your religion, and we need to face that and call it what it is and confront it, and speak honestly about it rather than just
How do
pretend
you
it's all
talk to
great.
people? How do you talk to people that like say like I want to pray for you, and I'm like, no need, but like do it if it makes you feel good, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where people are coming from when they say that. It doesn't offend me either. I understand that they're trying to be kind, and that it can be irritating sometimes, especially if it's like it can sometimes be done in a sort of passive aggressive way, like it often happens at the end of a conversation here, where we've just been through like a really testy conversation talking about what an absolute monster God is, and in terms of the silly rules and the cruelty and the casual indifference to human suffering and all of that, and then we'll get to the end, and the conversation's ending, and they're like, I'll pray for you, and that's a bit tone deaf. But normally I think when people say that to me, like, I understand where they're coming from. I
Yeah,
sometimes say I'll think for you, but I try not to, because it's a bit naff.
I try
yeah,
to think like when I was a Christian and I said something like that, I think it came from a good place, like
Yeah,
remembering. Yeah,
and I think sometimes it
yeah.
does. Bex in the TikTok chat has said it's patronizing. It can be patronizing, and it can be patronizing because it can be like it's a sort of way of dismissing what you've said with plausible deniability of rudeness, because you're just
Right.
saying I'm just being nice, but actually it's
Yeah, if it's following a contentious conversation
yeah.
and it's, like, well, I'll pray for you. Well, you could have just prayed for me without telling me that, right? You could have just
Yeah, I
silently,
don't need to know.
you know.
And
Yeah,
actually,
there was a reason why you're actually informing me that you're going to pray for me. And
and the other thing is
when
that
Christians say it to each other, it's out of kindness.
that's
But
fine.
sorry, go ahead, John.
I was going to say the other
Yeah,
thing is that in the largest randomized control study ever into the effectiveness of intercessory prayer on health outcomes, it turned out that there were no positive effects this was in post cardiac surgery recovery, I think, there were no positive effects on people being who were prayed for. The group who in the study who were being prayed for didn't have better outcomes than the group who were not being prayed for, but the group of people who knew they were being prayed for had slightly worse outcomes than the group of people who didn't know that they were being prayed for. So quite often the best thing to do is just don't tell someone that you're going to pray for them and just
Yeah.
leave it be. So yeah, there we are.
And this is probably not the place to talk about it, but I don't feel like heaven is talked about enough.
I think you have a point. One thing that stuck out with me is if you go with classic normative Christian or Muslim beliefs, you're going to be in heaven knowing at minimum that other people are suffering for all eternity, like unspeakable barbarism. And very likely somebody you know and care about will be among them. And I don't know how you can be happy. So if I'm in heaven, knowing, for example, a loved one, a family member, whoever is in hell burning for all eternity, one of two things has to be true. One, I'm not happy, or two, I'm no longer myself. There's no alternative, because I know if my sister or a family member is suffering every moment of every day, I can't run around being happy.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I did another video on this as well a few weeks ago, and I said basically, if you're in heaven and you know that there are people who you love who are in hell currently being tortured, there's only two possibilities. One is you won't care, and the other is you won't remember them. And like that sounds pretty grim
Yeah.
to me. Both of those sound pretty unpleasant.
Yep.
Thinking even more from an itinerary kind of point of view, I've heard it's like basically servitude, praise and worship all the time.
Oh, it sounds grim. I mean, I know some people really like singing How Great Thou Art, but imagine singing it for like 500 million years. It starts to get boring. After the first quintillion verses, you'd be bored. Yeah, well, there we are. Jerry in the TikTok chat says, "Would the world be a better place without all religion?" Do you know? I'm not going to go quite as far as that. I think that there are issues with religion, but I think we should be. I want to be kind of generous and acknowledge that there are people whose lives are better because of their religious devotion, and there are benign ways that religion can manifest in ways that don't hurt anyone. So I wouldn't necessarily. I'm always a little bit wary about categorizing all religion in the same way like all sport, right? Is a very broad field. But I think that the world would definitely be a better place if we didn't have religions that tell people that they're going to be punished for the contents of their minds. That is a uniquely
100%
cruel invention. And so if there's a religion that doesn't do that, if there's a religion that doesn't make people feel frightened and bad just for who they are or who they love or what they are and how they live, then I think that's all right. I don't really have a problem with that. It's just that darker side where I think we need to engage with what's really going on there.
And I'm going to diverge slightly. I 100% agree with you, John, that there are positive aspects to religions, and we've both spoken about them. But I believe in sum and total, if the entire world did not adopted skepticism and did not believe in any particular religion, I think the world would be a better place.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Hey, I don't like Mayo in the YouTube chat says, if the angry cosmic wizard keeps you from slaughtering sprees, please keep believing. I concur with that one too.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
How do you handle like when there's indoctrination super heavy and you know that it's basically going to be on a carousel if you just keep going? How do you handle that or talk to someone like that?
I mean, so people often say to me, why do you have these conversations? You're not going to change the mind of the person you're speaking to. And that's largely true. It rarely happens. Funnily enough, it did kind of happen yesterday about had a conversation. Well, we had a conversation yesterday with a guy from Australia about whether you choose belief. And he did kind of come to see things differently during the course of the conversation. But it doesn't happen often. but for me, my aim in this isn't to change the mind of the person I'm speaking to. I'm realistic. It's not going to happen. They're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change their mind. In 99% of cases, or even more, that's not going to happen. But it's to have the conversations in a way that other people can hear them and then think about them in the same way that you heard Promise speaking about this, and it started a spark in you. It probably didn't start the same spark in the person she was speaking to, but you were listening and you got something from it. So for me, I'm lucky enough to be in a position where some people want to hear me have these conversations, and so that creates a value in it for me, because I know that I can express certain ideas which other people might find helpful, and that makes me happy to keep on going around the carousel all day long, because it has a sense of meaning and purpose to it.
So it's we're listening is more where you're going with that. The bigger audience.
Yeah, someone's listening, someone cares, and someone can benefit in some way. For me, this stuff is not about being right. It's about being helpful. It's about I don't know why. We all have our issues. Some people get hung up on plastics in the ocean, or some people get hung up on animal cruelty, on veganism, or some people get hung up on, we all have our issues, and none of us can address all issues in the world. My issue is I just really feel the pain of this particular dark belief system. I don't know why, because I haven't lived it, but I just feel such a strong sense of empathy and compassion for the people who have, that I'm motivated to speak out and write about it and talk about it. And it's my little mission.
For the deconstruction crew, I think my biggest question at this point is what next is kind of where I'm at.
Right. Well, that's part 4 of my book. So,
what is this book? I need the title.
It's out on the 3rd of November on Prometheus Books. I'm being relatively quiet about it at the moment, purely because they haven't even given me a date when pre-orders will be open and stuff. But there's a website for the book if anyone's interested. I'll put links in the chats, where you can get on an email list, and then when the book is announced, you'll get an email saying it's available. But in the last quarter of the book really is about, like, once we realize that we can't choose our belief, then what? Then where is the value in thinking? Where do we go from there? And it's really about, like, intellectual honesty and the virtue of just being intellectually honest, and the virtue of being authentic and not having to pretend, and not having to live with a disconnect between what you feel inside and what you say outside. And I think there is a virtue in that. And I think the hard bit is, if your sense of community has always been tied up in religion, then when you lose the religion and you lose your community, that's really difficult. And we all need community. We all need fellowship. And we have these wonderful online communities like this one, which is happening right here. And it's fantastic. But it's not quite the same as having the community of, the person who will come around and help you mend the fence when it's broken, or, that practical together thing. I'm not sure really exactly what the answer is there, but I don't see why religion should have a monopoly on human fellowship. There's got to be, and there are definitely ways of people coming together and expressing their shared interests and their compassion and care for each other, without needing it to be about, 2,000-year-old books of Bronze Age blood magic.
Ursula, how long ago did you deconstruct?
Well, like I said, the exact date was in June 2020.
Oh, yes, you gave me an exact. Sorry, my memory. So that was a little bit ago. The what next is a great question. It can be very jarring for people who are really ingrained in the religious culture and their whole lives built around it. But it's also, I found, sort of a wonderful time of self-discovery, exploring your own intellect, your own moral values, your own life, your hobbies, without any restriction from some dogmatic book or organization, religious institution telling you what to think, telling you how to feel, telling you what, in some cases, what kind of music to listen to. It's yeah, it's really a time of, like, self discovery, So it can be scary and jarring and even traumatic for some people, but it can be turned into sort of a great moment of like self-discovery and finding out your joys, building an if you need to a new circle of friends, or you can keep your old friends. It all depends on the relationship dynamic and how they're reacting to your deconstruction. Sometimes you have to let them go, sometimes you don't. It's just a personal thing for each, but there's a lot of people and organizations if you need help with it. There's certainly people in this room that if you need to talk or want some advice, they're more than happy to give that to you. And there's check out recoveringfromreligion.org. I didn't use them personally, but I've heard they're a great resource for people needing help with their deconstruction, kind of rebuilding their lives.
Yeah,
I feel like I've deconstructed quite a bit, but like the Promise Backlund question, when that came up, I was just like, whoa, that's kind of cool and interesting. And
it is. Yeah, I really, nothing will make me more happy than to hear more people making this argument, because there isn't a response to it. I mean, there is, but there are no good responses to it. The only responses to it are people putting their fingers in their own ears and shouting, "You do choose your beliefs. You do choose your beliefs." But there isn't a sensible response to it yet. So I think it's very powerful, and I think it's really important. And I think importantly, it means that we don't have to get into having debates about, is there a God? Isn't there a God? I mean, they're interesting, they're fun to have, but they're actually irrelevant in terms of this thing. We can just say, look, whether there's a God or not, I can't help it. If I'm not convinced there is one, I can't help it. So how can it be moral to be punished for that? And so exactly. I think it's, thank you for asking about it, and good on you for picking up on it, and good on Promise for mentioning it. If I get to speak to her at some point, I'll tell her that she identified the best argument in the world. So yeah,
cool.
Good.
Yeah, I like it.
All right. Well, Ursula, we're going to move on, but thank you so much for coming in to talk to us. It's a pleasure to speak to you, and I hope you feel that there's always a place in our little community here for you, amongst some wonderful people. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Take care. Thanks. Okay. We are going with no degree required. No degree required. Welcome in. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Fabulous. Thank you. Fabulous. Do you have a view on any of our topics?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, and I was looking at the title and listening to what you were talking about. Beliefs.
Your connection is really bad. You're breaking. We can't hear you.
Your beliefs.
My friend, you'll need to get a slightly
better. You can't hear me at all?
It was breaking up quite a lot, so I'm not sure if there's anything you can do. We literally didn't. We heard you say I'm a Christian, and then that was the last thing we heard.
It's not the volume. Yeah, you're clearer now. It sounded like your connection was bad.
Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, it seems like if I'm a Christian, and it seems to me if you're saying you can't choose your beliefs, then what's the point? What does deconstruction mean, and what would be the point in having these other conversations?
Right.
If no one can choose their beliefs, isn't the idea here that you're trying to get them to consider something different?
Yeah.
And that kind of requires them to make some sort of
I see
choice.
what you're saying. Right. So saying you can't choose your beliefs doesn't mean that people can't be persuaded of new things and that their beliefs change. It's just that they don't change as a result of simply wanting them to change. They change as a result of being persuaded by reason, or persuaded by evidence, or persuaded by other things. This is not me throwing my arms in the air and giving up on ever having a conversation with anyone and saying it doesn't matter what you believe, it's pointless, you can do nothing about it. There's a lot you can do about it. One of the best ways you can change your beliefs is by becoming better educated, for example, right? So sometimes people have a certain idea about things in a particular area, and then they go and get educated in that area, read some books, watch some videos on YouTube, it sort of expose themselves to information about that thing that they didn't have before. And then that process of education and learning is what causes their beliefs to change. So I'm not saying beliefs can't change. I'm saying that they don't change on a whim. They don't change just because you think it would be cool. They change because you become persuaded of new things.
Well, would it be fair to say that people make choices that cause their beliefs to change?
People make choices that can cause the potential for their beliefs to change. So, for example,
Yeah, like
if I start going down to the
choosing
local
your
mosque every day and I hang out with a load of Muslims and read the Quran and pray to Allah, it might be that in the course of doing that, I might become persuaded that Islam is true, and therefore my choice to do those things led to me becoming persuaded. But the actual belief itself in that process isn't a choice still. The belief will only change if I find all of those things persuasive, and there's no guarantee that I will. I may or I may not.
Okay, I guess it was sounding as if a while ago you were trying to say if you can't choose your beliefs. It almost sounded like you were saying you were determined to believe that, and I don't think you seem to be saying that, right?
No, it's a much more reasonable position than that. I mean the reason I'm saying this is because I want to change people's beliefs, right? Ironically,
Yeah.
I want to change people's beliefs about beliefs, and I think I've been quite successful in doing that so far, and I'm hoping that will continue. But yeah, I understand why you might read it and at first blush think, oh, he's saying that no beliefs can ever change, and therefore what's the point of even having any of these conversations? I do understand why you might say that. So
Yeah.
hopefully we've been able to shine a bit of light on it and show you that it's not as unreasonable a position as it might sound.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was just curious just to see. That was pretty much it. I wanted to ask
Cool.
about that question.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I would just say, in terms of your own faith, then, if you agree with me that we can't choose our beliefs, how does that? How do you think that would reflect on, and what implications do you think that would have for the kind of theology like John 3:18, which says, people who don't accept that Jesus is God are condemned, right? People like me who just haven't been persuaded of that, just not convinced of it, are condemned. In light of this understanding of beliefs, can you see how that might be a bit unfair? Because I just can't help it. I can't help but not be convinced. Are you still there? You've lost. We've lost your signal again, I'm afraid, dude.
I think he might be driving.
Yeah, maybe. But he will need to. Yeah, he's just dropped out as well. That's a shame. I wanted to know what he actually thought about it because he seemed to have a reasonably open mind to listening to the idea. Well, there we
Yep.
are. We will bring in Nate, and after Nate, we've got Grey Theist, and we've got Baku in the queue as well. So we'll always be happy to speak to him. Hi, Nate.
Hey, you hear me all right?
We can hear you very well. Welcome.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm kind of more curious about, honestly, I just read all of them and I couldn't stand but ask one question. Is it cool if I go for more than one, or is it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for us, as long as the conversation is productive, we're happy.
Right.
Once we get to a certain point, what I will often do is put a poll out to the room to say, are you guys enjoying this? Do you want us to carry on or wrap it up? And if it's a productive, good faith conversation, we can keep on going for a bit. So yeah, for sure. Pick a topic and we'll jump into it.
So in that case, I'm gonna talk about God hating women.
Sure.
And I'm just gonna ask, what do you think? Who do you view God as, right? And that for beginners.
Yeah, that's fine. So this is mainly aimed at the sort of Abrahamic God of the Bible.
Right.
If you tell me that that's not the God you believe in, that you believe in some obscure God of your own creating, then I would say maybe that God isn't such a hater of women. May I ask if you do?
Right.
Do you believe in? A God?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay.
I believe in the New and Old Testament. Yes.
Okay. Good. Right. So I think that the behavior of God, in particularly in the Old Testament, but it's not limited to the Old Testament, with regard to women, is pretty shocking. I think women are basically treated as just the property of men, and they're objectified, and they don't have rights. And I think the treatment of women is pretty bad. I mean, do you agree, or do you not see it that way?
So, okay, the reason why I asked this question is because I understand where you're coming from. Like when you look at it from like a biological just from a biological example, I
Yeah.
feel like you see a lot of differences in men and women and how women kind of have it worse, you know, and like physically, not, I'm not trying to dog on anybody in here or anything, but physically, it is proven that we are like men are faster and stronger, and there are other things, right? And women are like have other issues and have periods and have hormonal changes, like, and that doesn't feel nice. But I'm more curious about the whole you were saying that you feel like in a lot of places women are used or more property than anything, but I would say the same about children. So um, I kind of am asking a question here. Do you feel like everything that or do you feel like everything that women have to go through, children also have to go through, or no? And
Not everything, not everything, and
okay,
I'm not saying this necessarily just in terms of generally what women go through. So let's look at an example which might illustrate this, right? So this is a law given in Deuteronomy, and this is about what happens when you're going to war and you're out and about and you're sort of conquering and spreading the power around. Is when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive. So you're victorious in your battle. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. I mean that's crazy right from the start. You see a beautiful woman who you've never met and you just desire her and want to marry her. Okay, and so you bring her home to your house. Did she get a say in this social arrangement? And shall
right.
shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, which implies that she's been forced to wear captive's clothing, which is hideous, and remain in your
Yeah.
home a full month, mourning for her father and mother, who you may well have slaughtered during the battle. And after that, you may go into her. We all know what that means, don't we? And be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, not if she's not happy with arrangements, if you are not satisfied, then you shall let her go free, and certainly not sell her for money. It's very charitable that you don't make a slave of her and sell her for some money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So there's a little concession. You've slaughtered her family, brought her home, given her a few weeks to worry about it, then raped her, and then decided to let her go. But don't dishonor her because, that would be bad. Can you see how I might read something like that, or anyone who isn't a psychopath might read something like that
Oh,
and go, bloody hell, that's not good?
and okay, so I totally understand where you're coming from. That verse is a perfect example of like the impurities of and the unholiness of, I would say, humans and man, right?
But that verse came from
I
God,
do
dude.
That was
That's
God's orders.
so saith the Lord. That's Moses
right.
delivering God's laws onto Israel. That's how God wants society structured.
So I just do have a couple of comments on that. So when it says shave, obviously I'm thinking of somebody who goes completely bald, but I'm more curious on what the terms of that means. So do you have the what's it called? The
Yeah.
more specific yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't have the Hebrew to hand of that, but I don't think it really
Okay.
matters because
Right.
I can tell you now there won't be any latitude in the semantic range of anything that's said there that makes it any less horrific. Say we said we
So
find the word they used for shave and it could mean shorten or something.
right, or it could be bald, right? So
yeah, it
in
could.
that case, you're right. I'm not going to argue about the little linguistics of everything, but instead I'm going to argue a bigger fact. I feel like a lot of times in the Bible, what God does is instead of making women come to him, he goes to women. And I feel like this is especially true in the verse that you have given, where the woman isn't asked to come to the man, but instead the man is asked to come to the woman, right? And I feel like in general, this is shown whenever we have, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the widow who had 5 women or had 5 husbands, and Jesus came to her and was like talking to her, right? Jesus came to her, and I feel like that's my example. Do you know
He
what I'm talking
didn't
about?
go in that verse. He's not going to her and asking her out on a date. He's going to her after he slaughters her family and seizes her
And she doesn't have
against
a say.
her will.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a say
No,
in any of this.
right, right. And I'm
Yeah.
not
So
saying I'm not saying Deuteronomy. I feel like that's Old Testament, right? So that's different. I'm saying Jesus, in Jesus' time, Jesus came up to the woman by the well, and he talked to her, and I feel like that's more appropriate way to talk about God, right? God isn't somebody who makes women chase after him. He's somebody who kind of chases after women in a sense, right?
So
Can we
this
just
guy taking
pause
her.
for a moment and just clarify
Yeah,
what we're defending, right? Because I don't want us
right.
to shy away from this. This is someone who's gone into battle, has conquered another town, slaughtered all the combatants, and then spotted some hottie totty he likes the look of, taken her home against her will, forced her to be shaved, given her a few weeks to think about her family, and then fucked her against her will. That's what this is. Are you sure you want to defend this?
I don't necessarily agree with that, especially if you're not giving me the direct terms of everything. But also at the same time, I understand where you're coming from. Like I see what you're seeing, and I'm not like delusional to it.
So what does
I
it
don't know. I
say
can't agree
about
with you on that.
what
No.
is it? What does it say about God's attitude to women, and what does it say about God's morals in general that He would command something like this, that He would allow it? What would you do if there was a military leader on Earth who did this? Can you imagine if there was a country that had a military leader, and his instructions to his military was, you know, when you've finished the battle and you've had a success in the battle, look around and find any women you like the look of and take them home and then do what you want with them and make them your, again, whatever they.
Right.
We would condemn that in the strongest possible terms.
But they are captives now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no framing of this that makes that okay, because whatever's happened to these people is bad enough already. Think about how bad that woman's day has been already, right? She's just had the Israelites come in and destroy her entire life, slaughter a bunch of people who are important to her, and now she's told that she has to go home with one of them, right? Go home with one of them, and then have to do what he wants in the bedroom. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than that. I really can't. And if I was sitting where you are right now, and I read this, and I knew that this wasn't unique in the book, there are lots of other verses in the book which are just as bad as this, I would be deeply, deeply unsettled. And I wouldn't be trying to find justifications for it. I'd be having a long, hard think.
So I'm not trying to justify what the Bible says, but I'm trying to make sense of what the Bible says, right? I wasn't there 2,000 years ago to understand what happened back then. So when I look into the context of what's going on and like the relationship of the person coming into a town that they have officially made theirs and taking people captive, I kind of understand, maybe not how a God, an all-knowing, all-being God, right? But I can understand how, from a human perspective, when you capture and take land that is rightfully yours because you have captured it and taken it, right?
Land.
Like that's exactly
land.
what.
Land
right.
Land is different from people, and again,
I would agree.
We can't look to the sort of fallible humans to explain this away sociologically. This isn't a history book about the period saying sometimes these things happen. This is a commandment from God, who we're given to believe is the source of objective morality, the seat of all goodness, saying, people, this is what you do. Once you've finished messing them up, you take them home. I just think that's absolutely hideous. And so I feel completely comfortable saying, well, God clearly hates women then, because obviously this is just reflecting the social norms of the time. But God had every opportunity to say, guys, come on, when you've had a battle, don't do that. Like, treat the survivors of war with a bit of compassion. We understand some wars are necessary. It happens. War is regrettable. It would be nicer if it didn't happen. But occasionally wars have to be fought. But at the end of the war, do the right thing. Have some compassion. Maybe do some rebuilding. Maybe help people out a little bit. You've succeeded, but you don't have to be a dick afterwards, guys. Come on, But no, he doesn't do that. He's like, if you see a woman you like the look of, she's yours. That is absolutely horrendous. And you know it too, right?
don't know. I just don't agree with that interpretation of the text. But hey,
How do you interpret the text?
Yeah.
This is NRSV, by the way. This is what they use in Bible colleges, seminary school, etc. What is your interpretation of the text, and how did you come to it?
what
And then just say again.
Yeah. So again, and we could just talk about this one because I know that I'm getting a little annoying. But just to like summarize, we know that this was a time when people wanted to be married, or it was a time where you had to be married before you would have sex. This is what that was. On top of that, we also understand that this was after a war. Now, I'm not saying that, like, if you guys are
So
saying
it's
that,
good that he married her before he grapes her. Like, I don't understand where. Sorry, go ahead. Where are you going with this?
like, war isn't a great thing, but that's what we just talked about as the suffix of this conversation, you know. And it's obvious that bad things happen in this
But
world.
by the
So
way,
in
they get married after
I've been to
they
war.
get married after he has his way with her, not before.
Yeah, and also I've been to war. I've planned missions, etc. If I gave this instruction to men that I'm in charge of, should I go to jail or the brig? Actually, should I be court-martialed?
I think I don't know. I don't want to give my honest opinion on that if I'm being honest.
Ooh, okay, let's try this in the
I think
chat.
that if you were giving a
I
divine,
think
I don't know. I just feel like
we've got like nearly 300 people listening to this between TikTok and YouTube. In the chat right now, put a Y in the chat if you don't have any problem answering Sean's question. If Sean is in the military, if Sean gave an order like this to soldiers under his command, should he be prosecuted for it? Let's just see what happens. I mean, just look.
in my defense, I don't know enough of this subject, so I don't want to make like a yes or a no, you know?
Really?
I just
What
can't
subject
say.
do you?
I mean,
What subject do you not know enough of?
so first off, just to restart from the very beginning, I don't know enough about Deuteronomy for me to be talking about this verse. I don't know about why they went to war or
Does
what
it
came
matter?
of it, right?
What reason for going
the
to
context
what?
matter.
So okay, then paint a context. I'll give you as much latitude as you like. Paint a context that would make this commandment okay. You can
In
imagine
a world full of
yeah.
Right. In a world full of sin and hate and hatred and people not wanting to be sexually moral with one singular person, I feel like this isn't a horrible thing, especially if the wife does love the captive. Now I hate saying captive because because I understand, because I get it. That sounds horrible. It's not good to be a slave. Slaves aren't good necessarily.
He's just
But at
You
the
slaughtered
said
her
with people
family.
being.
He's just
You
killed
said
her
with people
family.
being
nothing
sexually
says that.
immoral. Is grape sexually immoral? Like that's literally entailed in this instruction.
But nothing says that they slaughtered her family, you know?
But the thing
Like,
is, he may well have done. The point is that he may well have done because he's part of the conquering army, right? So maybe he
Then he
didn't.
ma-
Maybe his buddies did.
What do they
Right.
mean when they said mourn, so she can mourn her mother and her father? Why is her mother and father
when a bride
deceased
gets
right after?
when a bride
Go
gets
ahead.
taken out from marriage, that is almost like a mourning of the mother and father, I would say.
No,
The-
come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, if we're using all of this like talk, then yes, I would say that. Yes.
No, come on. That's disingenuous. Let's look
You
at the
be
wording
real.
again. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord hands them over to you, and you take them captive, right? So this is even if they weren't slaughtered, they've all been taken captive, right? And this is now someone from the winning military in sort of looking amongst the captives for one he likes the look of and plucking her, or maybe he's plucking her away from her family, although no, he says she's going to mourn them, right? So whether she's mourning the fact that they were absolutely killed, or whether she's mourning the fact that she's never going to see them again, do you really have, come on, are you really missing the basic human
Isn't like-
empathy to it's astonishing that you can look at this and try and find a way to make it make sense. It really is. It's heartbreaking to see.
When you look at it, right, because I believe in an all-knowing, all-believing, or an all-intelligent, all-wise, all-loving, all-good, or at least all-holy God. And so when I view a verse like that, I have to make sense of it in my own mind.
And
That's
that's the
also,
problem.
honest.
it wasn't there 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And
That's
on top of that, it leaves so much to context and stuff that we don't know. when it talks about shaving, does that mean
Nate,
cleaning and
It's
cleansing, or does that
terrible.
mean
It's
Nate,
terrible
falling?
to hear this.
I want to touch on something you said, which was honest. You believe that God is all loving, all good, etc. And so what you're trying to do is take this square peg, which is these verses that John read, and fit it into that round hole. The problem, and that's what causes these mental gymnastics, because you start with the premise that he's all good instead of standing back, reading the text first, and then deciding based on what you see, is this guy a good guy or is this guy a bad guy? So
Yeah.
we can go verse after verse, different places in the Bible, all over the place where he does atrocious things. And you're going to be stuck tying yourself in knots trying to squeeze that square peg into the good round hole.
Well said.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that. But Job is a great story that follows exactly what you just said. Job is a man who wasn't supposed to have what happened to him. But at the same time, it came back in tenfold, you know? And when we view this realm to the other realms in like heaven and hell, then how are we to know like whether or not that a woman taken captive doesn't have a greater plan for her? You know what I mean? And so that's just my take on it. Now,
Yeah. Dude,
yeah.
what's happening here? I mean, you sound like a nice guy, but you also sound like a psychopath, because to listen to this stuff and be trying to kind of pretzel your way into interpreting it in a way that doesn't make your God look bad. That's the problem with the sort of the foundational view here, is that you start with God is good, right? If you start with God is good, and then that means that everything after that needs to be defined as good because God is good. That's not sensible. That isn't a sensible way to do it. The sensible way to do it is don't start with God is good. Start with looking at God's actions and behaviors, and then ask yourself, are those things good? Are they okay? Are they moral? Are they ethical? Would we condemn those if we saw someone doing them? And if the answer to those things is they're not good and we would condemn them, then you need to ask yourself, what does it mean to label God good if he does these things? And then what you have to do is you then have to expand your idea of what the word good means to include telling people to commit genocide and rape. And that's where you end up if you start with God is good. It's all backwards, man. Like, religion solves the problem of morality by basically just banishing it, just abolishing it, and replacing it with obedience. Just like with just that, yep, whatever he does is absolutely fine. And then you end up in a situation where there is absolutely nothing that God could do that couldn't then be, retroactively labeled as good. And you've broken the word good then. It doesn't mean anything. He could be the most evil creature in the world and you'd still call him good.
Right. And I feel like good is so overplayed. I didn't even mean to say good, because what I meant was more holy, if anything. Because, okay, and I'm just going to end this with this. In the Bible, it states that being gay is a sexual sin, right? Now, nowadays, and not nowadays, it was back in the Roman times too, but nowadays we see it happening a lot more, and marriage for gays is official, and that's cool. And I have nothing wrong with it, right? But my point in saying all of this stuff is back in the day when tribes were just tribes and it was hunter and gatherer time, this would be something that is looked down upon. So this is why I genuinely feel like if it was 2,000 years ago and I read this text, it would make some more coherent sense to me than it would nowadays. That's my take on it.
But we're not 2,000 years ago. We're looking at it now, and we're able to make a moral evaluation now and say what kind of character would command something like this. And the only answer is someone with absolutely no moral worth at all, because it is absolutely disgusting. And I would implore you to look past the dogma of just insisting that God must be virtuous and good, and therefore anything he commands or does must be virtuous and good, because that's breaking you as a human being. And you sound like a nice guy, but it's awful to hear you say this stuff. So please give it some thought, because it just gives me the shivers to hear people trying to make excuses for this stuff. And I don't think you want to be the guy trying to justify this verse, really. But dude, we're going to move it on.
Yep.
Thank you for coming.
I'm actually... Yeah, have a good one. Thank you so much for an actual conversation. I've had so many people just absolutely, disrespect me. So thank you for your respect.
we have respectful conversations here, and I respect you as a person, but I can't respect your views. How about that?
Understandable. Have a good one.
Okay, take care. It's just sickening. It's sickening, and we do it time and time again. You know, Justin nails it with his baby paste. He's got that stuff down. But how can anyone look at this stuff and do the acrobatics? I just, it's beyond me. Absolutely beyond me. I suspect it might be a conversation we might have again tonight.
Yeah, what was nuts to me is his first reaction was, "Well, what do they mean by shave her hair? Like, what? Like, that's where you're going with it?" Anyway,
it was like the guy yesterday. He said, "What do you mean by nobody?"
Yeah, that's right.
That was wonderful. Okay, we have Gray Theist is in with us. Hi, Gray. How are you?
Hey, John. Hey, Sean. How's it going? Well, I just wanted to come up and sort of like fanboy for a second. I just found your channel in the last couple of days, and I've been binging and deep diving, and I wanted to say that you guys are super solid and amazing interlocutors. I'm learning so much from just listening to you. So that was the main thing I wanted to say, just to be a fanboy in public. But
that's very kind. Thank you.
But
thank you.
But listening to that last call, I'm also going to take the opportunity while I've come up here to kind of say to you guys or to the public what I'm usually screaming at the TV or my phone, as it were. And I think the thinking tool that when I have run the couple of lives that I have since I created this account, that really, I think, hits home, or has hit home hardest, is the idea that the idea that makes it all make sense, at least from our perspective, is that invariably the cognitive dissonance arises from the fact that the God that the believer has subscribed to via their church or their parents or their pastor or whomever is just a completely invented, different version of the God in the book. But when we drag them into the Bible and we say, your God is unjust, they say, of course, they say, no. My God isn't unjust. The invented one that has been sort of carved out of sort of a fiction for the last 2,000 years certainly isn't like that at all. And I'm going to bend myself into a pretzel and seem like an absolute arsehole in defending this God, because they're different characters. They're just different.
There's definitely some truth to what you're saying, and of course, you never find these verses on the side of an inspirational mug being sold in the church shop, do you? Imagine that, Numbers 31 on the side. Go and slay the boys and keep the virgin girls for yourself. Yeah, that's just not happening, is it? So I think that's right.
Yeah, and from my own experience going to churches, and a caveat here, there's many different churches that operate lots of different ways, but my personal journey, I wasn't even aware that most of these heinous verses actually existed in the Bible until I became an atheist and started kind of getting into the atheist community and hearing these discussions. And then I would hear, like, listening to the radio, Matt Dillahunty talking about certain awful verses, and I'm like, it really says that? And then I go and look, and it actually says that. So I do think a lot of Christians, I'm certainly not going to say all, are sheltered from these verses. They don't talk about it in Sunday school or in church. They talk about the inspirational words of Jesus and the positive things, and then the message of the day, how it ties to your life. They don't talk about sacking a town and bringing a hottie toddy home to have your way with her, so when they're confronted with that, I've always wondered myself, if somebody, when I was a believer, confronted me with it, how I would react. And I honestly have no idea. I hope I would be one of the better ones that says, wow, that seems awful, let me look into that, but I just don't, I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, I have a similar experience, and when I was brought up in the Republic of Ireland, going to Catholic Mass, and when I looked back then, having sort of like woken up from the sort of the stupor, the religious stupor that I had sort of zombied along in for many years when I lived in the UK and became an adult, I realized that 98% of and that's obviously just a made-up statistic, but the vast majority of all of the readings that the sermons were based on Paul's epistles. Like every opportunity that was taken to sermonize was done sort of based on controlling mechanisms of the early sort of church, rather than the actual Bible itself. I mean, You might go and survey some people from my parish and ask them what the Bible consists of, and they would say something like letters from a guy called Paul. So yeah, the scary stuff doesn't sell, obviously, and it's not very useful in controlling and stuff. So anyway, let me loop it back around to the beginning and say, you guys are great. I love listening. I'm a big fan. I'll support you, and keep it up.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Gray.
We appreciate you, man. Thank
Cheers.
you very much. Thanks. Okie dokie. We are going to Baku. We'll get you in after the next one, and then we've got Bobby to speak to later as well, who's always nice to talk to. So we're going to bring in. I can't remember if this is this Ianto or Lanto. I can't see if it's an L or an I.
It's Ianto. It's
Ianto.
from a show called Torchwood.
Oh, there you go. I should probably know that. Well, welcome back. Nice to speak to you again.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, let me turn Justin down. I'm kind of watching you both.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm friendly, obviously. I was calling the nobody chooses what they believe topic. I was listening to the other night, but I was too tired to really try to get in.
Sure.
And I was thinking about some things you said. You said you give the same scrutiny to every religion. And I mean, I do too. But, when I was deconstructing, it took a long time to deconstruct, going back to church and out of church and back to church. But every time I went back to church, my belief got less. And every time I heard the preacher preach or read something, I'm like, I don't think that means that. Or, I just always doubt in my mind, And when I first started going to church, I was like real big into church. I mean, I believed everything.
Interesting.
And then, when I started deconstructing more, first I found Seth Andrews.
Oh, yeah.
And
great.
He was a real big help in, learning things. And then there was Owen. Oh, I can't remember his last name. He does the line sometimes. And then I found Justin. And Justin was kind of the last brick for me.
I suspect Justin's been the last brick for quite a few people.
Yeah, I would agree.
He's been kind of a atheist savior, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you really can't choose. I mean, I can go to church now and say, be in there crying and on my knees praying and wailing and all that stuff I used to do.
Yeah.
Nowadays, because I just don't believe. And I mean, I even prayed out loud, if there's any God, God, I don't care if it's the Christian God or Buddha or whatever, make yourself known to me.
You broadened your transmission. But I mean, I think, and the thing that's also not spoken about enough is how exhausting it is to live when there's a disconnect between what you're doing outwardly and your behavior and your internal mind state about the stuff. To have to maintain those two versions of yourself at once is absolutely exhausting. Like role playing, like outwardly everyone else thinks that you're in the zone, and inside you're like, I don't believe a word of this. And about the Clergy Project?
No, I've not heard of that.
The Clergy Project is for active service. Well, it's not active service, but people who are in the clergy, still serving in the clergy, still leading church congregations, still delivering sermons every Sunday in those roles, but who don't believe a word of it anymore. But they can't just come out and go.
I've heard about the people. I never knew it was called something.
So the Clergy Project is basically an online anonymous support program for those people, because they are not all in a position where they could just go, well, I'm out of here, I can't do this nonsense anymore. It's their livelihoods, it's their families, it's their, it's, how hard it is, to deconstruct just as a person, as an individual, and then have to figure out how you relate to your family members and your friends and your community. That is crushing and enormous. But imagine if it's also your livelihood, your financial security, your entire life. So very many of them can't just take a step away. They can't just say, I'm not doing this anymore. And so they carry on doing it, but they're completely living a lie. And the Clergy Project exists to give them support.
Yeah, some of mine was hard to do too because I live with my mom. She's elderly, and I take care of her. And we went to church together. So, it's kind of, I haven't come out to them as atheist. So it was easier coming out as gay. But, it was just.
That's interesting. Because I know that can't be easy depending on where you live and who your family is.
Well, mine was kind of forced upon me because I was in the hospital 25 years ago
Right.
with a pneumonia that was specific to AIDS. And
okay,
my mom came up there to be with me, and towards the end of it, I finally told her.
Right.
I mean, I was 31 years old and finally told her. I'm sure she kind of guessed. My dad did know because his friend that owned the bar he used to go to knew the guy who owned the bar that I first started going to at 18.
okay.
And so he knew I was going to the bar because that guy told him.
Right.
And so I guess he figured, well, he
quite
trusted
often
that
know,
guy,
don't
so...
they? Parents quite often
Yeah.
kind of, there's knowing and there's knowing. I mean, in my book, I talk about denial. I write, there's a section in the book about what's actually going on with denial, and there's two different types of denial and stuff. But parents quite often, they kind of know, even if they don't quite know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's one last thing I want to say. I think I figured something out. You guys got everyone else fooled, but I know Sean is really your advanced AI bot. He goes silent and researches while you're talking.
No,
Damn,
we share
we're
ideas.
We're rumbled.
You're like the British Tony Stark.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's right.
There is actually a guy on TikTok called Paul King who seems to be something of an obsessive nemesis of mine, and for a while he was accusing me of being an AI myself, which caused me no end of joy and amusement. There we are.
Oh wait, there was one more thing I was going to say about hell. If the Christians, and I hear like Justin and everyone else say it all the time, what if your God is wrong and another God is the right one and you end up in their hell? I kind of look at it like this. I've got how many choices of gods and how many choices of hells, and it's like if one of them's actually real, then I guess one hell's no different than the other. I mean, some might be prettier. I don't know.
You can't avoid.
You're talking about Pascal's wager, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, well, not technically to be a Christian. I'm just saying that if I'm going to hell because one of them's real, I guess no hell is worse than the other or better than the other.
Well, here's something we cannot falsify. What if the one true God is the God of logic and he appreciates rationality above all else, and he's purposely hiding so that he can punish people who believe irrationally and reward the non-believers?
Yeah, I've heard that said too.
Yeah, so maybe maybe the thing to do just in case is don't believe. But the real issue with Pascal's wager is the whole theme of what John and I promote, which is that belief isn't a choice. So it's silly anyway. You can't just decide to believe for utility reasons to kind of hedge with reality. Well, if I'm wrong, then no big deal. But if I'm right, it's.
Well, I actually had a pastor, one of the last one, the one that I started going to when I got out of the hospital, and I used the Pascal's wager with her, and she said, "Don't do that." I'm like, "What?" She said, "Don't do that. Don't ever say that." And I said, "Why?" She said, "Well, because that's not a good way to think. Either you're all in or you're not." So, I mean, that was actually, I've never heard a pastor. I've never heard a pastor come out against that.
Yeah, I can actually see her point with that, because if you're just quote unquote believing just in case, then really what you're doing is sort of pretending to believe, and you're not really all in it. You're just hedging.
And why hasn't the Bible been updated in 2,000 years? There's the Old Testament and the New Testament for that time.
Yeah.
But I mean, look how advanced we are now. The laws they had back then don't even apply to us anymore. I mean, if someone did something bad to me, I can't go out there and do an eye for an eye to somebody and not suffer legal recourse from something.
Can I just interrupt for a moment to just say we are being graced at the moment by Matt Dillahunty, who's in the YouTube chat. Matt, it's amazing to have you with us, my friend. Very, very kind of you to drop in. We are all admirers of your work. And thanks for reaching out. And for sure, let's definitely speak. So thank you, buddy.
Matt has been, and I hate to sound like a fanboy, but Matt Dillahunty was the first, when I stopped believing, sort of my first exposure to like the atheist community. And he is the one who inspired me to take a logic class.
Apparently he's just some guy. So there you go.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying right now.
Well,
No,
hi,
of course.
Matt, and thank you for your time.
Sure. Thanks for coming up, man. And we really appreciate
I'll be
you.
listening.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Take it easy. Okie dokie. Okay, well, we were going to bring Baku in, and thank you, Baku, for being patient, and also Bobby, but we're just going to bring in Unk of Steel first. Just want to keep things moving along here. Hi, Unk.
Hi, how are you?
We're great. How are you?
Good, man. I'm good.
Awesome.
So I've been listening for quite some time, and I think the substance is really good. Just for disclosure, I'm a 33-year-old Christian, but I learn a lot by discussing things with atheists, more so than when I discuss things with Christians.
Okay.
So I thought it'd be a fun little conversation. I don't have much time, but yeah.
Is there a particular topic here that you'd like to lean into?
I heard something before where it sounded like a young Christian guy that was up, and he ended up leaving. It was a rather long conversation, but I mentioned the topic of the Old Testament versus the New Testament coming up. And like, yeah, he might subscribe to the idea of Jesus, but there's also all this really weird stuff in the Old Testament, which I also acknowledge.
Yeah.
However, if I try to steelman the argument, I have to say that is logically consistent that my morality has changed over time, right? I used to believe in something. Now I believe in what I believe in. And I would cut myself off to progressing towards truth if I say it might not change in the future. So when I look at the morality of God, how it changed from the Old Testament to the New Testament, I can reconcile a little bit with at least it being logically consistent that I'm a hypocrite if I deny that the morality changed. So I kind of find my solace in the New Testament simple Jesus because my IQ is not high enough to differentiate between which denomination is correct. I have to make things simple and boil them down. That way I can deal with my sin as a coping mechanism in this brutal life.
If God was once Kim Jong-un and then he became Gandhi, let's say that's best case scenario, because we could go down this rabbit hole where we argue for 45 minutes whether the old covenant still remained or, if what Paul said, it doesn't, that's fine. Even if we grant God was once Kim Jong-un and then he became Gandhi, I still couldn't call him the all moral, all good, loving, etc. And he still is accountable for his KJU-like behavior in the Old Testament before he put his Jesus hat on.
What do you think?
To the Gandhi response?
Well, just this idea that
I thought you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. No, I mean to just reiterate, even if we were to grant that Jesus came along and repudiated all the barbarism and brutality of the Old Testament, which we absolutely don't grant because actually he ratified it in Matthew 5:17, right? Even if we were to grant that he did, even if he came along and said, "Oops, I done a whoopsie," and none of that stuff counts anymore, he would still be morally on the hook. If you believe he is God, he would still be morally on the hook for all of that stuff, for all of that. How do you sit with that?
Well, the problem for me is that if I look to religion or Christianity or Jesus, right, I'm kind of appealing to a standard that's not my own, which is a difficult pill for me to swallow because I want to listen to my own brain. I want to listen to my own urges and instincts of what I think I should do in this life. So when someone tells me that there's this standard and I can't live up to it, that's more digestible for me than I have my own standard. And whenever I like atheism tells me that I should prioritize what my brain thinks I should do because I have to rely on it because it brought me through evolution to exist in the current generation. But for some reason, sometimes it violates my conscience when I know something is wrong, or whether or not if I get something out of something benefits me at someone else's expense. And if I deny God's standard and I create my own standard, there's still instances in my life where I didn't live up to my own standard.
But
I don't even know what I would call that in a
dude,
non-theistic worldview.
but here's the newsflash: you're doing that anyway. So in making a subjective decision about which God to follow, which interpretation of that God to follow, which subgroup of that particular interpretation of that God to follow, and then leaning into the idea that God's commandments themselves are all like just from a mind anyway, you're still like choosing to align yourself with something according to your own moral intuitions anyway. There's such a big menu to pick from. There's a reason why you're not following other gods, and so in a way you're wanting to outsource your kind of moral compass to someone else to do it for you, if I understand you correctly, and forgive me if I don't, but that's how it sounds a little bit to me.
No, agreed. And like this cherry-picked version of Christianity that I have, it's a warm blanket of a coping mechanism that I use to get through this shitty life. So now if people believe, now coping mechanism is a term that I've learned in science, not religion. So if different creatures have different coping mechanisms and it's implied that it's diverse and there's going to be variety, how can somebody stand there and say that your coping mechanism is in fact bad or different? Because from what I see, nature doesn't care about morality.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you're
Go ahead,
going through
man.
the Bible, and if you're going through the Bible and you're saying that's awful, f that, that's good. Hey, love thy neighbor or do unto others. Hey, that's good. If you're picking and choosing what you like, aren't you kind of relying on your own morality anyway?
Yes, but I do that with people anyway. I pick and choose the best out of people, and then I choose to make them my friends or my significant other, but then I accept them as the whole.
Right. So let me propose a moral framework for you. You genuinely care about the well-being of others, right?
Okay.
I'm asking. I'm asking. Do you genuinely, irrespective of whether a God exists, if you see a child in harm's way or someone hurting, it affects you from empathy. Like you genuinely care about the well-beings of others. Is that correct?
Yes, I can't deny that.
Okay, great. Why not just evaluate how behaviors affect the well-being of others? If things help people, especially if they're self-sacrificial, they're virtuous. If they do harm to the well-being of others, then they're bad. And now you
Agreed.
have
Sorry.
now you have a standard from which you can objectively evaluate how behaviors affect others. And and you can get into the nitty-gritty of it. Like if you poke a child in the arm with a needle, it's going to hurt, but then there's a greater benefit to their well-being that they receive the medicine or the vaccine or something that's going to keep them healthy. So it's a sum and total calculus. Sometimes there's tough moral questions, but most of the time that frame of thought, it's called humanism, by the way. Most of the time the moral questions are very easy. Sometimes you get into moral dilemmas, but that's with anything. But why not just use that as a framework? Use humanism.
Secular humanism specifically?
Well, you don't have to call it secular humanism because you're a Christian. So just say I'm a Christian and I'm a humanist. And secular, the word, it's not even important. All that's important is you care about the well-being of others. You don't like when people do harm. You like it when people help the well-being of others, and that's how you're going to evaluate behaviors.
Agreed. I have no problem with that. The only thing I'd like to bring up and just point out is that you mentioned harm, and that I obviously, and everyone here obviously, denies harm if it's being done in an unjustified way, or just harm in general, right? But the problem is that
harm.
Unnecessary harm. Yes, excellent. Thank you. But what if there's a situation where somebody's in a predicament where other people being harmed, but they are benefiting from it? Like there's 32 teams in the NFL, 31 of them go through misery and disappointment because their team lost, but one team through competition, aka science evolution, was able to come out on top. But if I look at it through the framework of harm, I'm going to contradict my initial notion of let's get rid of harm because it's implied that one person might benefit from the harm. So when I see myself in those situations, I have to resort to a moral standard outside of myself. That way I don't appeal to the thing that's going to prioritize me over other people getting harmed. I'm sorry. I'm being long-winded.
Yeah, I think you're trying. I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that you're trying to be ethical, and I salute that, right? But I think one thing you could think is if you were to adopt the kind of framework that Sean has just outlined, what would be missing? What do you get from a biblical framework that you wouldn't get from this, And this one wouldn't give you all the additional baggage of having to struggle to make sense of this monstrous creature that inflicts all of this trivially avoidable suffering on everyone. I don't envy you having to carry that and make sense of it. Whereas if you just said, yeah, I get that, I'm going to just say, well, my ethics and my morality is going to derive from minimizing harm, maximizing the well-being of others in as much as I can, and understanding that there are sometimes edge cases where we don't know whether one course or another one is actually going to be the right one, right? There are tricky moral situations where things are not straightforward. We don't always get it right. But if we're aiming for the right principles, then we're more likely to get it right. And I don't think you would lose anything at all if you just said, well, that's the framework for my ethics. I think you'd be able to have an ethics without any cognitive dissonance involved if you did that.
I like it, man. This has been very productive, and I learned a lot, and you guys forced me to think. I have your stream up on every platform that you're on. That way your live does well. But I just want to thank you, and I got to get going now.
All right, well, thanks for coming in. We appreciate
you,
man. Yeah,
Thank you
good.
for being an honest interlocutor.
Yeah, good for
Absolutely.
you. Thanks, buddy. Guys. Thanks. Good, productive conversations. Loving that.
Absolutely.
Okay, as promised, we're going to bring in Baku. Then we have Bobby, who's been waiting. Then we have One Love, and Tyler's up as well. So we've got some good people in tonight. Baku, how are you?
I'm good. Hello again.
Hello again. Welcome back. For anyone who doesn't know, Baku is our friend and regular guest who always takes time to think about intelligent questions to keep Sean and me on our toes. So have you done that this time? What do you reckon?
Have as many as usual, but
okay.
I have 8.
Have you got a couple?
Are we having sound issues?
Yeah, we might be. Baku, are you there? We were sort of losing you. We seem to lose you for a bit. Can you hear us okay? And is all good?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Good. Okay, we can hear you fine now too. All right, well, let's go. First question.
All right. First question is, if nobody chooses what they believe, why do we hold people morally responsible for extreme beliefs?
Right. I can immediately go with we shouldn't. It's hard not to. So if somebody has a horrible belief, it's hard not to react to them. And the important thing is that we can be horrified by the fact that they hold that belief. And we can feel a very strong urge to push back on it, like we did with our guest earlier on, who was in here trying to... He believed that horrendous commandment from Deuteronomy must have some moral logic behind it. Anyone who reads it knows that it doesn't. It's completely horrific. But as much as I was horrified by him having that belief, I'm going to engage with him honestly. Like, I understand why he has that belief, because he's been convinced of a certain set of propositions. He's convinced that God is good. And he holds that belief because he's been convinced of it, not because he chose to believe it, but because he's been convinced of it. So the justification for all the other horrible nonsense he now has to believe follows from that. So it's not that I can't condemn it, it's that I understand why it's happened. And the way to try and change it isn't to pretend that he chose the belief, it's to just be as reasonable as you can and try and be as persuasive as you can, because that's how you get people out of horrible beliefs.
Yeah, I don't think people should be held accountable in any official sense simply for a thought crime. Now, there's a little there's a line here. So, what if you're at work and you don't mistreat anyone or discriminate against anyone or what have you, but you simply express a racist viewpoint? Well, your belief has then become an action at that point. It's not merely a thought.
Yeah.
Expressing out loud that racist perspective is an action that you can be held accountable for. But I don't think we certainly should not, in any official sense, hold anyone responsible for thought crimes. Now, if I know somebody has objectionable views, I can choose not to have them as a friend or choose not to associate with them. But that's a very different thing than actually holding them accountable for having those views.
Yeah. Okay. My next question is, If belief is completely involuntary, why do people actively avoid certain information?
Because we sometimes have an inclination to shy away from information that might threaten where we are. There's a lot of emotion tied up in belief. So you can want to believe something, and you can not want to believe something, and you can hold on to a belief, especially if you feel it's fragile. So, say, here's another hypothetical. Say you sort of suspect that your partner might not be faithful, but you hope it's not true, and you almost don't want to face the information that would force you into knowing for sure. So you're in a situation where you then have a very strong emotional interest in not having your beliefs modified. You're in a place of comfortable denial or uncomfortable denial, but you're in a place of denial about it, and that one last bit of information might just make it so that that denial isn't sustainable anymore. And at that point, you know that you kind of you're going to become convinced of something that you don't want to end up convinced of. So I think the answer to your question is that there's belief, and then there's how we feel about the beliefs we have, and sometimes we want to hold on to them even if we know on some level that we shouldn't.
People avoiding information that'll threaten a worldview that they care about is an acknowledgement that belief isn't a choice. Because if it's simply a choice, no information can threaten their worldview, because they would just keep on choosing to hold on to it. So that in itself is actually confirmation that belief isn't a choice. The fact that people do that sometimes.
Absolutely right. Yeah, it's a really excellent point, Sean. Yeah. You got one more?
Keep going.
Let's do one more, and then we'll get someone in from the queue. We've got a few in there.
Okay. This one is for the second topic, and it is: can finite beings fully evaluate the morality of an omniscient being?
Well, there's two ways to look at this. Omniscience only has to do with knowledge about facts. Morality starts with personal values, which is a subjective thing, and that's really a subjective value. Isn't contingent, like omniscience or lack thereof has no bearing on that. Now, what can be is that if I care about well-being, omniscience, what that will do is help me fully, without any error, evaluate how actions will affect my subjective goal. So that's the only part that omniscience becomes relevant. The caring about the outcome, or which outcome you are looking for, that's the subjective part. But the evaluation of how actions will affect that's where omniscience will come into play. So God would be the ultimate of being able to find out the best outcome for well-being, if he actually existed. But he doesn't seem to care, at least if it's the Christian God, he doesn't seem to care too much about well-being.
Good answer.
Yeah,
that's a good answer. I mean, the only thing I would add to that is that when you make a moral judgment about something, that judgment isn't only permissible if you have the same amount of knowledge or intelligence as the person you're making a judgment about. So there could be someone who knows an awful lot more than me, who knows 1,000,000 times more than I could ever know. I can still make a judgment about the behavior of that person. It might be that there are extenuating circumstances I don't know about, but I can still only go on the basis of what I do know. And so I am going to make a judgment. And it might be that later they say to me, look, you thought I was being immoral, but here's the justification for it that explains everything, at which point, okay, well then I'll modify my judgment. But somebody else being far more intelligent or even omniscient doesn't remove the possibility or the feasibility or the basis for anyone to look at the behavior of that person and say, this behavior either is in accordance with what I understand to be good, or it isn't. It's simply, that's how we make moral judgments. We've got an idea of what kind of good kind of looks like, and we've definitely got an idea of what not good looks like, and we do a kind of comparing. We say, oh, that looks like the not good stuff, so I'm going to make a judgment of that. but we can always reevaluate later if we have to, or if we can. So there we are. Baku, thank you for your thoughtful questions as always. And if you're happy to hang around, we'll bring you back in later when there's a lull in the queue, like we always do, and we're grateful for you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, buddy.
He's the bottomless well of great questions.
He is.
I swear, I keep waiting for him to run out.
I don't think he ever will. He just keeps on coming up with them. It's remarkable talent. I don't think I could do it. One Love, welcome in.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
38, she, her. Those are my pronouns.
We've spoken before, haven't we? Or
we
perhaps...
have not.
Oh, we haven't. Forgive me. I just thought it was I thought I'd seen the name before. So
I swear I thought I saw it too.
Yeah. Well, welcome. Welcome
I've
anyway.
talked to Sean before, but I haven't talked to you, John.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Great.
Yeah. So the prompt, which is now I can't see it anymore.
Sure.
You changed the whole screen.
Did I? I don't think I changed it massively, but
it's still clearly visible to me, but it's different on different phones. Do you want me to read it to you, or do you remember all the prompts?
Well, it was the one that said God hates all women or hates women.
Oh, God hates women. Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, so I agree with that 100%, but I'm curious, why do you think that? Because again, full believer, I agree. God does hate all women, but why would you add that into your prompt?
Well, because I think it's a point worth talking about. Because I get quite a lot of, frankly, I just think it's appalling. I think it's appalling. I think that one of the things that's most horrible.
What part is appalling about it?
What's appalling about it?
The fact that you wouldn't exist without coming out of a woman's vajayjay?
No, it's not that.
What part of But no, that's the thing is that's so insulting. As a woman, is hearing men say that they are in charge, they are more powerful, they're more
But that's exactly why I'm appalled, because I'm appalled at hearing commandments that put men in charge. Right? I'm appalled at hearing commandments like in Corinthians that says Christ is the head of every man and the man is the head of every woman. Right? That's a terrible commandment. Why should the man be the head of every woman? I think women should be completely equal to men in terms of family dynamics and things like that. I think that's a terrible preachment.
No, women should just be equal in general. Yes, in general.
Right.
Me as a woman, I should be seen as just as equal as you as a man.
I agree,
but
the Bible doesn't. The Bible doesn't do that.
Of course, the Bible does not.
Yeah,
you're right, and I agree. It sounds
like
this.
So you agree with me that the Bible is very misogynistic in the way it frames women. So is your question, why would I want to speak about that?
Yes,
because it pains me to see this kind of misogyny paraded as virtuous. I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that signals a healthy ethic to young people who are growing up being told by the people they trust that this book is a source of moral value, and then within its pages are ideas saying wives be subject to your husband. I think that's a terrible thing to teach people, a terrible thing to teach young girls. And so that's why I feel animated about it. As a man, I don't have to be a woman to feel.
I agree with you, John.
To feel animated about it.
I'm glad that you're talking about it. I'm glad that you are out here speaking up against it. I really truly am.
Thanks. I was a bit. Thank you. I was a bit.
Humans.
I was a bit confused for a moment. I thought that you were questioning, saying that I shouldn't speak about it because I don't have a personal perspective or something like that.
You 100% should be speaking about it.
Yeah. Sorry. Forgive me if I misunderstood you. It just pains me, and I just think it's awful. And sometimes we'll get believers, women believers will come in here and try to defend the Bible, and I'm like, you've been on the end of this kind of behavior. You've been on the end of this kind of prejudice. You know what it's like to be spoken down to by men. You know what it's like to be treated like you're worth less. How can you hold this book under your arm? How can you do it? It's not okay. So yeah, that's why we put it on the list. We sometimes swap out the God hates women for Noah's flood is a myth if we feel like injecting a bit more comedy.
Noah's flood is definitely a myth.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, of course. So yeah, last time we did the menu. We did
like
that.
I'm so glad that you're out here as a man talking about this. We do need more allies. Us women, we truly do. So thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Thanks very much, One Love. Well, we'll move on, and nice to speak to you. Come back again another time. Okay. Gosh, we've got a fairly full queue. Bobby has been waiting the longest, so we're going to bring Bobby in, and then we'll try to get everyone. My friend Brandon is in the queue. Shamrock is back again. Dr. Joe is in the queue, which is very nice to see, and Spirit Harmony is very nice to see back as well. We'll get to everyone. So thank you very much for the people who are waiting patiently. Bobby, what's up?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
So I was calling in to do the third one, and I'm just going to I have a joke. Now, if now is not the right time for jokes, I can just drop off and let the next person in. But it is TikTok friendly, and it is germane to the third one.
Well, then we couldn't pass on a joke because we like a joke.
Oh, okay. So an atheist musician ends up in hell. Now, Satan is there to greet him because Satan is like, hey, welcome to hell. I usually kind of greet the atheists because they get really freaked out when they find out that I'm real and hell is real. But don't worry. This is a great place. You're going to love it here. Let me just show you the house we got for you. And Satan takes him to his house. And it's like the platonic ideal of the house he fantasized about when he was a kid, complete with like a an anti-grav bouncy castle in the backyard. And he's just, kind of freaking out, but kind of thinking, okay, maybe this wasn't what, the people told me about. But he's getting a little freaked out, and Satan sees that and sees, okay, why don't we just take a break from the fancy house and we'll just go and have a coffee. So they go down to Satan's Roasters, pardon the pun. And, the baristas are there to fix him, whatever drink he wants, doesn't even have to order it. And they're playing his favorite song in the PA system. And Satan tells him, actually, that song is playing in your head. We just have, the music, the favorite music of whoever walks in play in their head. And you can turn it off and on as you like, So he's still getting a little freaked out, and Satan sits him down and says, you're a musician, right? We have Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain have their own pickup band, and they've invited you in. So, you're in next Wednesday for that. And he was like, wow, this is amazing. And then his cappuccino comes, and he's like, this isn't made of children's blood or anything. It's like, no, come on, don't be ridiculous. It's good. Don't worry about it. He takes a sip. It's the most amazing cappuccino he's ever had. And he's like, wow, this is nothing like what I thought hell was like. What is going on here? And Satan goes, okay, well, I need you to brace yourself, and I'm just going to walk you to the back room. And they go into like a little manager's door, into another door. He opens it, and there it is. Fire and brimstone and the lava and human centipedes and iron maidens screaming and gnashing of teeth and everything. And he was like, oh, what is this? And Satan goes, no, don't worry. This is just where all the Christians end up. They just insist we do this.
Very good.
Hang it.
Very good. Worth the wait. Well, thank you for sharing that, Bobby.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm going to let the next person go on. You got
All right, buddy. All the best, man.
Have a good one.
Thanks. Yeah, worth the wait. Okay, let's bring in Brandon, who is always a joy to talk to. Hey, Brandon.
Good evening, gentlemen. I didn't know it was a stand-up this evening.
Well, there we go. For those on the YouTube side, Brandon is a long-time friend, but is actually a believer, is Christian. Kind of one of the good ones. How you doing, B?
I'm glad you think so. I'm good, mate. Thanks.
Good.
And yourself?
Yeah, good.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, how you doing, Brandon? Good to see you again.
Yeah, nice one. So, I would like to challenge the two of you on the rhetoric of point 2. God is not morally good.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, the reason I want to challenge the rhetoric is because I think the most honest version of that challenge from the two of you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you'll push back, would actually just be God is not, rather than God is not morally good. I think that there might be like a ultimately just a provocation to Christians in the not morally good bit.
Well, no, because
when in reality you just believe God is not.
No,
well,
it's more than
we
that.
agree God is not, but the God as described, what we're really saying shorthand, and it would be too long to put up there, the God as described in the Bible and the Quran is not morally good. That doesn't mean we believe that God necessarily exists. Just we're doing a critique of how it is described in those religious publications.
And part of the reason,
Bible.
Brandon, is this. It just came to mind Deuteronomy 32:4, right? His work is perfect, all his ways are just. So if all his ways are just, then there are implications that kind of come off that, right? It means that all the things he does are good. So that is a moral claim being made right there. And so I'm explicitly pushing back on it and saying, well, I don't think all his ways are just. I think a lot of his ways really aren't just. And I think that can be, I would say it can even be proven by any reasonable definition of the word just, because justice has to involve
the
concepts
key would be
like,
unreasonable there, wouldn't it? Depending on
it
what
would
people
be. Yeah,
define as such.
It would be, right. So, I think in a way, just is a sort of slightly easier metric than good, because good is a bit further towards the just kind of totally emotive, right? Like emotivism, just good to me. I do subscribe to the kind of A.J. Ayer, good equals hooray, bad equals boo school of ethics to a large extent. But justice is a little bit easier to pin down. Justice, you can actually define justice a little bit more in slightly more concrete terms. You can say, well, justice has got something to do with the people who did the crime being punished for it, and the people who didn't do the crime not being punished for it, and that the punishment being commensurate with what the crime was. So we don't hang someone who stole an apple from the shop, and we certainly don't punish their parents or their children, because those would be miscarriages of justice. And we all understand what that means, because we've got an understanding about the sort of fairness and proportionality that's baked into the concept of justice. And so when we read, that all his ways are just, and then we look at him punishing 70,000 innocent Israelites because of David's census, they didn't do the census, so there was no moral culpability for David's actions on them. And it was a disproportionate crime, because however much God may not have enjoyed the fact that David counted the people of Israel, knocking off 70,000 of them seems to me to be wildly disproportionate to the severity of any injury caused to God by the crime. So I think we can kind of prove that God isn't just, can't we?
So, rather than drilling into any one of the specifics there, which I think there's a debate to be had about any example that you could bring up biblically about whether the Christian God can be characterized as morally good in light of any of those specifics. I think in principle, it still seems the case that the God that Christians claim the Bible teaches is real is one by which morality is being defined. He is the objective North Star for what goodness is. And obviously, that's not your perspective at all. You guys don't think that morality is based around that at all, right?
Yeah. And not only do I not agree with it,
mismatch.
But Brandon, not only do I not agree with it, I think it gets you into a terrible position if you do that. I think that if that is how you work, and I understand that it is for many people, I think that is doing things arse backwards, because it's basically, as I said earlier, it's sort of abolishing morality and just replacing it with obedience, and then morality doesn't mean anything anymore. We've kind of scraped it out. What does it mean then to say? If we say God is defined as the North Star of goodness, God is goodness, and all goodness just means reflecting God's nature, then when we make a claim like God is good, if you then substitute in, instead of the word good, the definition we just used for it, we're just saying God is God. It's nothing. We've learnt nothing about his moral nature. We've sort of done a bit of linguistic engineering, which has ended up, unfortunately,
in isolation.
Yeah, it kind of strips all the moral meaning out of the word, and we know nothing then. God could be the most evil creature in the world, and by that definition, we would still have to say he's good.
But So what you just did there, if we pause for a second, if you said God could be the most evil creature in the world, the problem, I think, is there's a rhetorical mismatch here, because in the paradigm of the Christian, God being the most evil thing in the world, like that's a nonsensical statement, right? That's like saying the square could be the most triangle thing in the world. And so there's something missing between the way the conversation happens.
What about instead of evil, let's say God is the most cruel and can be cruel and sadistic in nature, and by definition, since you're basically creating an esoteric,
that would be goodness if that was what God was within the paradigm of Christianity.
And that's the problem. So why even say good? Just say God is godly. And if he's a cruel monster, he's still godly, because the word good has a certain entailment in the normative definition of how the word is used. You're just basically saying God is
with positive feelings. Absolutely. That's where emotivism is coming from. That's the fact that we experience pleasantness.
So what Christians have done is basically created, without saying it, an esoteric definition of moral or good to mean, by definition, that which aligns with God, which you won't find in any dictionary. And that's fine. You don't have to adhere to the lexical definition of words. Words don't have intrinsic meanings. But the thing is, like, I can do that too, and just say, I'm going to define good as actions which further the well-being of others, and bad as, or immoral, as actions which harm the well-being of others. I'm going to create that definition, my own esoteric definition, and now I have objective morality too.
Mm-hmm. But the argument then would be whether your objective morality really exists, just like the argument is whether God really exists, right?
No. So I mean, there is objectively harm going on to people. There is objectively help that goes out to the well-being of people. So those things objectively exist. You're taking basically your personal preference, which is to follow the dictates of God, and then just by decree calling it moral, objective, and then what do you call it? Justifying it by creating your own esoteric definition. I'm just doing the same thing, because there is real harm objectively. There is real help objectively. So I'm just doing the same thing you're doing and creating my own definition of the word good or moral.
I put a verse on the screen just for a moment to just illustrate an aspect of this that might be helpful, right? So here he is in Deuteronomy speaking to Israel. Just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, because he's now quite cross, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So this is not like when a parent, decides to impose a punishment on a child to try to be corrective and to try to, whatever the reason might be. I think any parent who takes a delight in imposing a punishment on a child is probably not a good parent. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
So
but
here's
there
God
are
taking
other
a
analogies
delight.
To be applied.
Well, the point is he's
imagine
not just
something
doing
truly
it.
evil.
He's enjoying it. Surely that's sadistic, isn't it?
I think we can both, all three of us, can imagine a punishment being exacted on someone who has done something heinous, and there being a sense of justness and satisfaction that someone is getting their just deserts. There is nothing wrong with someone facing real, appropriate justice, and us, you, me, thinking and feeling this is right, this is good.
I can't follow you there, my friend. Honestly, like I think if we look to like what the reasons are for enacting justice, quite often it's to make reparation to a harmed party. So if somebody's been harmed, that person has been injured or harmed in some way, then justice can be enacted to try to give them a sense of healing or closure, or to rehabilitate someone who's done something wrong. So we send them to prison, we try to turn them around, make them see what they did wrong. I think you can have a sense of satisfaction that justice is being done without being delighted at somebody's ruination. That's slightly different. I think that choice of words there is pretty disturbing. It's like he's not saying regretfully you've done this and I'm going to, justice demands that I have to now impose this punishment on you, which an omnipotent God couldn't really say anyway. But even if he said that, it would be a bit better. But saying that he's going to take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction, I just feel that, I don't know, it just feels a bit sadistic to me. And I suppose in the end,
I don't think the Israelites who wrote that thought of God as sadistic when they wrote it, nor have Christians historically thought that is obligating them to believe in a sadistic God.
But it is sadistic to take
right?
pleasure. To take pleasure in somebody's ruination is almost the definition of sadistic.
Well, but it comes down to a choice of words, because to take satisfaction
It is literally
in
the
justice
definition.
is a different thing. That's just a rhetorical difference, but could be talking about the same thing, right? It's just about what words, if the words evoke in us, and there's cultural context that dictates what that is, right?
Yeah, Brandon. Oh, sorry. I don't. Hopefully, it's okay if I go a slightly different direction here. But whether a God exists, I do not consider the well-being of others to be trivial. And you seem like a decent guy. You seem like a good guy. I suspect, even if God didn't exist, you would consider the well-being of others and the suffering of others to be something that is very non-trivial. What I can't perceive is how you don't see Yahweh, Thor, Shiva, or whichever God said so to be anything but trivial, because they could be sadistic monsters, or they could be kind and gentle. They could have any characteristics, like so and so said so. No matter what you plug in there, whether it's a deity or a person or what have you, it just seems trivial to me. And so I don't know how you get to I don't even know how you get to a subjective ought to, no matter what he says or does, you got to follow him. You ought to. I don't even know how you get there subjectively, but I mean, and then on top of that claim, objectively, you ought to follow him.
No, I think that all of what you said makes sense in a paradigm where you already don't believe God exists.
No, I'm granting he does. I'm granting he does. Yeah, in fact, definitionally, if God exists, morality is still subjective. In fact, there's two layers of subjectivity. You have your preference to follow whatever that God says or does. So you're, as John says, outsourcing your morality to that deity. But you're also basically relying on his subjective preference. Something that is objective is mind independent. Something that is subjective is a stance of a mind. So so definitionally it's subjective.
See, I don't think there is anything that is mind independent. So there's like analytical philosophy to dive into as to how we parse out what we're talking about and how we define subjectivity and objectivity at that point. That'll probably be too boring a topic for this live right now.
The room will empty pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't want to
John
do that
tries to avoid. I'm not going to ask you to expound because I don't want to dive into the philosophy. But just a quick question: if no minds were on Earth, which was the case at one point, do you agree that the moon still exists? It still exists and is circling the Earth?
If you say no, I'm not going to dive into it. It depends on what we mean by that and what we mean by exist. Yeah.
I'll see you out there in the wild on other lives, and we'll have, because I'd love to have this conversation with you. I just don't want to lose the room.
That'd be great for sure.
Okay.
John, I'm delighted to hear that your book has a release date. I'm going to get it on pre-order. 2nd of November, everyone. Check it out. Because at least on that point, on the nobody chooses what they believe, we're in total agreement. And I think your moral critique of the condemnation of people who say that your people are going to hell merely for holding a belief, I think we're on the same page, even if we use different language, and it's valuable stuff. Check out John's book, folks.
Thank you, buddy. Nice to see you as always.
A pleasure.
All right, good to talk to you again, Brandon.
Take care, man. Thanks. Okie we are going to bring in Bamidel. Am I saying that right? I'm always horrified of mispronouncing people's names. Have I got your name right? Hello? Bamidel.
Amidel, you still with us? There he goes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know I'm up already.
Yeah, you're up
We
already.
snuck up on you.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. It'd be good if you can get kind of closer to the microphone so we can hear you properly. That'd be great.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
What would you like to say?
Okay. I was just wondering why you would assume that God hates women. That's quite weird. How did you
Sure.
get to that conclusion?
Well, because
Which God do you believe in? That's a good question first. Are you a Christian, Muslim, or some other?
I'm a Christian, so
Okay.
Okay.
I believe in Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. So Jesus and the God of the
Jesus.
Bible. So let's just do a hypothetical. If you were unfaithful, are you a married man?
Yes, I'm a married man.
Okay. So if you were unfaithful and you cheated on your wife, would it be okay to have your wife raped?
Would it be okay to have my wife what?
Raped.
No, I don't think any woman should be SA'd, should be assaulted that way. That's terrible, whether my wife or not.
Yeah, it would be pretty horrific, right? So here's God
Definitely.
speaking to David. So David has been unfaithful and gone off and had a little scene with Bathsheba. And in retaliation for this, God does two things. The first is that he makes David's young child get sick and then die. And then the other thing is God says to David, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. And then we see four chapters later in 2 Samuel 16, this is exactly what happens. One of David's son comes and Ahithophel says to him, go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father. At the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So this is a scenario where David is unfaithful, and the punishment to David is that some innocent women get sexually assaulted. And I think that's appalling. Don't you?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. That's very, very unholy, and that's very, very ungodly also.
Very, very unholy and ungodly of God to have arranged this.
Yes.
And the thing is, the reason why I use this verse is not just because it's morally horrible, but also because it's morally revealing. Because what this tells us is that the fact that something as grotesque as this can be framed as a punishment to David tells you something about the fact that these women were just seen as the property of David. This was a punishment to David that these women got that had this happen to them. Their own experience wasn't even thought about, but the fact that it's framed as a punishment to him is relevant because the women are his property. They belong to him. And Absalom going into, which is a delightful euphemism, I always love going into, Absalom going into these women is presented as a property crime against David. It's like he's taken something that was his and broken it. And the evidence of him having done that is what happens afterwards, right? Because afterwards, David came to his house and the king took the 10 concubines whom he had left to look after the house and put them in a house under guard and provided for them, but did not go into them. So they were shut up until the day of their death. So in other words, because they were now damaged goods, because someone else had gone into them, David had no use for them anymore because they were broken now. So they just got locked in a house somewhere until the end of their lives. Can you think of anything more horrific? And this is from God. These are God's actions, God's commandments, God's rules and laws. So does that make sense? Why I would look at a story like that and say, whoever wrote this story is clearly very misogynistic. I mean, obviously, I don't think God exists. So when I say God hates women, I'm being slightly, I'm playing fast and loose here, but it's to make a point, which is that the God in this book has a very low regard for women and sees them as the property of men. What do you think about that?
Well, so this is the thing, right? What you're saying, so in Christianity, or in Christian theology, there's something called hermeneutics or immunetics. I don't know if my phonetics is coming out well.
We know what hermeneutics is. Yes.
Yes, and
are you going to give us a hermeneutic which explains this?
Yes, of course, you can get some commentaries on that, but God doesn't really. God didn't make David's son do that. It's not like God was controlling him to do that. It was it is more like a prophecy or a foretelling of what would happen.
It isn't more like a prophecy. It's more like something that someone's going to do, which is why he says, I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor. And he also says, you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all of Israel. God is taking ownership of it there. The subject of these statements is I, not someone else. It's not a prophecy. It's a declaration of what he is going to bring about.
Yes, the reason why I mentioned Bible interpretation is because you must understand how these people wrote things and how they communicated their thoughts. Most times in the Bible, whether it is good or bad, it's usually attributed to God. And that was okay. The people then understood exactly what was going on. But to assume that God really, really made the man do that to the woman, it's come on. It's actually not what happened.
It's exactly what happened in this story.
Let us not go back and forth on this. Let us go to where it happened and let's read it.
Right.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah, you want to read the fulfillment? That's in 16. Yeah. Ahithophel said to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, the one he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you've made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all of Israel. So I'm not suggesting here that it was God who did the actual deed. But if you believe in a God that organizes things and makes things happen, this is what happened here. And if not, then why is God saying beforehand that he's going to make it happen? And the fact is, and here's the problem, even if it's the case that God had no hand in this, the moral framing of this story, even if this story never happened, right? Let's say I'm going to grant you even more than you're asking for. I'm going to grant you that not only did God not do this, I'm going to grant you not only did God have absolutely no hand in making this happen, he didn't even encourage it to happen. The very fact that this story is in this book and is framed in this way presents women as the chattel property of men, and therefore it's odious because it presents women as property that can be damaged whether or not the story happened at all. Even if it never happened, it's still presenting women in a certain way which is deeply misogynistic and horribly offensive.
Well, that is one way to look at it, but that would be a very, very micro perspective of the Bible, because there is a broader perspective of women in the Bible that is beyond what you just described. There is more to women in the Bible than this particular thing. And there used to be very, very horrific things that happens to whether male or female. In fact, there are more graphic ones. There was the story of this woman that is a concubine to a prominent man. I don't know if you remember that story. where you know she
Which
was
verse? Which chapter and verse?
I will have to try to remember, but if I say it, if you've ever read it, you remember
No,
where
no problem. I was
the
just gonna look at it. Go ahead.
yeah. So where the woman was assaulted overnight, you know, in a strange land, the man, you know, another man had to protect that man, and they took the woman out and slept with her till morning. She was unalived by morning. So when the man that whose she was a concubine to, then cut her body into 12 and divided her through all the tribes of Israel. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, absolutely disgusting. It
So
does.
those things exist. There are horrific things in the Bible, but it was intentional that those things were recorded.
That's
But
fine, but there's a
however,
reason why I don't tell that story, because that's not reflective of a direct commandment or involvement of God. That's just, you could call that social commentary
yes,
of horrible things that are
yes,
going
I'm
on.
actually getting somewhere. Yes, I'm actually getting somewhere with citing it. I'm just saying that there was general wickedness, you know, in the hearts of men, even in those days, and
Yeah.
But it sounds
that
like there was quite a
Yes.
lot of general
Wickedness from
wickedness
men.
in the heart of God too. I
Right.
mean, right? Why?
okay. So let me earlier I said that you were looking at these things from a very micro lens, but there is a macro lens. There is a broader perspective where you can even see how God thinks of women. And when we
Well,
come,
there's
no, it's okay.
example after example after example of verses just as bad as this.
I'm about to give you, I'm about to give you real verses now.
I have a
So
suspicion,
in the
but
New
before you do, I have a suspicion that you might be pulling out verses where women are venerated, where women are lifted up. If you're going to do that, I would say don't, because I'm not arguing that at no point in this text are women spoken about in a positive way. I don't care if they are. If I chuck my son down the stairs in the morning, throw water over him and lock him in the basement for a few hours, and then I take him out for a milkshake in the afternoon, I'm still a shit father. Right? So I don't care if there are nice verses elsewhere in the Bible that say how important women are and whatever. That's the nature. That's what an abusive relationship looks like. You're nice some of the time and you're not nice some of the time.
While I completely understand what you just said, however, that is actually what I'm trying to treat. I'm trying to paint the actual character of God for you, and not that. I'm trying to make you see beyond what you had read. That's what I'm trying to do. That's not the actual the character of God was not portrayed in the text you just read the way you assume it is. Now, the scriptures. We thank God that the scripture is actually well documented and complete.
Do you think
The Bible
do
says
you think
that
a woman should have to marry the person who rapes her?
I don't think so, but however, in the laws of Moses, there were such things, and something good can come out of that. In that you don't have
Nothing
to.
good can come out of making a woman marry the person who rapes her. And here it is in the book of Deuteronomy again.
Why would you
So
say
many
that?
riches
That
in the
is
book
your
of
own
Deuteronomy.
interpretation.
If a
That's your
man
own
meets a virgin
opinion.
who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, seizing and lying with is another way of saying grape, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife, presumably so he can carry on graping her for the rest of her life. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So she's stuck with him. Now, I suppose you're going to tell me that this also doesn't reflect the attitude of God to women. This is, what do you think about this? Is this an acceptable way to organize a society?
Not so right. This is, like I said earlier, this is actually the law of Moses.
Yes.
And it was not perfect, right? It
It's the
wasn't
law.
perfect.
When
That
you
is
call it the
why
law of Moses, it's the
it
law
wasn't
of
practical.
Moses delivering what God wants. Let's not get it twisted here. Moses didn't write the laws; he just read them out.
No. So that was what I
Yes.
please. That was what I said. You have to look at the Bible from a broader lens. So
Are
if
you
you keep
no, sorry, I just, before we start looking at broader lenses, I want us to be specific about the things we're talking about. Are you suggesting God made a bad law?
These are the laws of Moses. If you hear Jesus
Who
Christ
created
speaking
this
in the
law?
New Testament,
Who created this law?
please a moment. I'm getting there now. I'm getting there. You're going to get what I'm trying to say. When you look at Jesus Christ talk about some of
No,
these laws,
we're not
you
talking
will
about
see
Jesus Christ. We're talking about the laws here from God. And I want to ask you again, did God create
but
a
Jesus
bad
Christ is
law
God.
or a good
That's
law
the
with
issue
this?
now.
I don't care about Jesus for the
That is
moment.
the issue now.
Sorry?
Jesus Christ is God.
No,
Jesus
not
Christ
talking
is
about
God.
Jesus. We'll talk about Jesus in a minute, and it won't help you. But I want to know, is this law a good law or a bad law? To force a woman who's raped to marry her attacker, is it a good law or a bad law?
I would say it depends.
It
It
does.
depends
It
on
depend.
how
What
the
does it depend on? What
no,
are the
no, this is my
circumstances in
opinion.
which
Let me
it would be
yes,
good
let
to
me
force
explain.
her?
Yes, let me explain why I think it depends. So in this case now, the man does not have the opportunity to marry another person. He has to stick with her. He cannot just I think the idea is that you are not just going to condemn her, you are not just going to abandon her after you've done that to her. She has to be your responsibility.
Are
That's
you
why
out of
that
your
scripture
mind?
says that,
He's just
that
raped
he will
her.
not be he will not be
Listen to
permitted
yourself. Listen to
to do that
yourself.
the way.
Dude, listen to yourself. He's just sexually assaulted her. Sort of dealing with the TikTok gods. He's just sexually assaulted her. He's the last person in the world she's going to want to look after her. There are people in here, I'm telling you right now, there are people in this chat right now who are victims of this kind of thing, who are listening to you saying that you think that she should be his responsibility.
So now
That is
you're trying to
completely
make me a
nuts.
villain now. You're trying to make me a villain now, and I was not even in those days. All I'm just saying is that um, it's not necessarily the act in itself is terrible. I'm not advocating for that. God forbid.
So
I'm
God
not
did make
that.
a bad law then. So God did make a bad law. Agreed?
I'm coming. Look, whether it's a good law or a bad law is not. It's not written to me. It's not a law that I'm under. And
I'm
like I said,
asking
that
you
it's
for your opinion about it because we're talking about God's nature, right? You asked me when you came in, why am I saying that God hates women? And my answer is very clear, is that his treatment of women and his legislation regarding women reflects a deep hatred of women, or at the very least, the view that women are somehow fundamentally less worthy and less worthwhile and less valuable than men because they're treated differently. And so I'm showing you examples of this happening, and I just want you to own it. This is a law from God.
In any of these things are not yet from God. Like the things the examples you've cited most so far are not God's direct instructions.
I beg your pardon?
That's what I've been
Are you
trying to say.
familiar that in the book of Deuteronomy, about every other paragraph, it says, "So saith the Lord"? These are absolutely these are God's laws dictated to Israel by Moses. Who else wrote them?
I was about to clarify that. That was when I mentioned Jesus. But you said that you don't want
This
me
was
to talk
this was
about
1,000 years before Jesus.
that.
Jesus is nothing to do with this. I'm sorry to be talking over you. I don't mean to be, but we're not pivoting to Jesus.
If Jesus is God, then he does.
It has nothing to do with Jesus. Jesus is irrelevant to this.
Does, though. No, he is very relevant to this.
It's irrelevant to this. All the people who suffered under these laws, dude, the people who'd been suffered under these laws had been dead for centuries before Jesus was born. Jesus is irrelevant to this. So I want to talk about the moral value of these. We're not going to pivot to Jesus yet.
Before the laws. He walked this earth before the laws.
He didn't.
It was written. Jesus Christ said, before Abraham was, I am.
Okay.
He said it with his own mouth.
That's fine, but that's not relevant because he didn't play a part in any of this. And if you think he
is,
did,
though,
it makes
Jesus
it
is
even
God.
worse because according to that, then we're going to blame Jesus for these laws. Then, if he was around before Abraham, that means he wrote these laws. So, okay, let's call these Jesus's laws rather than Moses's laws. That's fine. We'll call these the Jesus laws from now on.
You know what I'm about to say. You just don't want me to say it. Why? Why do I think you don't want me to say what I want to say? Why? Why do I think?
I want you to own this stuff, and it sounds to me like you're trying very hard not to.
I can't own it. I'm not Moses.
No, I
I'm
mean
not
you.
most
I mean
restrictive.
you have to own it morally. Look, do you want a demonstration of what not owning it looks like? This is what not owning it looks like. I read that law and I go, bloody hell, that's awful. That's absolutely disgusting. I would not want to have anything to
Okay,
do with that.
that's
That is
awful. That is
immoral. Are
disgusting.
you able to do that?
And that is ungodly. That is ungodly.
Are
I've
you
said that
able to? Are
already.
you able to condemn this law or not?
I just did that. I just did that. I condemn it. It's very,
Okay.
very bad.
Okay, good. So that's good. So you've agreed that God
And that
makes.
is one of many that Jesus himself condemned.
Well, remember, you just argued that Jesus was around before Abraham. So these are going to be called the Jesus laws from now on. So Jesus law
They are not the
number
Jesus laws.
22,
That's the
28
issue.
says that a woman has to marry her rapist. Why would Jesus make a law
He's
like
still
this?
he's still claiming Moses went rogue and
Jesus.
wasn't actually portraying God's laws,
Ah,
which
so
is completely counter to.
that's just that's a post-textual theological breakdance. There's nothing in the Bible that says that Moses was out there making up his own laws and fraudulently crediting them to God when it says, "So saith the Lord." And the thing is, if you're going to be that fast and loose with the Old Testament that you're willing to say when it gave the Mosaic laws, it wasn't actually from God, then you might as well throw the whole book out. And if you're going to throw the whole book out, then Jesus wasn't a Messiah, and which we know he wasn't anyway. But the purpose of the Old Testament is to set up the narrative for the New Testament. But if we're torching the Old Testament, then why should we care about Jesus?
Okay, now I'm about to tell you why you should care about him. That's the entire point of this
You really
conversation.
wanted
In fact,
to get
that
onto
was
Jesus,
why
I know. Okay.
I came to this life. And the reason why that is important is because you must spot the disclaimers that God made in the person of Jesus when it came to these laws. One of the instances is to be stoned to death by when a woman is caught in adultery. And you saw what he did in that other point in John 8.
No,
He said,
actually,
"He
that
who is
point in John 8, Jesus was not repudiating the stoning to death of adulteresses. He was just saying in this particular instance, the law can't be properly implemented because the man who did it wasn't there too. He was not saying
that was not what he meant.
more stoning to
That
death.
was not what he meant.
He
That
was
was
not
not what
doing
he
that.
meant.
It was.
What he meant was that you cannot make such judgments on people. You cannot
Right.
condemn people.
But he
However,
wasn't
he
saying that the
condemned
law
people.
doesn't count anymore. He might have just been saying in this particular instance, it can't be implemented properly. That's
That
what
is
he was
one of
saying.
many. There is another instance where he was asked about divorce. He said, and I quote, Moses told you, or he said, in the times of old, you were told.
I know.
There is a disclaimer there.
Yeah.
At this point, he was not saying God said. He was saying Moses said.
Right.
And that is
Yeah,
what
well,
I'm talking about.
So
yeah,
let's
and
leave.
if I tell John, hey, go say this thing to your neighbor. Yes, it's John saying it, but he's relaying my message. Like as a Christian, not to acknowledge that Moses was relaying God's message is lunacy. And I'll look it up if I think it'll help. But I explicitly remember reading passages where God is actually telling Moses to pass these laws along.
Oh, he absolutely does. And Kilo Whiskey in the YouTube chat rightly points out that John 8 was added in the 5th century. This was a bolt-on, buddy. And now let's look at another verse then. If we want to lean into, let's have the New Testament time. So if we're going to have the New Testament time, then we're going to look at this, right? Do you think that wives should be subject to their husbands?
Should be submissive to that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Do you really think there's nothing wrong with that? Because I would submit there's a lot wrong with telling women that they have to submit to their husbands.
Okay, what is wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that women are equal human beings to men, and people should not be commanded to submit to anybody. Why should a wife submit to a husband? The fact that you're asking that explains to me why you're unable to see. Hang on a second, I'm speaking at the moment. The fact that you're asking that explains why you're unable to see that the Bible is misogynistic and that this text clearly hates women. The fact that you don't see a problem with that is really, really revealing. I mean, do you think that women should be allowed to teach men?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. So
No, I asked a
This, the
question.
Bible never
I asked you a
said.
question. Do you think that women
Wait
should
a
be allowed
moment.
to teach
Let me
men?
react to the fourth claim you made. You know, you asserted something towards me. At least it's like you attacked my character, which I'm nothing like that.
I'm not attacking your
You know,
character. I'm saying the
and the
fact that
Bible,
you
and you
said.
misrepresented the Bible also. You
Hang on.
misrepresented the Bible. The Bible never said women should be subject to men.
I beg your
The
pardon?
Bible never said that.
The
What
Bible never
says
said
is
that.
Literal,
Are you sure?
he
be
just read
subject
it to you.
Wives be subject to your
Be
husbands.
subject to your own husband.
Yeah.
It is in the context of marriage. It
Yes,
is
in the
not
context of marriage, that it's remarkable that you can't see a problem with that. Why should a
Now,
wife
Should you
be subject
Bam?
to her
Should
husband?
you be subject to your wife? Should you be your wife's subject? Would you be okay with that if there was a law that said that you have to be the subject of your wife?
if I were if that were the Christian tenet and I'm a Christian, I'm going to submit to that. Why not?
Right.
Besides, the scripture says we should be subject one to another anyway.
So let's go back to the
And
question
please,
I
let me
asked
say
you
something.
before, because
Let's
I
go
feel
back
you
to
didn't
that.
answer
Let
it.
me go back to the scripture.
My friend,
Let me go
we're
back to
gonna
that
go
scripture.
back to the question I asked you before, which was, do you think that women should be allowed
Yes,
to
yes, but
teach
let's go back to that
men?
scripture. Let us see what was demanded of the man.
Do,
Let's see what was demanded of the man
do you think that women
for
should be
the
allowed
wife.
to
Let's see what
teach
was demanded of the husband for the wife.
men?
Bam,
That same
his
that same
question,
scripture.
please.
I'd really love an answer to
Let's
That's
this.
a
see what
yes
was
or no.
demanded of the husband.
Sorry?
Because
Bam, that's
when
a
we
yes
say
or
this,
no.
please a moment. When we say these things, we make it look like God was asking something outrageous from the woman. You need to see what was demanded from the
Hang on.
husband.
I'm
The
not sure
husband was
you
not
understood what's going on here. I've actually asked you a really simple question. I just asked you a really simple question because you were the one who wanted to talk about Jesus in the New Testament and leave all the Old Testament barbarity behind. So I've granted you that wish. So now we're in the New Testament world, and I'm asking you if you think that it's okay for women to be able to teach men. And the answer to that would be yes, I think it's okay for women to teach men, or no, I don't think women should be allowed to.
But we are just jumping around. We need to treat one at a time.
We're jumping around because we're building a pattern here, which is showing a case. It's making an accumulative. Come on, let's listen to each other. We're making a cumulative case for the fact that this book is misogynistic. So again, I'm going to ask you. I really would love an answer to this. Do you think that women should be allowed to teach men?
Women are allowed to teach men in the scriptures.
No,
do you think they should be?
He said in scripture. He said in the scripture they're allowed to be. Didn't you read what he put up?
Let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. She is to keep silent. How can you read this in your own Bible and then say with a straight face that this book is not misogynistic?
There is a context to these things that you're raising.
What's the context that makes it okay for women to be told they have to keep silent? What's the context? Give us the context then. Okay.
Look, you may have your own prejudice towards the Bible, but at least you must be open to explanation too.
Yeah. He's given you the floor. What's the context?
A moment. We've left one. Now we are in another. Before I start talking 2 seconds, we will bring another scripture. Let us treat one at a time. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
there are answers to all these things, and they are not so complex. And I promise you are misunderstanding every single one of them.
Sure, I am. Give us the context.
Can we go back to Ephesians 6 first? Let me treat that, then we'll come here. Because I have to build a foundation for my argument also.
You want to look at this one again?
Yes, please. Okay. I believe, do you have maybe an amplified version? Something simpler that can be easily comprehended?
This
maybe
says,
amplified.
wives be subject to your husbands. What's hard to comprehend about that?
No. We need to understand words. There is word study in Bible interpretation. There's word study. We need to understand what subject means. If it means to be, or just click on that A sign there. Just click on it. Let us see what subject means.
What, here?
Does that mean that the woman is subjugated? That's not what it means. That's definitely not what it
No,
means.
I can't find the thing that you're looking for. So you're basically saying you're basically saying that this is a linguistic problem, and that when it said wives be subject to your husband, and that every translation of the Bible, all the different versions, all are variations on that theme, even if they're slight semantic variations, they all don't really mean that. Is that your context?
No, what I said was that there are translations that are easier to read for people. I am okay with this translation because I'm learned in it, but many are not. And sometimes when you see some words used, you might take offense in it and assume meanings that the scripture doesn't actually mean. But the
Right.
people it was written to, they understood what it meant. But in our days, the use of those words can be offensive. So
Right.
when we use simpler translations, it's just easier to understand. That's what I'm saying.
So your
It
claim
doesn't mean
is that these verses, and it's not just that one, that these verses don't actually mean what it says they mean, right? And how about 1
it
Corinthians
means what it
11
says it
that
means.
says,
I'm just saying
"Indeed,
that.
man was not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman for the
Now
sake of
we are
man."
in another
Is
scripture.
that another
Now we are in another
problem with
scripture.
translation?
We are in another scripture. Can we take one at a time? They all
No,
have
because the thing
explanation.
is, if you're going to make the case that it's a translation error, then you have to build the preposterous case that all of these verses have all been mistranslated, despite the fact that every available version of the Bible
never said
says that they mean these
mistranslation.
things.
I never mentioned mistranslation in my submission. I said understanding and use of words. It's not a translation problem. The meanings don't change,
Right.
but they change in the minds of the reader based on their society, their culture. You may be
So it's nothing to
reading
do with the
into it what
translation.
I'm not saying.
It's to do with the social the societal context of the time they were written, right?
This is not getting anywhere if we are not understanding each other. So if you're not going to see me as at
I
least
looked
if
up
you're not going to see me
the word subject, by the way.
please if so far I've sounded ignorant, then maybe I can be pushed off. But if to you I've sounded like at least I know what I'm saying, you
No,
should give me the benefit of the doubt.
you don't
And
sound ignorant, but you do sound like you're making excuses for the inexcusable.
I'm not though.
You are.
It is there. You're
You've
not
already
reading it. I said it's good for something simpler,
you've already
something
tried
that
to
can be better
find.
understood.
Hang on. You've already tried to find post-textual theological copes for the laws of Moses not actually being from God, which is a ludicrous position to take. And then when we move out of the Old Testament and into the New Testament, first you say that the problem with this is it needs to be a simpler text or something. A simpler. I can't remember exactly what the phrase you used was, but it made it sound like you were saying that it was a problem with the language. And then you said it isn't a problem with the language, it's to do with the social context.
It's not a problem with the book. It's a problem with your understanding of what you're reading.
It's my
so
understanding.
I'm trying to get to something that will make you better understand it.
Right. The
I'm
problem
trying to help
it's
you
it's my
understand it
lack
if
of
you really
understanding.
want to
So the PhD theologians, not theologians, but I've got a friend on here, Dr. Todd Phillips, who's was a pastor in a mega church. He agrees that these texts mean what they say.
That
Guy's got.
doesn't mean that doesn't mean that doesn't
Is he got a problem with his understanding too?
If he says that verse is talking about subjugating women, then he definitely doesn't understand what is written there.
Bam, if you yourself haven't studied the original language and whatnot, you're not in a position to say it's out of context.
But I have to.
You have? Okay. What's the word for? Then why are you asking the question of what subject means in Greek instead of
It's not for me. I understand what it means. It's for you guys that are putting in meanings that are not there. I'm trying to explain it to you. I don't want to say it with my mouth. I'm saying put another translation and read it.
Okay, let me give you a different perspective on this. Hang on, let me give a bit of a reset, okay? And we'll pull this to an end in a minute. But for another reset on this, let's imagine I take you at face value and say the intended meaning of these verses was completely different. It didn't mean subjugation. It didn't mean that women come after men. It didn't mean any of that stuff. It was just had a different, much more benign meaning for reasons. Let's say I grant you that for a minute. The problem is that these texts have been used as a justification for subjugating women for hundreds of years. So
I agree with you.
Right? That's the problem. So we then have the problem where the all-powerful God, who presumably invigilated the creation of these writings in some way, would have known that being worded in this way would result in them being used as a justification for the mistreatment of women for centuries. Millions of women have been made miserable by these writings. So even if the original intent was different, it suggests some kind of problem here, doesn't it?
What you're doing now is you're blaming God for the actions of men. Men are men.
Men are men, and God is completely powerless to stop a book being written in his name, disseminated to billions of people over centuries. There's nothing he can do about it. It sounds pretty pathetic.
We that have the understanding exist, though. We that have understanding exist. But it is sad that many people have their own assumptions and want the Bible to stick to their assumption. And here I'm just trying to be open-minded here. Honestly, I'm trying to be as honest as I can. I just said, okay, let us check something simpler. Even we Christians, we do multiple translations. Why don't you want to do that?
Bam, if we read a verse that was flattering to Jesus or propped up women or elevated women in any sort of way in the plain language, in the plain reading, you would say, yes, that is exactly what it says. But whenever we come across something that's unflattering or problematic, you say that's out of context without being able to explain how it's out of context, not knowing original Hebrew or Greek yourself. You don't have a scholarly education in this stuff, but you suddenly object to translations only when it's unflattering to your God or to Jesus. And by the way, I looked up because you said, well, what does the word subject mean? And so I looked up in original Greek the word that was actually used in Ephesians 5:22. And I'm probably butchering the pronunciation because I don't speak Greek, but it's hupotasso, if I said that correctly. And it means to arrange under, subordinate, or voluntarily submit to authority. So exactly. It means what? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the translation
why doesn't
that
it
we
say
are looking at.
Husbands, submit to your wives. If it's that hunky dory, if it's that kumbaya.
Are you oppressed in your office by your boss? You being under authority of your boss, does that mean he's oppressing you? Is that what it means?
Okay. Here's the nub of it. Here's the nub of it, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be oppression to be unacceptable, right? There doesn't need to be an assumption that oppression is going on here to say that it's not okay, to say that a woman is of lesser status. Because if you go and work in a company for your boss, two things are understood. One is your boss is not oppressing you, and the other is that you are of a lesser status in that company than your boss. And that's okay, because the power structure in a company is designed that way. It is hierarchical. There is not equality within the employment structure of staff in a company. It is presumed that there should be equality in a marriage between two people, in a relationship between two people, unless you're a misogynist, in which case it's completely fine for it to be assumed that the woman will take a subordinate role to the husband, even if he's not oppressing her.
Okay, can I ask you, so you believe organizations should have structures, but marriage shouldn't?
I don't.
Yeah,
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that marriages should be based on equality, and that there shouldn't be a hierarchy between a man and a woman. That's a ludicrous.
Just like some businesses are co-owned. Bam. Some businesses. Hold on. Hold on, Bam. Some businesses are co-owned. It's a partnership where they run the business together. Hey, you're good at these things. I'm good at these things. I'll handle this. You handle that. No one is in charge of the other. And it's hunky-dory. It works fine. Sometimes you have conflict. that's the same in marriages, but it's definitionally misogyny when you think the man should always be in charge and the woman
Everything
should
you said happens in the
suborn
marriage.
herself to the man. That's just
Everything you
by
just said happens
definition
in the marriage.
misogynistic.
No. Everything you just said happens in the marriage. Everything you said happens in the marriage. It's not like maybe the when a man when a woman is subject to the man doesn't imply that okay the woman is inferior or
Is
or
the
less
man
important.
subject to the woman
No,
then?
it doesn't. Yeah. So is the man subject to the woman?
Show me the verse where it says that. Husbands, be subject to your wives. Please find me the verse if it's that hunky dory.
However, I can't show you that, but I can show you the scripture that says be subject to one another. It's in the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Be subject to one
that's fine.
another.
As I said, the fact that you can find some nice verses doesn't get away from the fact that there is a consistent theme in this collection of books.
Can I show you one more verse? Can I show you one more verse?
Not today, because we've been on for 41 minutes and it's a long call, so we're going to tie it up here.
But it will be fair to allow me at least a closing. It will be fair to allow me.
You can have your closing if it's less than a minute.
It's less than a minute. Can you just display Galatians chapter 3 verse 28?
I mean, as I said, finding one verse which isn't completely horrible doesn't remove the problem of the verses that are completely horrible. That's a fallacious way to look at this.
That's okay. I just want to use it as a closing. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free.
Yeah.
There is no longer male and female.
Yeah.
For all of you are one in Christ Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, the message there is it gave people higher status and lower status in pairs, showing that one is higher status than the other, including man and woman, free and slave. In that context, that's actually showing the opposite. It's just saying Jesus is so high and mighty that it doesn't matter if your status is high, like a free man, or a slave, a low man, high like a man, low like a woman. You are all equal in the eyes of Jesus. It's actually confirming higher status of men.
Okay, we're going to move it along because we are done for now. It's been a long call and we've covered a lot of ground, and I don't want you to feel that we're censoring you, but I think there's a feeling amongst there's a feeling amongst our friends in both chats that this conversation has probably run its course for now, because we could easily get into. I think that's one of the most commonly misquoted verses, because it's presented as if it's saying something that I don't think it says, and Sean was right to frame it that way. But I think we could get into another 20-minute discussion about that, and I think that's not going to serve us well. So thank you for coming up to talk to us. I don't think that you've made a case that the Bible is not misogynistic, but we appreciate the dialogue anyway. So thanks and take care. All right. There we go. Okay.
Good question, Radio Spencer. Kind of for next time. But
yeah.
He said, how do Christians explain that men didn't have to prove their virginity if God knows everything?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We're going to bring in Tyler, who's been waiting ages. Then we've got Hayden, and we've got AD after that. Tyler, what's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good. Thanks.
Nice to see you.
I was actually wanting to come up and ask a question to you guys. So just to pose this a topic that isn't on the board.
Sure.
We've often talked about the immorality of hell being the punishments for eternity. On the other side of that coin of the reward punishment system, what about heaven? Mm-hmm. How immoral is heaven?
I don't think it's ever a problem to have too much kindness. I don't think anybody could reasonably be criticized for being too altruistic, too kind, too giving. Like, that's just more of good, less of bad is sort of the I think the healthy way to look at things.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. The aspect of let's say myself and my wife, we perished at the same time and we're separated due to different decisions in life and different consequences. let's say I go to hell, she goes to heaven.
Right.
Yeah.
How is that moral if she loves me intensely and wants to
Yeah.
be with me and she feels that separation?
Oh, horrendous.
Yeah,
Did you see
well,
my video about this a few weeks? It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, T.
I think I may have missed it, actually.
So I basically just said people going into heaven who have loved ones who are going to the other place are either going to forget about them or not care about them. Charming, like delightful, lovely.
Yeah, and how is that good?
It's horrendous.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
horrendous.
It's basically your mind wiping and brainwashing of the soul. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense for a moral, loving God.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's horrific. It's horrific. And
Yeah, I thought you were going to go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, there's no way that I could be in heaven knowing that there are people, even people I don't know, being tortured all the time. For every moment I'm out on the golf course in heaven, there's someone being, tortured elsewhere by the same dude who's running the place where I'm living. Nah. No.
I couldn't. We were talking about this earlier, Tyler. I couldn't be happy, even if nobody I knew was in hell.
Exactly.
Just knowing that complete strangers were suffering every second of every day, such barbarism. I couldn't be happy, and I would absolutely lose my mind if it were somebody I cared about.
Of course, yeah. Any good person would feel that way, and anyone that says otherwise is lying, in my view.
Yeah, completely right. Yeah, it's horrific. Absolutely
Well,
right.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's all I came up to say, honestly.
Thanks, buddy.
no problem.
Good to see you as always.
When you originally brought that up, Tyler, I was going. So some people have come in and tried to say, well, eternal happiness in heaven. Try to frame that as an injustice because what if they don't deserve all that forever happiness type of thing? Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's also the aspect too of is it a shared heaven or is it individual heavens? Because let's say, like, I'm arachnophobic, but if someone who loves spiders goes to heaven and I have to share that, that would not be heaven for me.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a wonderful comment in the YouTube chat from Two Eel Schmiel says a child raping murderer can moments before death accept Jesus and repent, and he gets eternal paradise, presumably alongside the same victims and their parents. That's such a good point.
Exactly.
I mean, that's grim as hell. Yeah.
And
so,
that's the clip notes of Christianity right there. Yeah, just say you're sorry at the end and you're good.
Yeah, horrendous. Thanks, T. Always good to see you, buddy. Thanks for
having me.
All the best, man. Take care. Okie dokie. As promised, we can bring in Hayden next, and we've got AD after that, and then a few more in the queue after that. Hey, Hayden.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Welcome.
I am kind of a Christian. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or Mormon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm good with any four of those. If you care. If you don't care, then I'll pick one.
Well, let's talk about the first one then.
Okay. So let me explain to you what we believe, and then we can talk. All right. So we believe that before you were a spirit before you were born. You have had you had a little bit of effort into kind of what your life would be like. We don't know exactly to what level or how that looks like. And then after you're born, you have your divine nature. So you could be born in the same exact situation as someone else and make completely different choices. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, so no matter what circumstances you're born into, your intentions are more to say kind of more important than if you believe in some other religion. You still have a chance to, after you die, you have the opportunity to be taught and to learn, and then once everybody is resurrected, there's a millennium, 1,000 years where Satan is bound, and you have time to learn, to grow, and to maybe have children or find a wife that you were never able to find, and
or husband.
Yeah. Or husband, yeah. Sorry, I was just from my point of view.
Yeah, but you could find a husband too if you were that way inclined.
Would
that be okay?
No, okay. All right. So that's all right. So we don't believe that. So if you look up a proclamation to the family, that's basically it's like a paragraph. It's like our formal stance on that. We
Which
don't
is?
yeah. I appreciate it. So we don't believe in homosexuality. It's definitely something that we shouldn't shame anybody for. It's we just believe it's a sin like any other sin. Everybody sins, so it's kind of weird to see people shaming homosexual people because they just have like you have your own sins, like Jesus says, like cast the mote out of your own eye.
So if a man loves another man, what should he do?
I think you should turn to the Lord, and
the Lord's not going to hold his hand when he's sick at the end of his life and dying, or give him companionship or share a life with him. No, he won't. It's a different type of thing. Human beings need human beings. Human beings need companionship and human connection, physical connection, intimacy, warmth, affection, companionship. That's a human need. It's a basic, fundamental human need, not much different to the need for food, right? So this is the problem with this, right? You say we don't believe in homosexuality. That's a terrible, terrible, immoral preachment, because some people just are same-sex attracted, and that's who they are, and that's what they are, and expecting them to be different to that is really cruel. It's depriving them of one of the most fundamental things about being human, which is meaningful human connection. So any religious system that denies people the right to just love who they want to love is twisted and horrible and cruel. And I don't think you should want to be part of something that does that.
Well, I love my homosexual brothers and sisters. The church loves my homosexual brothers and sisters. It's there's lots of types of love. There's lots of types of human to human connection and affection that they can receive. Of course, well, it's not like the form of hell that we don't have the same idea of hell that Christians have. So it's definitely not as crazy as you imagine. There's an eternal progression, we believe. So I know it's hard to like I love them, but it's hard to. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's.
I know you're not. But you must understand that this is a horrible doctrine to tell people. It's one thing. It's very easy to say I love my homosexual brothers and sisters, and then quietly follow it with, but I'm going to completely invalidate everything about who they are and how they can live an authentic life.
Well, why is being homosexual their whole identity?
It's not their whole identity, but invalidating that part of it will feel like invalidating all of who they are. I'm not suggesting that there are no other aspects to them, but if somebody said to me, or if someone said to you, imagine if somebody said to you, I love you, you're my brethren and stuff, but you're just not allowed to love the person you love, or we look on it darkly.
You can love them,
or
you can have a great relationship with them, but why? But you don't. But having sexual relations is the sin,
right?
And it's a sin like any other sin.
Terrible thing to tell people, because unfortunately, in the grown-up world, we understand that sexual relations are part of a healthy adult connection. That intimacy, physical intimacy, is a really important part of showing and experiencing and receiving love, and to be able to and to say to somebody, you can do that, but just stay hands off, is horribly cruel. And we have people in the world who live with a lifetime of shame about who and what they are. And that shame is perpetuated by ideas like this that say, love the sinner, hate the sin. It's terrible. It's terrible. Hayden, don't do it.
I agree.
Don't be part of something that promotes that kind of thinking. It's cruel. It's nasty. It destroys lives.
It definitely is hard for them. We teach in our church. We teach that publicly you should defend them at all times. but in private, you should like open up to them and talk with them.
Publicly, you should defend their relationship, or just
No.
tell others don't be mean to them. So
Yeah, exactly.
that's what he's talking
In all
about.
forms. Show
Like
them love.
a romantic connection, a love connection is such an integral, like incredibly important part of the human experience, to have that companionship. And gay people can't just decide to be gay any more than you could choose to be aroused by men. Like it's not something you can choose. And even if it were, there's no I can't for the life of me see why anyone would consider it immoral, except just by a religious dictate. God
Yeah.
says it's bad, therefore it's bad. I've never heard a good secular argument for why gay relationships are immoral.
Well, if you want to, well, okay. So the best secular wise, the best I can come up with is it's inefficient, but but I truly do believe. So I honestly, my argument is secular, is what I'll tell you.
Yeah, so it's inefficient. So if the best you can come up with is it's inefficient, you have to know that really it's just a religious dogma that gay relationships are bad, and that there's nothing that has to do with well-being or good of society. There's nothing.
Well,
like gay people having I think it's immoral to tell them their relationship is an abomination. Like what
terrible.
that does to people
It's terrible.
is awful.
It's terrible. Anyway, dude,
Yeah,
I think we're going to move on because.
I mean, this isn't our normal.
We could switch topics if you want, but if not, that's okay.
I think we'll move on. We'll move on for now. I want you to just sit in thinking about this one for a bit, because this doesn't deserve to be glossed over and moved on from. And I'm not blaming you for the fact that this is Mormon doctrine. That's not your fault. But you don't have to buy into a system which is so cruel. And what you're describing there, you can wrap it up in all the loving words you like and put a nice tie on it. That's horrible. It is dehumanizing, and it's cruel, and it's really, really, really nasty. And you don't sound like
we
a
have to
horrible,
control our flesh. We have to control our urges.
Well, there
that
you
means
go.
different things for different people. God loves you.
Yeah. Okay.
And Thor loves you, buddy.
Yeah, that was an unnecessary passive aggressive Theo drop at the end there. We have to control our urges, and God loves you. Okay. Grim. Absolutely grim. Grim.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, on your that's the first time I can remember we've delved into like a social issue like that. You're good with that when that comes up to address it?
Oh, completely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Okay.
To tell people
Good.
that they can't authentically live who they are, because I just think it's a really cruel. It's terrible. Okay, we're going to bring in AD, who's been waiting for ages. So we thank you for your patience. And then we've got a few more in the queue, including we've seen who's in the queue. Sean. Hey, AD. How are you?
Hi, how are you? All right?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Good. What would you like to talk about?
I want to talk about myself, to be honest. Like, what was I going to say? You lot were talking about. I'm a Muslim that was born in Britain. Yeah.
Is there any chance you can get any closer to your microphone, because you're a little quiet?
Sorry, yeah.
That's right.
I said I'm a Muslim that was born in Britain. My dad came here in 1989.
Okay.
I was born in 98.
Okay.
I'm the only one of my siblings that were born here. All of the rest of my siblings are way older, man. They were born in Turkey.
Okay.
Yeah. And what I was trying to say is like what my mom was trying to say about the gay thing. You know, the guy that I was talking before?
Yes.
In my culture, that's not allowed to be gay, obviously. You know what I mean? As a Muslim.
Yes, that's idiotic. Yeah, carry on. If someone is gay, they are gay. You can't say it's not allowed
I'm not saying,
to be gay.
No, I'm just trying to... No, listen, I'm not saying nothing wrong. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that.
Okay.
What the hell? I'm just trying to say that in my culture they don't allow that.
I got you. He's explaining
Okay.
Muslim culture. He's not
Okay.
speaking for
I
himself.
shall withdraw my red flag. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
That's very sad. That's very sad the way you approached me.
No, I was
because
just. To be honest, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I was feeling a bit prickly after the last
Yeah,
conversation.
but no, it's just a thing that you lot got about Muslim people. You just had the thought of it in your mind that I'm going to talk something like that.
I was feeling defensive about gay rights after the last caller.
This is where the problem is.
Who wasn't a Muslim?
People thinking like
he was a Mormon.
You just thinking that.
He was a Mormon, not a Muslim.
This isn't an issue with Islam. It's an issue with bigotry. So I just get a little triggered when people are so overtly that way. So forgive me for being a little defensive and quick to act. So you were saying in that culture, being gay is frowned upon.
Yeah, basically. And I'm not a Sunni Muslim. I'm an Alevi Muslim.
Right.
If you know what Alevi is, I don't know if you know what that
I
is.
don't. I only know Sunni and Shia. I don't know what Alabi means.
I'm Alevi. We believe in Ali, like more well like Ali. You know, we believe in Muhammad as well, but more like we're more Ali as well. Like Ali, Alevis more believe in Ali.
Right.
Okay.
Do you think it's okay to marry children?
Definitely not.
Okay. Did Muhammad marry a child?
Definitely not. Pardon?
Did Muhammad marry a child?
I can't say what Muhammad done because I was not there them days.
Is it widely understood that Muhammad's wife Aisha was 6 years old when married and 9 years old when consummated?
My friend, I don't know if that's true.
It's in the Hadith.
I don't know if that would be true, but I believe if that's true, not a 9-year-old. It doesn't say that, not 9.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I'm not Sunni Muslim, as I said. I'm not.
I
I
got
don't
you.
know properly. I'm not gonna say I know. I won't say I know, and I won't lie.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't really know, but like, I won't back the fact that I will never say marrying a little kid is right.
Okay.
I believe it's wrong.
So if it turns out he did do that, would you condemn it?
Yeah, I would say it's wrong.
Okay.
All right.
Good
Good.
for you.
We're on the same page.
Good for you. Just checking. I'm sorry, I'm still spicy after the last call. I need to calm down. This is about as spicy as I get.
Adi, if I'm pronouncing, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Is there anything on the prompt you want to address? Or anything you want to talk about?
I don't think anyone. No, like, I was just like I'm a Muslim, and I guess you lot are Christians.
No, we're atheists. We're atheists.
AD. There's a lot of background noise. It sounds like you're in the kitchen or something. There's a lot of background noise.
I think
people in the chat are saying things.
Sorry, my friend.
That's all right. I think we might maybe move on. Unless there's a specific issue, unless there's a specific issue you wanted to raise, because it feels a little meandering at the moment.
No, it's all right. You lot can move on.
Okay.
All right.
There we go. Bringing in Kiwi Truffle. Great name. Hi, Kiwi.
Hello.
Hi.
I actually just had a really quick question, and
Sure.
it kind of holds hands with both hell is ridiculous and God hates women.
Awesome.
Do you think the Christian doctrine grooms young women to being victims and grooms young men into being abusers because of the examples of God's love?
I don't know about the examples of God's love, but there are certainly verses that promote sort of a misogynistic mind frame. I've seen this firsthand because I joined a Facebook group that was specifically for Christian men, not to troll them, but I was polite and I never debated any theology on there, but really to observe, kind of like I wanted to see things from their perspective. And so there were two things that came up quite a bit: marital problems and please help me. I can't stop with adult content online, if you know what I'm saying. Those are the two things that came up the most. And a lot of the marital advice was all about you need to take charge, be the leader of the home, that sort of thing, sort of misogynistic inputs. But I want to be careful. Not every Christian is a misogynist, but I do think the teachings in the Bible encourage and promote and validate misogynistic ideology when it comes to marriage.
I can definitely see that. The reason, or rather, what I was saying in regards to the examples of God's love is you can have these horrible verses and somebody will still respond, but God is good. God still loves you.
Yeah, of course. We've had it tonight already.
Right. And I'm just going to throw it out there. If God didn't want people to be gay, I don't think people would be gay.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I also just had one other quick question.
Sure.
And that was, since nobody chooses what they believe, they for a fact cannot choose to believe, because I've tried and can't.
Right.
But do you think that it's easier to stop believing, or do you think it's going to be easier to begin to believe? Because there are definitely like the born again Christians that go from not believing into suddenly believing. Which one do you think is easier?
I suspect that the path into belief is quicker than the path out of belief. Doesn't necessarily mean it's easier, and I could be proved wrong on this, and I'm sure there's probably sociological research on this. I'd be interested to know if there is, but my suspicion, I'd love to know from anyone who knows about this stuff, who's better acquainted with the literature than me, but I would suspect that there are people who find their way into a faith very quickly. Like come down and hang out with the people at the church, and then suddenly you're with them, and then you're doing a couple of things. And we've all seen it. We've all seen the people who like get love bombed into a church, and suddenly they're there and they're in it, and it can happen very quickly. I think once you're in it, to get out of it is a much more difficult process. It requires disentangling a lot more than is required to disentangle to get into it. So I'm not sure about whether it's easier. I
think it just depends on the person.
I think it does.
It really depends on the person and all their priors and how their mind works, etc. But I totally agree with John, and that was actually really, I think, accurate framing. You could get love bombed into whichever religion in the church, and it can happen rather quickly. The other thing to keep in mind too is not just the difficulty itself, but the psychological difficulty. When somebody's whole life surrounds it, it's not just more difficult. I think when you have that constant, you're going to church every week and you keep getting that constant reaffirming and social proof of your beliefs.
Yeah.
But so it can be more difficult to get out of it, but also not just difficult in a literal sense, but like emotionally difficult, and the psychological difficult, and the problems that happen in your life for people who have really been entangled their entire life around their religion and the church.
Yeah. And Kay in the chat made a really good point, because a lot of indoctrination, of course, happens to children who haven't got fully developed brains, and the defenses are down, and their sponge is soaking it up. So I suspect the path in is easier cognitively than the path out, I think.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, especially considering if you suddenly stop believing, you lose the entire community you had previously.
Yeah.
But
Right.
if you begin believing, you gain a new community, if nothing else.
I think that's a really, really well observed point. In fact, I think that pretty much answers your question.
Yeah, and then another thing I just remembered, there's the thought stoppers too, the fear of hell. saying any doubts, it's the devil whispering in your ear. Those types of things can also be thought stoppers. But interestingly, maybe we're wrong because religion is shrinking overall as a percentage of the population. And maybe both things are true. It's harder to get out, but yet religion is still shrinking.
Well, we're heading in the right direction. Let's hope. Let's hope. Yeah, Kiwi, lovely to talk to you. Thank you for coming up to share your views and your insights and ask really good questions. We appreciate that.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one thing real quick.
Sure.
I hope more people lead with their lives with curiosity, compassion, and gentle acceptance.
We agree.
Wise words.
We agree.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that.
All right, you can drop me down.
All right. All the best. Take care. Okay. We will probably get Baku in for some more questions after we speak to Yazan. Hi, Yazan. You're in.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everything?
Yeah, everything
Doing well, thank you.
Is very good indeed. What would you like to address or talk about?
Actually, I'm willing to talk about anything, but your main topic seems like about religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I choose one of these or just answer freely?
It's up. It's up to you. And are you? Do you believe in a god or multiple gods, or are you an atheist?
Actually, I was born and raised in, in Middle East, so I'm
Okay.
surrounded with these worn out dogma.
I got you.
The
You don't have
people
to
here
say. You don't have to say. But if you don't mind,
yeah.
can I ask which country? And please feel free to say you don't want to say, if you prefer not to.
Actually, I don't want to mention the country because
Perfectly fine.
People here are so radical and extremist toward anyone who wants to speak out of their mind.
I understand.
We get
totally
you.
understand.
We get you. We
And
would
stay safe
never,
out there.
Yeah, exactly. We would never want you to endanger yourself in any way at all.
Okay, we have this rigid mindset that led people to intellectual inertia, and I'm just trying to get out here. I'm aiming to work abroad, but unfortunately I didn't get the right chance by now.
Right.
But I would say people are clinging on a regulation or specification or criteria just in order to believe that life is perpetual. At some point when you just passed away, you will be able to live again. That is, they believe, or maybe they call it like Islamic criteria. And they just went crazy against anyone who opposed these criteria.
Yeah.
So let me read the choices. I will go with the first choice.
Sure.
Yeah, it is rational and very logically. So nobody chooses what they believe. Actually, once I was born, they jotted down on my national card. You know what? We have a national card, and they wrote down what they want without your permission.
Yeah.
They just wrote it down. That religion. I didn't even ask them to do so.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you had a religious identity assigned to you when you were born, which was is that
Yeah.
you're saying when you were born? Yeah.
Yes.
Which of course would be the religious identity of your parents normally,
Yes.
which is a bit silly.
Definitely.
But what we actually mean by this is something a little more profound than that. So this is not just saying that people inherit the religion of their culture or their parents or their environment. It's actually a bit more profound. It's that anything you believe about anything, you didn't choose to believe. So even somebody who loses their religion, somebody who walks away from a religion at some point, whether they're 10 years old or 15 years old or 50 years old, they didn't become a non-believer because they chose to. They became a non-believer because they became aware that they weren't persuaded anymore by these things that perhaps used to persuade them. And that whatever you believe or don't believe is always the end process. It's the end result of a process that happens in your brain where you're evaluating a claim and trying to figure out whether you find it convincing or not. And if you don't find it convincing, then you can't believe it. And if you do find it convincing, then you can't help but believe it. So in our culture, we talk about belief like it's an action, and our language is set up. We've got phrases like I refuse to believe, or I want to believe, or I'm choosing to believe. That's all nonsense. You can only believe that of which your mind has become convinced. And so that's why
actually.
why we say this, and it causes big problems for theological systems that say, well, what's going to happen to you after you die is going to depend on whether you believed the right things or not, because clearly that's morally ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, I want to add a comment on that. You said that they determine your religion like when you like 10 years or 12 years. That was completely wrong. They determine it actually once you have like 1 day age. You don't even have the conscience, and they determine it.
Yes.
And what's ironically is in our religion Bible there is a quote, and the quote say like, if you are following such a religion and you just someday by somehow decided to pause and to change, you know what? You should immediately get murdered.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are quite a few commandments against apostasy in the Quran and in the Hadith. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I have been searching for a while, and I just found out that there is no freedom. Actually, it's like a terrorist sense. There is no logic.
Yazan, I just want to tell you that I admire your courage and your intellectual integrity to really think about these things with all the society pressure and everything around you, wherever you happen to be, and be able to use your mind and free your mind with everything that is around you. And I just want to say I admire that, and I hope you meet all
I
your
appreciate
goals.
it.
Yeah, and I hope you're looking for work abroad. I hope you find it, and I really wish the best for you.
Well said, Sean.
Thank
There's
you very much.
a few people in both chats, YouTube and TikTok, have basically said exactly the same.
There is yes. There is also one thing, like, do you believe a 50 years old person who had a sex with 9 years old girl and you just follow him? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you?
No.
It's terrible. Yeah, it's unforgivable. So yep, we agree with you on everything, and we're really glad you came in and
yeah,
come say
shared
hi
your
again.
story with us.
Let us know how you're getting on, and if you manage to to get away from where you are to somewhere a little bit more relaxed, and come and tell us about it. That's definitely something we would want to know. So if you manage to find work elsewhere and you manage to make a move, please come back and let us know you're doing okay.
Sure, sure.
All right.
May I ask you, where are you from? You see, like, you're British, right?
I'm in the UK and Sean's in the US.
Actually, I love UK people so much.
Well,
I'm in the US, and I will understand if you don't, if you're watching the news, if you don't feel the same. But yeah.
Good stuff.
I want to say one something to you. You guys are allowing those people. You have 6 million people in the United States, right? 6 million of them. They have that fanaticism. They have that radical extremist mindset, and you just allow them to live like among you.
Well, when Muslims in the West I've been to the Middle East a number of times, and I can tell you, Muslims who live in the U.S. and the U.K. are much, much more moderate than they are in many Muslim majority countries.
Yes,
so
actually,
I go ahead. I don't want to broad brush all Muslims as extremists, because they're not. And it may seem that way where you live, and it may be the case where you live, but it's not that way everywhere.
You know what? They live among you, telling you that we are seeking peace. We just want to pursue peace. And I have lived between them for 25 years old, and I know exactly what their mindset is. They are seeing you as like a barbecue. You are someone who's gonna go to the hell, and like, I don't know.
I think that's true for some people, and I think I would want to be cautious about not overgeneralizing, because there are also people who, they have their religious identities, but they are happy to integrate, and they're happy to accept the kind of social values of the cultures that they've assimilated into and find an accommodation there. I wouldn't want to be too quick, but I understand what you're saying, and I think there is some merit to what you're saying as well.
Yeah, actually, I'm not hypothesizing. It is presumably in the Islamic Bible that you are gonna go to the hell.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
If you just
yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to go to the
too.
Christian hell. I'm going to go to the Christian hell, the Muslim hell.
We're going to be doing a tour of all the hells.
Yeah.
That's my plan anyway. I'm going to try and get a few friends together with some kind of camper bus or something, and just get around as many of them as we can see in the time allowed.
And we can roast marshmallows, because there's plenty of fire to do so.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, on that,
yeah,
we're gonna move on, Yazan. But thank you for coming to speak to us, and I meant it. Let us know if you manage to relocate. Let us know, and even if you don't, come back and say hi again. All good.
Okay, thank you very much. I
right,
hope
friend.
that I was understandable, because my English, I know, isn't that good.
Your English was
You speak
fine.
very well.
We all understood you, and we're all wishing you well. So, yeah, take it easy, buddy. Okie dokie. We did have Atheist Crusher or something ridiculous in the chat. Atheist Crusher is still he's not in the queue anymore. Is he still in the room, or has he dropped out of the room now as well? Maybe he's gone. Maybe that's a good thing. It doesn't bode well, does it? Atheist
I don't want to get crushed. Do you want to get crushed?
No, not massively.
That sounds kind of scary.
It does sound a little frightening. Okay, well, we're going to bring Baku back in then for some more questions and discussion. Welcome back, B.
Hello, John.
Hello.
I did have something to say before I started. The previous guest, like you, I also got very heated about what he was saying about homosexuality and stuff. I just think it is so horrible that we live in 2026 and there's wars and homelessness, and people are still worked up about who people choose to love and who they decide to spend their time with. I mean, even the ancient Greeks, they had homosexual relationships, but we just can't get over it apparently, and it's just disgusting.
It is. Well said. We completely concur. My skin was
Yeah.
crawling a bit. Yeah, weird. Very weird. So yes, we totally agree.
Anyway, back to
Anyway,
questions.
yeah.
I didn't have any questions for the third topic. I've run out trying to find questions for that topic.
That's fine.
It's too hard.
Yeah, well, we've kind of done it, haven't we?
Yeah. I do have one for the God hates woman one, and that is if religious cultures oppressed women, is that proof of divine hatred or human misuse?
Yeah, understood.
So hatred is an emotion. I think the God hates women is not precise, but meant to be like a little bit on the provocative side, what with kernels of truth to it. Now that's an interesting question. Does misogyny entail hatred per se? It certainly entails believing somebody is of lower status, but you don't necessarily hate somebody that is of lower status. If I'm going to be technical about it, so I'm not sure how to answer that. What are your thoughts, John?
Yeah, I mean, I know that I've been slightly I don't know, provocative with the way I've framed God hates women. I could have said, you know, the Bible at times speaks with a misogynistic tone or something, but I think you could say he really did screw over half the population of the world pretty badly. If we're going to do an internal critique of this character in this book and say, well, what does this tell us about how women are presented? And the reason I gave the David's wives story earlier is because it's the detail that's missed in that story is not just the fact that it's absolutely horrific that these innocent women were subjected to an assault because of something he'd done. Yes, obviously the moral calculus there is completely obscene, but it reveals something more. It reveals the fact that the fact that it was a punishment against him is because they were his property. They belonged to him.
Yeah.
So doing this thing to them is framed as a punishment against him. That shows you that women are thought of so lowly. Their value is really just vested in the value they have to the man who owns them. Their own personal autonomy is not even considered, and so that's why I think it's pretty horrible. And so I think there comes a point where you can say, well, yes, this is reflective of hatred, because to be
actually
so
there is a verse I can remember that does sort of portray hatred of sorts, and I'm going to butcher it, but it's going through the whole women be silent and don't have authority over man and be subservient, etc. But it gives a justification. For it was Eve who ate the apple and was deceived by this, even though Adam ate the apple too, but it's throwing the woman under the bus. Like, this is all your fault.
Yeah.
So that one you could arguably say is like, a show of hatred of sorts.
Yeah, definitely scapegoating. I love the way in the story of Genesis, when God comes back and is like, oi, what's happening here? What's going on? The first thing Adam does is just points at her immediately. It was her. It was nothing to do with me. What a spineless coward. It's so funny if you read it. Every time I read those passages, I don't know why, but I picture like Scooby-Doo type characters, like that ridiculous, like simplified cartoon characters, just like terrified and pointing to the other one. Not me, not me. It's so funny. He's not a stand-up guy, is that Adam? He showed his true colours in an emergency, didn't he? Yeah, good. What else have you got back here? Have you got any more?
I do. I have. It says if ultimate justice does not exist, how do you reconcile that with our intuition that some evils deserve more than earthly consequences?
Yeah,
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. Like, consequences are consequences. I think it's irrelevant whether they are earthly or not earthly. Um, and I for myself, I have to sit down and do a kind of a philosophical think about retribution, and whether that's moral or immoral versus trying to rehabilitate and protecting society. How much of I'm not a big fan of punitive aspects of
Retributive.
punishment.
Retributive.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, but I haven't fleshed out my own position on it, but definitely I would like to see more of a focus on rehabilitative measures and, doing what you have to do to protect society. And if that means locking them out of society, then so be it. I don't know your thoughts on that, John.
I think there's an element of, I think I alluded to this earlier in a discussion, of providing a sense of justice to those who have themselves been wronged. So, like, if, I imagine that if someone I cared about was the victim of a really violent crime, then I would
Yeah.
feel that it would be serving that person to be able to give them a sense that justice has been done in some way.
Yeah, I could see that, because if someone I cared about was wronged in that way, my philosophical mind will just go out the window, and I'm going to see red and want retribution for sure.
Yeah, I
So
don't
that's a good
necessarily
point.
think that would be right. I don't necessarily think it would be
Right.
but I think we have to accept the elements of ourselves sometimes that aren't necessarily right, but they're real.
Right.
That need for some kind of psychological healing as a result of being wronged in a way.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it, but neither am I denying that it's a part of me. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's an answer, Baku, or not.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
I think I'm a bit different when it comes to the whole punishment side of things for people, but that's a whole nother discussion.
It did occur to me that we don't ask you very much about your views. You're so good at coming up with interesting questions and probing questions. At some point, we'll have to get your steer on some of this stuff.
Well, I wouldn't mind it. I'm just not very great at thinking on the spot. That's all it is.
I bet you're better than you think. You seem like a very intelligent and insightful person. And by the way, it's got to be, I don't know how you keep coming up with all these questions. I don't want you to feel obligated at all times. It's always helpful, but feel free to come in if you're like, hey, I have this thought. What do you think about this? And
yeah,
you can expand the engagement in any way you please.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to start like a debate on a topic and then lose my train of thought and be stuck with nothing. So that's kind of the reason I do questions.
That's a high wire rope we walk regularly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So do you have another one?
I do.
Queue is empty at the moment, so if anyone does want to come up, I'll just put this out there. If anyone on the TikTok side does want to come up, we would be happy to talk to you. And on the YouTube side, I nearly got the door open for you guys today. I've got Video Ninja, which is the system to get you guys in. I've got it working, and I was testing it, and it was just being a bit weird and unpredictable and odd. It was basically working from cell phones, but not reliably from a computer. And I just thought, what I don't want is to be running a system on the live before I've been sort of confident that it's going to work properly. So I'm very, very close. to getting guests in from the YouTube side as well.
And let me know if you want to test, because I have you on both the YouTube side and the TikTok side.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that. And in fact, while we're talking, the queue has populated. So put your question back in your pocket, Baku, and we'll get it out later.
All right.
All right, man. Thank you so much, as always. Cheers, pal.
No problem.
Speak shortly. Okay. We're going to bring in King Lee, and then we've got Calm Critic over that after that. Hi, King Lee. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Everything is getting so interesting. Like, I mean, one thing that I honestly, I think you guys are like debating people about the objective morality. I don't know where do you guys draw the line? Why people are thinking the moral value we have, we can say it's just objective.
What, are you asking? Are you asking why do they say that?
Yeah, how they? I mean, where's the logic here? I don't understand.
I'm sort of with you. I have an answer, and I'm sort of with you on it. What's the interesting thing is this is something that has been debated, and there's an entire field of philosophy surrounding the nature of morality and ethics, and it's been debated for I think centuries. With no consensus or no universal agreement, and also even more so than that. So John and I are both believe strongly that morality is subjective, period, irrespective of whether God exists, right? However, I looked up the poll on the Phil papers, and it wasn't a consensus, but like a majority of philosophers think it's objective. And I'm kind of incredulous to that, because to me it seems so very obviously subjective. And I don't know, it's an interesting question. So I think people tend to lean toward it being objective because there's so much emotional attachment to it. There's so many things are subjective but trivial, like taste in music, taste in food, aesthetic appeal, etc. I think there's such a strong emotional attachment to it that calling it objective just gives it more umph, like, for lack of a better word. They tend to associate subjective things with trivial things. Morality, it doesn't feel subjective to them, therefore it's got to be objective, or they got to find a way to make it objective. I think that's what's going on. But I'm very comfortable arguing for it being subjective, because I really think just definitionally it is. But I doubt the argument will ever get settled, because people are going to have different opinions about things.
So the signs of something being objective is like majority, at least. Like if you look at deep inside majority, like maybe 95%, if they say something is still, that's an opinion, right? Like it's a collective understanding of something. It doesn't make it really objective, because
correct. Yeah, correct.
Can change.
Universal. So, like, a lot of people will argue for, like, try to assess objectivity as to where if everyone agrees, but that has nothing to do with whether something is subjective or objective. For example, the shape of the Earth, whatever it may be, and spoiler alert, it's a globe, right? The shape of the Earth, it's either objectively a globe or it's not. That's a question about something that's objective. However, 10% or so, I'll have to look up the stats on it, of Americans believe in flat Earth, according to one study I read. So we don't have a consensus on the shape of the Earth, but it is either objectively a globe or it's objectively not a globe. So similarly, you could have 100 of us in a room and every single one likes the taste of chocolate, but the taste of chocolate is still a subjective preference. So
exactly, but we are talking about the science is different, because we do some experiment on them or something. I mean, at least You know, and even that's relative, right? We cannot say for a fact that that's like objective. Einstein, any of this like physicists, they never say like our theory are 100% correct,
Yeah,
objective
but
or something. Their theory
yeah, but
that
it's
works best.
yeah. Now the thing to be careful about it is not to mix up what is objective reality and what do we perceive to be objective reality. So the scientific consensus on, say, for example, the theory of evolution, either evolution explains the diversity of life, or it doesn't. You know, if it's true, it's an objective fact that it's true, independent of whether anyone knows about it or what they think about it. So when they say theory, instead of like proclaiming facts, what they're doing is just allowing a sliver of uncertainty and the allowance to be corrected. That's all they're doing. But the science is still studying objective facts of reality.
They're more like towards that, and they're working. You know, like they get a framework or something on the science. But what for morality, or I don't know, how can you? Because everyone,
Agreed.
because these
Agreed.
people just they cited their religious belief, or
Yeah.
if it's atheist, but again, there's no way like from I mean logically to just come to this conclusion that, I mean, if I believe certain God or what type of deity or something, that makes my moral value like objective. Is that what people are going? I mean, that's otherwise they say, okay, well, then
Yeah. So there's just this whole thing where they, without saying it, if you're talking about people who ascribe to divine command theory, whatever God says is good is good. Whatever is in God's nature is good. Good. God is good definitionally. So they are sort of, without saying it, assigning the words moral and immoral their own esoteric definition that isn't actually found in any dictionary. Not that anyone has to use the dictionary definition, they're just defining it. Moral is whatever God says. And yeah, by that definition, which is not the one I'm using when I say moral, it would then divine command theory would be objective morality. But I could do the same thing and just by decree say morality is defined as, you know, as assessing how actions affect well-being. And then I have objective morality too, but now all we're doing is just playing word games. But in reality, good and bad, moral and immoral are subjective assessments that are subject to the individual's values. Even if a God exists, that God would have values. If God said chocolate ice cream is delicious, does that make it objectively delicious? That would make a great commercial for a brand of ice cream, but
yes.
it's nonsensical. Like something that's otherwise in a subjective category doesn't magically become objective just because a deity has an opinion on the matter.
you have to assign a deity or something. You have to make that objective, and then you say that exists, right? In your, so that's of course that's subjective too. And then once you make that, you secondary. That's now your morality is secondary to that, whatever belief you have. So now it's like tertiary kind of affirmation of whatever you think is good or bad, right? Because you have to make a God first accept that, and then you say, okay, what that God says, that's third hand, instead of going directly, is this good or bad, what I feel about that.
And before
Does
you
that
know it,
make
you're
sense?
not actually talking about morals or ethics at all. You're just talking about some guy's preference and then the assumption that we should be aligned with it, and the obedience to
Mhm.
that, the obedience to those preferences is taken
Yes.
as axiomatic. It's just like, well, whatever he says goes. That's it. I suspect that that's kind of the the kind of perspective that Brandon would perhaps promote, is to say, well, in this paradigm, it's taken as goodness is defined by what the God likes and wants, and part of that definition is that it's good to follow that. But I think the problem with that is you end up basically stripping all the moral information out of the terms. If you define God in that way, then when you say God is good, you're saying nothing actually about God's virtue.
Like God is literally, it's literally impossible for God to be bad, because by definition, God is, whatever God does is good. And so, if you have no criteria for assessing good or bad, or you have a situation where it's heads I win, tails you lose, he's just good by definition. He can never actually be bad. And in every other parlance, if there's a good version of X, there's a bad version, and some criteria for distinguishing the two.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I don't see, like, I like the phrase outsourcing good and bad. Like that's kind of like, instead of you decide.
Yeah, that's exactly
what is that.
Yeah.
I mean, you just give like to someone else.
And it's an even worse type of outsourcing, because if I outsource some work to a contractor, then I can still assess the work product and say,
Exactly.
I outsourced this, but
That's a
actually
good point.
you did a crappy job, right? But this is an outsourcing which comes with it the surrendering of all potential to evaluate the work. We're done.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And a big part of it, when they do that, when they outsource their morality, that's such an important integral part of what makes us human. They're
Yes.
giving up
Personal
such
experience. That's your experience.
Such an important part of our humanity is our values, and us making our moral assessments and how we morally see the world, and that's such an important part of our humanity, and they just surrender all of it.
You lose agency. Like, I'm nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, then why am I at whatever I'm doing? I don't know. Someone else told me.
Yep.
No, did you think about that, if that's right or wrong? No, I'm not thinking, because somebody already thought it's good. So, I mean, that's secondary life.
We're going to move it on, because Calm Critic has been waiting, so we will get them in. But thank you for coming up and jumping up to speak to us. We appreciate it.
Nice talking to you.
We have these lulls when it gets quiet, and so it's really nice when people come up to contribute in those moments. So we enjoyed speaking to you. All right, take care, my friend. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. And Jason's in the queue as well, which will be really nice. Let's just get Calm Critic in, and then we'll speak to just some guy after that. Hey, Calm.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Are you feeling calm?
I guess.
Good.
How are you feeling?
Always calm.
Well, you sound it. But, I was really fascinated with the first prompt that said, now I can't see it. I think it said
nobody
something
chooses
along the
what
lines.
they
Nobody
believe.
chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't choose what you believe.
Yeah.
So I was interested because I see a lot of like deconstructing lives on here as well. Do you think their efforts are futile then, or
no? Not at all. Not at all. In fact, because you can't choose belief, and belief only changes upon persuasion, the deconstruction lives, such as this one is, are crucial. Because in my view, part of what we're doing as a deconstruction live is to provide people with reasoned arguments and evidence, and that's going to help them to change, to sort of feel comfortable with beliefs which have changed or are changing. So in saying nobody chooses what they believe, this is not a statement that beliefs can never be changed, that they're fixed and that they're frozen, never to be altered. Of course, that would be a stupid thing to say, because the world is full of people changing their beliefs all the time. The question is, what causes those changes in belief? Are those causes of change? Are those causes of change of belief just whims? Is it just like someone just decided one day? Can people wake up in the morning and say, today I'm going to think of this, I'm going to think of this thing that I currently don't find persuasive or convincing, and at 4 o'clock I'm going to decide to start finding it convincing. That doesn't happen. And so saying nobody chooses what they believe is really just pushing for a more nuanced understanding and a more, slightly more, if I may say, sophisticated understanding of what it means to believe something and what it is that causes you to have beliefs and to change beliefs.
So what do you think changes within someone that causes them to update, so to speak, their belief system?
So the only thing that can cause a change of your beliefs is if something changes what you find persuasive, something changes what you're convinced of. And that can come in a number of different ways. There are many different ways that beliefs can change. They can change because of an experience you have. They can change very suddenly. They can change because somebody or something persuades you that something you thought before wasn't true. They can change gradually over a period of time, which means that your mind starts to consider another perspective, but doesn't find it weighty enough to really sort of swing the pendulum over to the other side. But eventually it does, and you become aware. You become aware, like on self sort of inspection. I don't believe that thing anymore. I used to believe it, but I don't believe it anymore. It can happen gradually. It can happen over years. But whatever it is, it's always going to be something acted on your mind, either extrinsically or just your own contemplation, that resulted in a change in what you find persuasive. And that's it.
Interesting. So you think the most valuable thing someone can have is their experience?
I don't know if that follows from what I'm saying. I mean, certainly our experiences are what shape us. Our experiences are, everything that happens to us by definition is an experience, right? So our experiences are the events by which we take in information about the world. We contemplate it. We contemplate ourselves. If you're sitting in a cave in the dark on your own with your eyes closed, you're still having an experience. It'll be a fairly sort of internal one, but you're still having an experience.
Well, you can actually generate experiences.
You can. You absolutely can. And there are people who, I think the sort of Eastern kind of traditions of mindfulness are really interesting because they promote the idea that some of the most profound experiences you can have occur when you shut off the flow of experience in from outside, right? So we don't, we're so used to constantly being stimulated with new information all the time. From the moment we get up, right? We need input all the time. And the idea that we would put ourselves in a situation where we're not getting input, where all we have in place of input is contemplation, and that in that environment we could have incredible realizations that can cause your own beliefs to change. I think that's pretty profound.
Yeah, I would agree. But that it kind of fascinates me too, because it would seem, that just the physical reality, isn't the ultimate thing in our life that shapes our life and that actually really matters.
Say more about that.
Yeah.
Well, so one thing I disagree with you. I don't know your beliefs or anything, but I would assume you're lean more towards naturalism and things like that, where matter is primary and mind is emergent. Where I kind of take the opposite view. I believe that mind is primary and matter is emergent, and that would put a emphasis on experience and how we observe things and how we reason through our experience to a conclusion that may or may not be true. So
can I ask you to just clarify something? Forgive me for interrupting, but
sure.
Did you say that you think that mind is primary and that matter emerges downstream of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think, what would it even mean to to experience something. Like people often tie, like, look, we can tweak the brain and shut off consciousness, or have effects on consciousness, and I would
Sure.
agree with that. I'm not disputing that. They're definitely tied together, but I don't know what it would mean to say that, because you can never experience a brain without your consciousness, right? Have you ever consciously observed a brain without your consciousness?
Well, you can't have any experience without your consciousness.
Right.
So really what we're left with, from my understanding, at least the best I've reasoned to, is we're left with like pretty much a toss-up, a coin flip on what is truth. Is matter primary or is mind primary? And I think when you get to these extremes,
what do you mean
like
by
the base
primary?
level,
You're saying like
what do you mean by
primary
primary?
is in yeah, first. So like most people would say, there was the Big Bang, and then you get your first single-celled organism, you get division, evolution, all that.
Yep.
And you start off with the matter, though. You need the matter. And
Sure.
so that's one option. The other option is there is a consciousness, a mind that got this all started. And to me, that just makes more sense. I don't know why. I really don't know why it's even logical to think that from these random occurrences and mindless processes that you could get something sophisticated like consciousness.
Well, we know how consciousness formed through biological evolution. Like the first single-celled organisms didn't have brains. There's no reason to believe they had consciousness. So we do have, now we don't know how abiogenesis happened, but we do know how the mechanism that we evolved to have brains, which gave us consciousness.
Well, see, that has some major assumptions. You're assuming brains give us consciousness, and you're assuming that this mechanism of mutation and natural selection which in and of itself is so, the process itself is so sophisticated, it kind of hints at a guided process, like rules on it and laws that
it doesn't. It's the epitome of an unguided process. It's like if you had to think of the most beautiful example of an unguided process that can generate functional complexity, it would be evolution. It's like the poster boy for unguided processes.
That is the claim. But I don't see evidence for it.
There's a mountain
first
of
of all,
it.
do you believe in evolution? Period. Like, let's start there. Do you believe in biological evolution?
I think he does, right? You do, right?
I just want to. I think so too. I want to make sure.
I mean, well, here's the thing. If we're talking Darwinian evolution, I don't think we've even come close to justifying that as a scientific
Okay,
theory.
so
I would say that mutation, yeah.
Okay, so you don't believe that, for example, humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor?
No, I would say unique things happened.
Okay.
For example, Darwin had the doubt too. He said, there would be
quote mining
an enormous amount of these
well, I'm not
I describe it as catastrophic mutation, because you would expect a lot more mutations that would actually end species.
Darwin didn't even know any. Darwin didn't say anything about genes about the genome because he didn't know about it.
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, he was looking at little blobs. He didn't realize how sophisticated these things were.
I first turned to the consensus of modern scientists. Like a lot of evolution naysayers will point out Darwin like he's some like revered religious leader or authority. He's an 1800s scientist who discovered or came up with a model, but back in the 1800s. Nothing I believe today has anything to do with, you know, an authority from the 1800s. But the evidence for evolution, there's a reason why there's an overwhelming scientific consensus on it. It's because the evidence across multiple scientific disciplines, including genetics, they all overlap to say the same thing. I don't know. Are you okay with me getting into the science here, John, or do you want to okay. So, for example, do you know what ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, are?
Yes, I have heard of them, and
Okay.
I have been told about their significance, but once
What
again,
are
I
are
would
they?
say what it bears out, though, it
Uh-huh.
just doesn't bear out logically, because what you would expect to see in the fossil record, you wouldn't expect, like, for example, the Cambrian
No,
explosion. I know these are all
no,
old.
forget about the fossil record. We're just talking about ERVs.
Well, hold on.
What
This
is
is important, though, to the conclusion of, like, for example, the validity of an argument is based on what you would expect to see if it were true. And if you
Okay.
don't see what you would expect to see, then that is evidence that it's untrue.
Well, we're doing one thing at a time. So endogenous retroviruses, what, to your understanding, are they?
So, all right.
And
Let's
if you
see.
don't know, you can
Let's
say
see if
you
I can
don't know.
recall all this.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
not
would
it's
think
not
for
an
your
attempt to
audience,
kind of
your
own you or
explanation
anything.
would be better.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm
No,
not. I'm not trying to gotcha. It's okay. If
And
you
I'm
don't
not
know.
trying to say I'm smarter than I am, but I have heard of it, and
Okay.
I just, off the top of my head, I can't. They cited it way better than I understand.
All right.
Let's put it that
Okay. So basically, your genome is made up of base pairs of 4 different nucleotides. They're organic molecules. So base pairs meaning they go 2 by 2, and it's just 4. Whatever combination those go in, that's what makes you you. That, I mean, this is way oversimplification, but that's when you get your DNA like sequence. That's why they call it a sequence. In what sequence do these nucleotides appear? So in ERVs, a retrovirus is just a virus that can infect a what are they called? A primate. So that's called a retrovirus. An endogenous retrovirus happens when viruses infect. You have a virus infection, a viral infection. They insert part of their DNA into your DNA at a very specific genome location, and it's unique to them. So it'll be wherever it inserts it. If that happens in a germ cell, a sperm, or an egg, it becomes an inherited property of your genome. So when you have offspring, they can see one of your forefathers was infected with this exact virus, and it's inserted its DNA in this exact genome location. And there's billions of genome locations. Humans and chimpanzees share over 200 endogenous retroviruses, all at the same exact genome locations, which can only happen with shared ancestry. There's no other way. It's impossible.
It's like doing a paternal DNA test. It's just if
Well,
it says
hold
yes, it's
on.
yes.
That is making. Well, that's making some assumptions. So if I'm building, let's say, a car or a boat, they both need engines, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and those engines, have to go in a certain location where it's either not going to be, not going to displace too much weight in either the front or the back. They balance that stuff usually, right?
Okay.
So if you're building a living organism, then there's going to be certain shared traits
No,
between
this
all.
isn't. No, what you're missing is that these aren't like part of a design. They're externally caused by viral infections. I know
and then passed down.
And then passed down.
I
Right.
do understand. Yeah, no, and I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing, and so if
What I'm
not
doing?
arguing that this isn't logically well, you're starting from a presupposition that
What presupposition is
materialism
that?
is true.
No,
Now, you
no.
could get that
Evolution,
materialism is true, naturalism. There is no
evolution
guided
can be
process.
true.
Yeah.
Evolution can be true, and there could still be a God. So I'm not starting at materialism.
And
It's just
also,
illogical entailment. Yeah.
Evolution could be false, and endogenous retroviruses would still be proof of common ancestry, because basically this is basically like it's like a genetic smoking gun, or it's absolutely impossible for you to have these viruses in your genome unless your parents had them, and it's impossible for them to have them in their genome unless their parents have them. And so if you have different lineages of organisms on the earth that have these same things, they're like a marker of history. They're telling you that something happened to an ancestor in your past which inserted something into your genetic code which isn't activated. It's not expressed. It's not expressed genetically. It doesn't change anything about your body. It's just junk, but it's in there, and you pass it on to your kids.
So are you saying that this retrovirus, are you saying this could only affect chimpanzee?
No. It gets passed down.
So then theoretically, a human could get this virus and then pass it down to its children.
It could.
If the same virus.
Chimpanzees.
Hold on. Let me explain what that would take. It would take the same exact virus to infect that one be capable of, because some viruses can infect one and not the other, but to be able to infect both, and insert the same piece of its DNA, the same virus, the same piece of its DNA into the same exact genome location in both of the germ cell of both in the same exact genome location. Like there's billions, we have billions of locations in our genomes, and happen over 200 times, like all these different ones infect both species simultaneously. And
well, I don't understand why that would be so improbable, especially considering the improbability of a lot of these life forms generating anyways.
Well,
so I don't see an improbability difference there.
So you don't think it's wild? You don't think it's
highly improbable, right?
You don't think it's highly improbable that over 200 retroviruses will infect both humans and chimpanzees simultaneously
in exactly the same locations? That's the point.
Yeah, in the same locations.
What's more improbable?
Well, we don't know the
life form itself, or
no, the probability of the life form itself is one. The probability of the life form itself is one because it's here. The probability of two organisms without common descent. Hang on. The probability of two organisms without common descent having exactly the same endogenous retroviruses at the same locations on the chromosome, it's almost zero. Like
and the same piece of their DNA. It's like a fingerprint. It's unique.
Why would these viruses be looking for that genome?
They're not looking for it. It's just proof of common descent. That is genetic proof that these two organisms had a common ancestor, which then split apart, and then both branches of that splitting inherited that genetic junk to be passed on to all of their offspring too. That's the only way to explain it. There are no other possible candidate explanations.
Trust me, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to me more or less improbable for life forms themselves to be generated. And for example, like a tick. Let's just take a tick for an example. Ticks, normally they fall on you from the trees or whatever, and they don't just bite you right there. They crawl down into little dark crevices and attach there. So why wouldn't it just be the design or the mutation of this virus to attach to a certain area? I don't find that.
They're random.
but they are selected for certain things, right?
They're just
what do you mean they're selected?
They're just bits of junk DNA. just bits of junk DNA.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah. Hi, Com Critic. I just
How's it
want
going, Guy?
context here. I'm well, thank you. The reason why Sean and John are bringing this up is because an ERV doesn't actually intend to infect a specific location of the genome. It just inserts its RNA, and that infects wherever that RNA happens to land and replicate. So when an ERV injects its genetic material into our genome, it finds a spot, a random spot, and it replicates itself at that spot. It inserts itself at that spot, and as long as that little bit of copying in there doesn't damage us genetically and doesn't prevent us from being able to continue living, it just sits there and it hangs out. But the probability of it hitting any one specific spot is astronomically small, because you're talking about billions of coded pairs, and you're talking about a sequence that's probably a couple
Real quick, let me
hundred.
jump in there real quick. And I'm not disputing the improbability. I'm asking,
if I may,
is it more probable or less probable than a DNA strand forming in the first place?
If I can land my plane.
Go ahead. Yes.
Let me just finish what I'm trying to say here. The idea that you would have if an ERV infects me and infects Sean, the probability of it landing in the same place in our specific genetic codes is so small that it's like both of us picking out the same star in the galaxy. It's really literally that small. Now the probability, right? The probability of us having the same ERV in the same place and sharing that of all human beings, and all human beings having been infected with the same retrovirus, is essentially like us picking out the same atom in the entire galaxy. And the probability that chimpanzees and us would have an ERV in the same spot in the genome, and us not share a common ancestor that was infected and it was passed on to both us and to chimpanzees, is so astronomically small. It's like us. It's smaller than the probability of us picking out the same atom in the known universe. It's really that small. So whatever the probability is that you're comparing it against, you can say that there has to be intelligent design, there has to be a creator, there has to be whatever, but the probability of anything in comparison to us not having a common ancestor with chimpanzees, it's ludicrous to postulate.
And it's not just chimpanzees, by the way. ERVs follow the phylogenetic tree, which is like how biologists have mapped out the evolution exactly to a T, as they would expect with common ancestry for like all species. It's not just a unique thing between humans and chimpanzees.
So DNA evidence of evolution
Now, what
with ERVs is so incontrovertibly proven that the probability of it not being true is like the probability of us picking out the same atom in the known universe.
Two things.
Yeah, there's a reason there's a scientific. There's a reason there's a scientific consensus. This is not controversial in biology. Like there's like a few outliers who are like primarily, people who are working for people like Discovery Institute or Answers in Genesis, right? But by and large, like 99% of PhD scientists, and probably even higher for specifically PhD biologists, agree that we have evolved over time. We have common ancestry. So, like, unless you know something they don't, these are people who have studied this stuff their entire lives.
So with all of that postulated, then I guess from there, you're certainly welcome to make any argument that you want. It's just, I don't think that, given what Sean and I and John have kind of outlined, if what you postulate says that evolution isn't true, it's going to be very difficult for us to look at any kind of statistical model that you can provide that's going to surmount that evidence.
Well, two things real quick, because this is where I think God has a sense of a humor, because that probability that you just so eloquently shared is very similar to the probability of a universe forming and life beginning to begin with. So it's almost like we have a 50-50 choice, and we both are placing faith in our worldview. I believe that there is not a single worldview out there that doesn't rely on faith to believe it. I think people have been sold a bill of goods that, you can be certain in naturalism or this or that. You can't. You're exercising faith when you espouse a worldview. But the other thing was that now I forget the breakdown exactly of like species, genus, family, phyla, or maybe you could elaborate on that. But
it's like kingdom,
in the
order,
fossil
phylum, family, or genus, family, species, that kind of thing.
Well,
There's like 7 of them.
In the fossil record, the fossil record shows that these phyla, or the later developments or evolvements of these species came onto scene all at once, and so that is evidence against this long drawn out process of evolution.
Where are you going to learn all this stuff?
Well, it's just I mean, are you aware of the Cambrian explosion?
No,
one argues that.
There was a Cambrian explosion, but
Okay.
anything you learn about like biological evolution, like what sources are you learning to learn about it?
To be honest, I don't look at. I've got a day job. I've got a life.
That's fine.
Talk about these things for fun. So I'm not claiming to be an expert, but I am saying that out of all the experts who explain this, I am fairly smart. I mean, I say that nervously, but I can smell some BS when I hear it. When you're making a claim that you can't actually substantiate.
I would actually rely on going to like Google Scholar or do searches regarding evolution. Don't do bias searches, like, because we can't stay on this all night, but don't do bias searches like how to prove evolution is bullshit, like actual unbiased searches, and then put the word edu on it. You'll get the biology departments of like universities and whatnot. So I would advise trying to do an unbiased, like learning about evolution from actual scientific sources. And then, but we got to move on because we got like people in the queue.
No problem. I appreciate it, guys. You've been very, very pleasant.
Thanks, Com.
Hey, before we move on, real quick, I wanted to address something that Com said earlier, like at the very beginning of his conversation, that I kind of glommed onto when he said that we say that matter is primary and mind is secondary, where he thinks that mind is primary and matter is secondary. That's not an outlandish proposition philosophically. I mean, that's the basis of Platonism. That's the basis of phenomenology. That's the basis of existentialism, and that's the basis of Descartes. So I think that when you're looking at the human experience, and when you're looking at trying to classify things and order things, And even in cognition, like even in human cognition and the way that we think, Wittgenstein kind of refers to his family resemblances or his categories in a similar way. The way that we understand the world is mind first and matter second. Now, it's just the way that we understand the world, and I don't know whether or not that has any kind of like either metaphysical or epistemological or ontological reality or necessity. But I think that is definitely something worth examining, and I found that fascinating, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Comcredit.
Thank you. And I didn't mean, if I did, I didn't mean to, speak for any of your guys' beliefs or anything like that. But I do think
No, you didn't.
what I meant is more in society today. That's kind of what you find. And I think we do a disservice when, to ourselves when we don't explore all the options. And so,
I agree.
No, I mean,
I think that these are concepts worth exploring and worth discussing, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and I just wanted to leave this on a friendly note.
Thank you. Well, you guys have been more than friendly, and you've been great to talk to. So, good luck with your next guest.
Thanks. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Ever the diplomat, Jason. I mean, I struggle a bit with mind first.
Yeah, I do too. Like, if no minds were here, I have no reason to believe the moon wouldn't still be circling the Earth, which is matter, right? But
sure, and I understand that. I just from the position of Descartes or Plato or like even the phenomenologists, assuming that there is a world out there to apprehend, the nature of the apprehension of it is mind first. And if the from a theist perspective, if God is the ultimate mind that is projected into the world, which is kind of what Plato suggested, which is kind of why we have this concept, because we nabbed it from Plato, then that idea that it heavily permeates our culture's philosophy. So,
fair enough. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, or were you just coming to respond to him saying that?
No. So I actually jumped up, or I actually requested up because you guys had a guest on earlier. It was Unc of Steel, and he came up and he was a Christian and he was struggling with humanism, and I met him yesterday on somebody else's live, and he and a guy named Styx got into it with him, and we were arguing about about Christianity and God and that kind of thing, and I told him that if he wanted to hear my reason for secular humanism as a moral framework, that he should let me know. And he reached out to me, and the TikTok I posted this morning was a response to my conversation with him over chat. And I recommended to him that he jump in on the live, and I loved the way you guys engaged with him. And he sent me a video message afterwards thanking me for basically hooking up with you guys and saying that it was a really productive experience for him, and he seems really jazzed about it.
Good stuff.
So,
thanks.
By the way, Styx is getting a lot of love in the chat. He is a really smart dude. I actually
he's
coincidentally just sent him an invite before. Just sent him an invite right before you mentioned his name.
Cool. Yeah, and I introduced him to Dr. Todd. And and it was cool in the chat with me, him, and Dr. Todd. It was awesome to be the dumbest guy in the room, because the two of them are smarter than I am.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but that's awesome that you did that.
Yeah, no, I wanted to express my appreciation for everything that you do, and I knew that it was going to be a good space to refer him to, because I know how you guys are.
Oh, well, thanks, Jason. We appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it.
Always good to see you, man.
Thank you.
Sure. Speak soon.
Talk to you later.
Okay. We are going to get S into... you got it. You brought it.
I already did.
Yeah. Nice one.
Brought up Allah.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, I've kind of been following you guys for a couple of lives now, and I'm quite impressed with your approach.
Thank you.
I do respect what you guys do. I think it's necessary on here to counter a lot of the lives that are vulgar.
Well, thank you. We try not to be vulgar.
Yeah, you're not. You're definitely not. You're
Thank
very,
you.
very sort of inspirational. I'll say that. God
That's
bless
kind.
you guys.
Thanks for that.
So,
What's your
you're
view?
very welcome. Like the last live I saw you guys kind of on, you had you had the statement up in the corner that if God is just, um why would he punish you for non-belief?
Yeah.
Remember
Sure.
that?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Cool. So, I really, really wished I could have, gotten involved in that.
Well, we can get
quite
involved in it now. These ideas don't have sell-by dates. That's a favorite topic for us. So we can definitely have the discussion right now.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Sure.
Full disclosure, I'm a believer in the Ahmadi religion of peace and light. You might have heard of the Beanie cult. That's what they label us as.
I'm not sure.
I have not heard.
I have.
I'm not familiar with your religion at all, to be quite frank.
Fair. Okay. There's a lot of sort of let's call it controversy around us right now, and it's we're gaining a following, but yeah. So in response to that specifically, there is this concept in Islam, which has unfortunately become diluted, and in reality, it's more or less disappeared. Which is from the Quran, and it's this idea that there's no compulsion in religion.
Yeah.
The idea is, of course, that if you're forced to believe something, then it's not really belief; it's a forced action, right?
Yep.
And obviously, on that basis, there has to be free will. Like the entire premise behind this, obviously, verse in the Quran.
Well, real quick, the notion of forcing someone to believe something doesn't jive with our position that belief
Yeah.
isn't a choice. If somebody held a gun to, if somebody held a pew pew to my head and told me to believe in leprechauns, I would be unable to actually believe in leprechauns. I could lie about it. I could try to convince them I really believe, but I would be unable to.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And the corollary of that, before you continue, the corollary of that is once you have evidence that convinces you of something, in a funny kind of way, you are forced to believe. Because once you're convinced of something, the belief is no longer optional.
Yeah, it's conviction, isn't it? That's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah, the feeling of being convinced instantiates the belief whether you want to or not.
Yeah, exactly. So it's obviously that's where the free will comes into play. Like being convinced is a part of will, isn't it?
No, that's I think possibly that might be where we diverge, because I don't really think about. I don't think free will has any role in this at all. I mean, the only role that free will has is that you arguably can exercise it to determine your kind of information diet. You can use your free will to decide what you expose yourself to in terms of information and potential influences that might end up impacting what you're convinced by, right? If you stay in a room all your life and never look outside and never read a book, then you're using your free will to stop information that could persuade you of stuff.
Yeah, obviously that's the difference between ignorance and knowledge, right?
Well, it's the difference between a willingness to open yourself up to information and not. But in terms of the process of becoming convinced of something and a belief forming, free will has nothing to do with that at all.
Well, you have to have the will to want or pursue knowledge first, right?
Not necessarily, because you might get knowledge placed in front of you that you didn't even ask for. When someone goes,
Santa's false.
Yeah, or even something even more direct. I'm trying to think of an example, but your spouse has been cheating. Here are the pictures. Well, you didn't ask for it, you didn't pursue it, you didn't go for it, but you were just given the information, and in that moment, if the information is sufficiently convincing, belief follows whether you want it or not.
Agreed.
Okay.
Well, so like obviously at that point, or with that in mind, I guess like your belief is determined by what you have been exposed to, and your choice to accept it or not, right?
Not choice to accept it or not. So that's sort of smuggling in the idea of belief being a choice. So your beliefs are largely based upon your life experience, but I'm sure there's other things like
there's loads of factors,
your brain makeup and chemistry may play a role.
Sure.
But yeah, and what you expose yourself to, which is your life experience.
Okay. So there's understanding, right?
Sure, we have understanding.
So there's life experience, there's understanding. Like your understanding surely is based on knowledge.
Sure, and your ability to conceptualize too. So, like, if I go to a PhD lecture on quantum mechanics, I might learn very little versus if I took all the base courses to understand all the terminology, then I'm going to learn quite a bit more.
Agreed. Well, obviously, like there's advanced knowledge, and then there's like as you put it, basic knowledge. And without the basic knowledge, you can't have the advanced knowledge because it's like
some knowledge builds upon itself. Mathematics works that way too.
Most knowledge does. I think it's one of those things where like you have to have a sort of foundation of understanding in order to build deeper knowledge on, right?
A simple example is you can't learn quadratic equations until you learn how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and like how to do square roots.
Sure.
And right.
That we agree on. Okay. So in respect to that statement, you're absolutely right. God would be unjust if he punished you for non-belief, right?
Correct. Yeah. Would you agree or disagree?
I completely agree.
Okay.
But you are held accountable for your choices. You are held accountable for, what it is you choose to reject. Like when evidence is presented to you.
I don't choose. That's not a choice.
There's the cutout.
So
yeah.
So what I choose to reject. So if someone presents me evidence and I don't accept the evidence, I'm choosing to reject it. Let me give you. I start with the ridiculous to illustrate a point.
Of course, yeah.
I
get that.
Yeah. So I'm going to right now claim there's an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. I've never counted them, of course. That would be ludicrous. However, I consulted my magic 8-ball. I asked it if I have an even number, and it said yes. That's my evidence.
Right.
Can you choose to accept my evidence and be convinced there's an even number of blades of grass?
Well, in that scenario, like if your mindset is primitive and I trusted you, then yeah, like I'd say it's possible that you can be believed, right? But obviously, with somebody knowing your reality and knowing like the fact that you did consult this ball and it's not something that's actually going to go out and count the blades of grass and so on, then yeah, like it's more difficult to believe, right?
Right,
So,
but can you right now choose to accept my evidence based on my magic 8 ball?
well, where I am, no.
Oh, right. That principle always applies. The
Okay,
evidence is either convincing to you
or
or
it's
it's
not.
not.
Okay,
Correct.
okay, but this is the thing, right? So, like in terms of religion, so like we can use the story of Jesus, right? Because obviously that's well known, and it's like
Sure.
yeah,
I can't choose to be convinced by the evidence that I've been presented with
sure.
by believers that Jesus rose from the cross. Like it's literally impossible for
No.
me.
Let's not get into the sort of later details, right? Let's go to the beginning of the story of Jesus, right? So, like Jesus was born, and his birth was prophesied, and the people like were awaiting it because the Messiah was foretold to the Jews for roughly about 1,000 years, right?
Jesus didn't
I
fulfill
can't
those
choose to believe
prophecies.
that either.
By the way,
Yeah, I can't
just
choose to
as
believe
an
that either. Yeah.
FYI, Jesus didn't fulfill those messianic prophecies. He singularly failed to fulfill any of them.
On what? No, wait. Well, like which messianic prophecies?
All of them.
I'm talking about his birth.
Nothing in the Jesus narrative fulfilled the prophecies of the Messiah. He either didn't fulfill the details of the prophecies,
Wait. I'm talking about the birth.
I know. Nothing
Right.
about nothing. Even Jesus's birth didn't fulfill any prophecies. I mean, we're slightly getting off topic, right? Because we were talking about belief, but I was injecting this just as an FYI. He didn't fulfill Jesus's birth. Didn't fulfill any prophecies.
And we've been presented with biblical passages proclaiming, with the other person claiming this is the prophecy that he fulfilled, what have you, and we cannot choose to find them convincing when we read the same text.
Okay, so like, what's the story of the three magi who basically tracked
Well,
the
I don't.
stars?
We're kind of getting off belief too. So basically,
Yeah, but like
I
I'm
don't.
using this as an illustration.
Sure.
I'm basically trying to like point something out here.
Okay.
So yeah, so
I shouldn't have interjected on that because actually we're not talking about. I feel like that was my bad. We're trying to talk about whether it's right to be judged in any way for what your beliefs are. So we don't want to get distracted by talking about Jesus or any of these things. If I may, I think that you might have the position you took. If I want, let me say it to you and tell me if I correctly elucidating what you said. You said that you think you agree that it's right that we shouldn't be judged for what we believe, but that we might be judged for what we refuse to accept or what we reject.
Okay, so
I'm just asking for clarification. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like I'll try and phrase it clearly, right?
Yeah.
So I don't believe that a just God would put you in hell for not believing something because you're not convinced by it, right? But like that, and that's where the idea of there's no compulsion in religion comes from. But you are accountable for
this is
your
the bit.
choice to like accept evidence or not.
When you say accept, what do you mean?
Yeah.
When you say accept, what do you mean?
Well, like this is why I was trying to use the example of the story of Jesus.
But
right?
you should be able to keep this in you should be able to keep this general and say
enough.
what I
Okay,
mean by
enough,
accept.
fair enough.
Does accept evidence mean agree it's true, or does accept evidence mean be willing to listen to it?
Accept evidence means to sort of reach a point of conviction.
So believe it's true. So then, so then you do think there's some moral judgment attached to not being convinced by things.
Not like, okay, so basically I don't believe this idea that if you don't accept the like Jesus Christ as Lord, you're going to hell. I don't believe this idea that if you're not a Muslim, you're going to hell. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? So like these sort of indoctrined kind of
that's fine,
perspectives.
But you're creating a
are wrong.
cutout for yourself where you say it's okay to not believe these things, but if there's certain evidences that you don't accept, that might be something that you could be condemned for, which is basically
let's put it like
categorically
this,
the
right?
same type of thing. It's still saying
Almost.
Yeah.
it's still saying, I don't think it's almost, I think it is. It's still saying there are certain things that if you don't find yourself persuaded by them, that's a moral problem. And the reason, and what you're doing is you're, if I may, you're dressing them up as evidence rather than claims. But calling them evidence is presupposing the veracity. There's still just things that people are saying. I might say, well, I don't think that's evidence. I'm not persuaded that that's evidence.
Okay.
Furthermore, I provided you with my 8-ball evidence, and you cannot choose to accept the evidence. Your mind is convinced that this is not sufficient evidence.
Well, like in that context, it's not. But
Right.
let me just make this statement and tell me what you think of this, right? So, like in a court of law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inheritance is determined by a will and testament of the deceased, right?
In part, there's other factors, but sure.
Right, but that's a significant part, right?
Yeah, that would supersede anything else.
Sweet. Okay, so that testament, right? Obviously, if it meets the standards of the court of law, then it's it's deemed as a legitimate document, which basically clarifies the status of what remains from the deceased, right?
Yeah.
So on that basis, it's it's considered sufficient evidence that this was the wish of this person, right?
Sure, it's prescribed evidences written into law that
Cool.
based on this document, you're going to accept this.
All right. Okay. So the same way that works, right? The same way that in fact, that actually comes from religion, right? So it's like this legal document originates in religion, and it's that sort of evidence that I'm talking about. This is what today is missing in a lot of religion, right? Now,
So you're saying, I just want to go with your analogy. You're saying that according to your religious doctrine, these evidences are prescribed legally as proof, and that, like a judge, we are to accept them, and if we don't, we're morally culpable?
Not to okay, I don't think you've understood what I'm trying to say clearly. Like, what I'm saying is, right, so in the same way that you have a will and testament that you declare, which is made abundantly clear, right, for those that remain when you've gone, right? This was a process that originates with Adam. So Adam had a document in which he declared the one who's supposed to come after him, because Adam had authority from his creator to declare who his successor would be. And that declaration legitimized his successor.
Okay, Alamandi, I feel like we're going on kind of a long journey here.
Well, it's not an easy thing to kind of explain, but the point I'm making is in the same way that in a court of law there is undeniable evidence, evidence that stands scrutiny.
Alamandi
religion has that too.
It could be that the evidence for God is overwhelming, and I'm just a stupid, irrational person I know you're not saying
I
that.
don't think you
But
are.
yeah, I know you're not saying that. But let's just say in theory, the evidence is just overwhelming, but I'm just irrational, can't be reasoned with. I don't have good cognitive ability. So I'm just not smart enough to understand it. I would still be in a position where the evidence you present, I'm unable to be convinced by it.
Right,
Not
sure.
unwilling, but I
I
can't
get it.
choose to be
I get it.
convinced
I
by it.
understand. And
Yeah.
yeah, like you would be, put it this way, right? In
It's
my
never
belief
a
system,
choice. Yeah.
if that was your circumstance and you were like sincere in your belief, like that you cannot accept it, you're just not able to,
Right.
you would incarnate again with the ability to actually, digest the information. Like it would be
Okay.
unjust of God, right, to punish you on that basis, and he would actually give you a second chance with
And so
the true
then nobody would
ability
go
to
to
do
hell
that.
for not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so then
Exactly.
nobody would go to hell for non-belief
Exactly.
because nobody,
Reincarnation would exist. Reincarnation.
like literally no person can just choose to accept evidence as being persuasive. It either is or it isn't. Therefore, no one will go to hell for non-belief. We would all just reincarnate.
Yes.
And I hope I reincarnate as like
You
Chris
will.
Hemsworth or someone with abs. I
Bro,
want to
just hit the
reincarnate
gym.
as someone with abs.
Well, just hit the gym, man. That's all I'll say to that.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, dude. I think we're going to move it on. But thank you for
no worries.
for coming in. Good to speak to you, and thanks for your kind words. We appreciate that.
God bless you guys, and yeah, keep it up, man.
Take it easy.
I really do respect what you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks. Take
And
care.
CGI, that's my takeaway. CGI said, so atheists get reincarnated. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah, cool. That'll be fun. Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's bring Baku back in. He does a wonderful job of keeping the wheels of conversation turning. Hey, Baku, welcome back.
Hello again.
Hello again. Thank you for being so helpful. Where were we and what have you got?
Well, I'm down to 2 questions left, but I did have some left over from a previous live, so if I go back through the book, I'm sure I can find them. But anyway, my first question is oh, that's the wrong page. There it is. Hold on, I've lost my page. There it is. Sorry. If God must prevent all suffering to be good, does that mean a parent who allows hardship for growth is immoral?
No, because I don't think that God should necessarily prevent all suffering. I think that some suffering could be said to be acceptable. So, for example, if you go to the gym and you work out, and then you get a slight buildup of lactic acid in your muscles, as there, that post-workout feeling is a little bit painful. It is a little bit of suffering, but it's kind of okay because it's part of the process, and it's like that's what you need to go through to achieve the ends you want. And some suffering is useful, has a utility. Like if you touch something and it's hot and you hurt your hand, well, you had a little bit of suffering, but that little suffering was helpful because if you leaned on it with your hand, you may not feel it, but you wouldn't have a hand left after a while. So I don't think it's incumbent on God to remove all suffering, but I think that there's so much like random suffering. There's so much what you could say like easily avoidable, unnecessary suffering, that I think that's where we have a problem. And I suppose just thinking about it, you could say that God could have engineered the universe such that there was zero suffering, and that whatever growth people say is going to come from suffering could be achieved in a less painful way. So maybe
That's exactly where I was going to go.
Yeah.
My argument is that just logically speaking, if God can do literally anything, well, anything logically possible, even if we reduce it down to that, um, there's no such thing as necessary suffering. Any goal he wants to achieve, or any good, quote unquote, that would come from suffering, could be achieved without the suffering. Now, a parent, of course, is immune to that judgment, because a parent is not all powerful. So the reality of life with fallible, non-omnipotent beings is that some suffering is necessary in order to achieve greater goods.
Yeah. Okay. My last question I have written down is there a difference between directly choosing a belief and choosing the habits that shape belief?
Yeah, a huge
Oh, yeah.
difference. One is an action, and one is a thing that happens to your mind. So choosing habits is, so let's say one of your habits that shape belief is, I'm going to go to the library every day and spend an hour reading a book I pull off the shelf randomly in the philosophy department. Well, there's a habit that could potentially shape your belief, and you chose to do that. You're in control of it. You could choose not to do it at all, or you could choose to do it for 4 hours a day. You're steering that particular ship. Then while you're doing that, the book you pull off the shelf happens to contain a really, really persuasive argument for moral realism. And in the course of reading that, you become persuaded of moral realism. Well, that isn't something you did. It's something that happened to you. Your mind perceived the argument, you thought about it, your brain internalized it, all the language stuff happened, and then you found yourself agreeing with it, but there was nothing you could do about that. So yeah, the difference between those two is absolutely huge.
And I don't have anything to add. That was succinct.
Cool. And we have a guest in the queue as well. So Baku, we can't thank you enough. As always, you are a complete star. Thank you for working so hard to come up with interesting prompts for us to yabber about, which is you do with such skill. And we really appreciate you for it. So big up for Baku. So thank you, buddy. We will speak soon.
All right.
All right.
And we could actually help. We could actually help Baku by coming up with new topics and themes and stuff too.
We could. We need to do a bit of that. We'll be changing it up and coming up with some new stuff as well, because we don't want it to get stale. So yeah, we will definitely do that, and we'll try and let you know when we do. All right, buddy. Thanks for that. And we are going to get in. Is it Mickey races? It's either Mickey or Mikey races. Is that right? Or aces, not races. Mikey or Mickey, aces. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for completely butchering your name. I do apologize. It's late and I can't read.
That's okay. I didn't hear what you said because my phone was just connecting to the speaker, so I missed it.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're very welcome. How are you doing, and what would you like to talk about?
Yeah. Maybe God is not morally good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is a pretty terrible signal. Is there any way that you can improve the sound? It's just we can just about hear you, but not fantastically.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a load better.
Okay.
That's very good. Very good indeed. So yeah, God is not morally good. Before we go diving headlong into this, could you tell us what your belief position is on this stuff? Are you a believer or a non-believer, just so we know who we're talking to and where you're coming from?
Yeah, I'm definitely a believer.
You are? Okay. Okay. So
are you Christian?
I was raised Catholic, but I deconstructed from religion, so I don't follow religion anymore.
Okay, so that's fine. So that's good to know, because then we don't need to start quoting Bible verses and looking at biblical morality.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Okay, so this is going to be.
Do you believe?
Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Do you believe? Yeah, sure. According to your belief, do people go to hell for non-belief, or is everyone going to hell? Like, the whole Christian doctrine, everyone's going to hell except if you believe you can possibly be saved.
You know what? I do think, it's possible that hell's on earth. Maybe we don't have to go to the afterlife to experience some sort of hell. I think there's plenty of people who would probably argue that, that their life right now is like living hell.
I mean, I guess it depends on who you are, but
Yeah.
all right. So you don't believe in a little. You don't believe in a literal hell. You
No,
you
not in a
don't
literal hell.
you don't hold the Christian theological doctrines, and yeah. So this critique more has to do with the Abrahamic God. If you believe in something else, we can't really assess that unless we knew like things about that particular God.
Well, mine is not religious, but it doesn't mean you can't. Isn't it that you're trying to say? Well, are you guys atheists?
Yeah, we're atheists. So we basically we don't believe in a God. So
Right.
we just rely on if somebody's a Christian and they believe in the Bible, etc. Well, the character that we don't believe exists in the Bible, we consider to be grossly immoral. The same thing with the God of the Quran. But if you have
So what about a conception of God that does not have religion tied to it?
well, if then I would say if it does immoral, not to sound tautological, but if that God does immoral things as the Christian God does, then we would consider him immoral. If not, then we wouldn't.
But this is why I prompted that prompt, which you have here, that God is not morally good, because I believe that in the opposite, which is that he is.
I think we can probably respond to this without needing to deal with TikTok. I think we can respond to this without needing to speak about specific religious doctrines or elements. So, the God you believe in, do you believe that God is infinitely or maximally powerful and knowledgeable?
Yes.
Okay. And good?
Yes.
Okay. So let me give you a scenario. A tree falls on a deer in a forest. It doesn't kill the deer straight away. The deer lies there with both its back legs broken, unable to move, under the weight of this tree, in agony, crying out in fear for its mother, and takes 5 days to die. A slow, agonizing, terrified death, until eventually it dies. Presumably, the God you believe in saw this coming in advance, knew it was going to happen, and did nothing to stop it happening because he must have wanted it to happen, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, but definitionally, if God could have made it not happen and it happened, then he wanted it to happen.
No, because then he would take away our free will to choose.
No, our free will's got nothing to do with a tree falling on a deer in the forest.
No, but it's the fact that you're saying that he's like the like he's meddling with the situation, right? So then if God were to meddle in any situation, then he would be taking our free will.
So God never grants prayers, never intervenes in the world, never does anything to affect anything that happens in the world. That's like a deist, just like set it all up, got it rolling, but never gets involved with anything. Never listens to prayers, never does anything, right?
He does, but not directly. Yes, but not directly.
So he either intervenes.
He hides himself in a way that he is not exposing himself.
So good. So fine. So then he could make the tree fall in a different direction in a hidden, non-exposed way because he's ultimately powerful. He could do this. If you're going to say that God had no way of making the tree not hit the deer, then you're going to be limiting the power that you've claimed he has. So you have to choose. He's either powerful enough to have the tree not hit the deer without giving the game away, without limiting anyone's free will, without imposing himself on anyone. There's a reason why I chose this example rather than coming down into the middle of Times Square and making someone not do a bank robbery or something. This is a deer on its own in a forest. No one's watching. No one's doing anything. No one's free will is going to be impacted by God just coming in and just having the tree fall 1 second later. so that it doesn't hit the deer. But he doesn't do that. It must follow that he wanted the tree to hit the deer. If you deny that, then you're telling me that the God that you're imagining here is not maximally powerful. He's limited. He can't do it. So which one is it?
He just does not interfere with nature, and that's nature.
He's
That's
choosing
just
not to.
consequential.
Could he
It's just
interfere
a
with nature if he
consequence
wanted to?
of events.
Could he interfere with nature if he wanted to?
If he wanted to, I would say he would. He should.
He's choosing
he
not
could.
to. So he's choosing not to interfere with nature. So he's choosing to allow this tree to fall on the deer because he knew it was going to fall. He could have made everything in nature stay the same, but just this one tree fall 1 second later. You can't get out of this. You have to choose between he's limited in his power, or he has power but chooses not to use it.
Well, I think that in saying so that he does not interfere, the what was consequentially going to happen was going to happen, and he doesn't need to interfere because whatever was going to happen is going to happen.
So he
And
wants
why
the
would
deer
he
to
interfere?
suffer. So he wants the deer to suffer. It's more important for
he's
him
not.
to stick to his funny little rules about not interfering than
It's
to
not
spare
that he
the deer
wants
this.
the deer to suffer.
He
It
does.
just means that there is suffering in this world.
No, it means he wants it that way because he could
It's
remove it if he
inherent.
wanted to.
No, it's inherent in the world, and is because of our own emotions.
Because of him.
Involved.
No, it's because of him. If he's all powerful, he's the CEO, he's in charge, buck stops with him. He's got the power to stop the suffering, alleviate it, avoid it, reconfigure
That
it.
would go against nature, though. That would go against nature, okay?
Well,
And that's what
up
I'm
to
trying
him.
to tell you.
But that's up to him.
So he's prioritizing letting nature take its course over our suffering.
Right.
So like if a tsunami was about to wipe out hundreds of thousands of people, and I had the power to just snap my fingers and not make it happen, but I chose to let it happen because I didn't want to interfere with nature, wouldn't that make me a dick?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's because it would make you God, actually, because he is not choosing to interfere. Because if he interferes, it would take away our own free will to even question a God, right?
Hold on.
And the whole point of God, like what he wants us to understand, is just to give reverence to a God that cannot be found in nature, right? Like there's no scientific, you can't prove that he exists.
If he made it so the tree fell the other direction, whose free will did he interfere with?
Yeah, no one's. It's a ludicrous.
What do you mean? Whose free will? If he interfered, then he would break the laws of physics.
But I asked you if he gets involved in stuff, and you said yes, but not directly.
That's right. He can use. Yeah, he can definitely probably choose to intervene.
So what's he for?
If he
he sounds useless.
No, he's the creator. He created all.
He sounds
you
rubbish.
Didn't answer the question. Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Whose free will is interfered with if he makes the tree fall a different way?
It would be the physical laws, like
physical laws don't have free will.
Well, no,
They're
they
not
have
thinking
laws, right?
agents.
It's like if you push the tree in a certain direction, it would have to fall in that direction. It can't fall.
That's
in
not free.
another direction.
That's not free will. Those are descriptive laws of like physics and.
That's what
and
I
such.
mean. He would defy the laws of physics if he were to.
Here's something to think about.
So he values the law, like not occasionally defying the laws of physics more than he values us not suffering.
Here's something to think about. Since we started this conversation with you, just this conversation with you, by the normal published UNICEF figures, 11 children have died of malaria. Just while we've been having this conversation, 11 children have died because they were bitten by a mosquito. Right?
Right.
God
yeah.
saw it. God saw it coming. God could have just made the wind blow a little bit harder one day. Presumably, if he's in charge of everything, he sets how the wind blows. So he's interfering with nature just by letting nature be nature. He's configured nature So
No, he hasn't said how the wind blows. I think it is due to patterns.
due to patterns that he set. Due to patterns that he set. He could have set different ones, right? So
I think it's just
he could have made the wind blow differently. He could have made the wind blow one particular mosquito 5 inches to the left for 1 second, which would have spared the life of a child. But instead he doesn't do that, because rules is rules. Can't interfere with nature. God's determination to intervene in the world in precisely the way you seem to think he wants to do it is of a higher priority to him than 11 young lives taken. It's 12 now, sorry. 12 young lives taken since we've been having this conversation.
But what's great about this is that he gives us the capacity to overcome these things ourselves.
Well, how does that help the parents of these dead children from malaria?
Well, it's not going to help. Well, because we had malaria, we actually could defeat it. If we didn't have malaria, there would be nothing to say that we, need to eradicate.
So millions of kids had to die just so we've got a science project.
Well, no, it's because it exists. Malaria exists in this physical world.
Because he created it.
No, I would say, there's, bacteria that created from other things, right?
Where'd the bacteria come from?
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
Biology.
Where did biology come
biology configured by?
Configured by, I would say, matter.
Matter arranged to produce that biology, knowing well in advance exactly what the end results would be by
a divine, sure. There's a divine knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Did he have to create the world with malaria-carrying mosquitoes? Could he have done it differently?
If he did, then he would be going against probably what the nature has
he
made
could have
for
just
itself,
chosen a different nature. He could have chosen a different nature.
Right, but then we wouldn't exactly have this nature.
We'd have a different one with less dying children in it.
Yeah, we'd
have one with less dying children. Dude,
right, it wouldn't be me and you talking. This is the only reality we live in. We don't live in another reality.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
So
he's a dick
we live
for
in a
making
reality
this one.
that God chose
He's
with
evil for making
cancer,
this one.
tsunamis, volcanoes,
like
malaria. Like he chose.
It is because nature has happened that way.
Because he
made it that way.
He says
if he's all powerful,
God said it that way. God
of course
gives
he
us
did.
A moral compass because we have free will and we have the opportunity to overcome any adversity that we face.
Our free will has got what to do with cancer in babies? Explain what our free will has to do with cancer in babies.
What is free will? Like, are you talking about our free will and how we can choose what we do?
You said God couldn't make things another way because we've got free will. Well, babies get bone cancer. Is that because of our free will? Or how would our free will be compromised if babies didn't get bone cancer?
Free will just gives us the choice, right? It gives us the choice, right?
So
giving a baby cancer is not because we have free will.
I agree. So let's not mention free will then. So why does God give babies cancer?
Why does God give babies cancer? I would think it was due to genetics and probably
genetics
he's totally powerless to avoid it. He's powerless to do anything about it, presumably.
No, who's powerless? God is powerless to do anything about it.
This is not a discussion that
he either wants it.
I think there are cases where babies have, miraculously survived and overcome whatever disease they had.
That's irrelevant.
I think that could be the God of hand. Right?
Tell that to the parents who lost their kids today.
Right. Listen,
right?
That's what I'm telling you. Suffering is part of this world. It is the world that we live in.
Because
you
that's the point.
must accept it to the point that and not blame God in why we live here.
Why wouldn't we blame the God who made it this way?
We do exactly. This whole argument is about whether God is moral, whether God is good or not, right? And you're in the unenviable position of either having to compromise on God's power or on his goodness. You don't
But
get to
I'm
have
trying
both.
to. Okay, so let me tell you why I think that he is undeniably good, and that is because, we have morals, and morals being tied to our free will gives us the choice to choose between what we deem as being good or what we deem as being bad.
Which has got precisely nothing to do with the deer under the tree or the baby with bone cancer, which is why I use those examples.
Well, I'm just saying, like, anyways.
Could he have made us? Could he have made us with morals and free will without all the cancer and tsunamis and volcanoes and all the pathogens and worms that eat eyes, all that good
Listen,
stuff?
I'd have to say, as much as you ascribe that God is this menacing thing, our society has improved since like 700 years ago, right? We've blossomed as a people to billions of people. We have new medical,
largely because of the Enlightenment, largely because of cutting away from these silly beliefs.
Why isn't it better? Why isn't it better to, instead of like us overcoming some but not all of the crap thrown at us and all the awful things, just not having the awful things to begin with?
Because then you would be living against knowing what is wrong from what is right.
We've got to have cancer wards to appreciate a sunset, right?
There's nothing wrong with these things that you mentioned, anyways. Like,
there's nothing wrong with
cancer in
children
babies is great.
dying of cancer.
Well, there is.
Come on, dude.
Physiologically,
This is silliness.
Yeah, no.
You're not making this argument with a straight face, surely. Come on.
Well, I just think that you're stretching it, right? Like you're talking about childhood cancer being,
A reality of
Yeah, it's just reality. It is reality, and it is.
Yeah, the reality that God created, the reality God chose is that babies will get bone cancer.
Listen, maybe for us to be here, there needed to be these other illnesses, right?
He was completely powerless to configure the universe any other way. His hands were tied. Rules is rules. He had no other possible way of doing
it. It's
it.
that nature. I would say nature is imperfect, right? Because nobody else is God. Not even nature is God. So nothing in nature is perfect.
If an all-powerful, all good, if an all-powerful God is the one that created, if he's all-powerful, he could have created nature any way he wanted, and he chose with mass suffering all over the world.
Yeah, because nature is not perfect. If it were perfect, it would be God.
Is God powerful enough to make nature perfect?
He certainly is.
Do you know what this is like?
Okay, then he...
But he would be making another God. He wouldn't be making nature.
You know
nature
those puzzles
is perfectly imperfect.
where you've got a bunch of squares on a little grid, and there's one space, and there's only one space, and all you can do is slide the squares around, right? This is what this conversation is like, because every time you try to explain,
well, listen. What you're trying to tell me is that nature should be perfect.
Every
time God because nature is not.
Hold on, let him finish talking, Mikey.
Sure.
Mikey, every time you try to explain the reason why God just had to do something to make it a certain way, you lose a chunk of his omnipotence. Every time you try to regain that omnipotence, you create a problem, because we then now have to explain why he chose to do it a certain way. And every time you try and fix one hole, another one opens. And there isn't a way that you can possibly get away from that problem.
Good analogy.
You just can't do it. I'm watching you do it. You're going round and round. We've been round and round 10 times.
Because you're trying to say that nature should be perfect.
I'm not saying nature should be perfect.
If God is all why not make it perfect if God is all powerful?
Because we wouldn't have consequences. We wouldn't have a conception of even it'd be perfect.
If you think God created nature, then presumably it is perfect, because it must be exactly how he wanted it, right?
No, perfect is not nature.
Did he mess
God
up?
is perfect.
Did he mess up?
No, God is perfect, but
let me ask you a question.
Not
is nature how God wanted it to be?
Nature is exactly how it needed to be. Yes.
Is it how he wants it?
If it's what's needed, then it's how he wants it.
So
yes.
So it's perfect, right?
It's imperfectly perfect.
Imperfectly perfect.
It's perfectly imperfect.
That's what happens, my friend. That's a clippable moment right there, because That's what happens.
It's perfectly imperfect. I meant to say. Sorry.
It's perfectly imperfect.
It's magically delicious.
Yeah,
No, it is perfectly imperfect. Just like a human being, you are perfectly imperfect as well.
Unfortunately, your position really makes no sense, and I have a feeling that we're just going to keep on going round it and round it and round it. Jason might give us a perspective because he's knocking on the door, and he always has something helpful to add. Hi, Jason.
Hey.
Hey.
I just wanted to point out the postulate that if God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, then it must be the case that there is not suffering for anybody, at least who doesn't deserve it, at best, anybody at all. And the idea that people deserve suffering and are therefore suffering because of it is not necessarily inconsistent with omnipotent and omnibenevolent, but the idea that there are people who, like children, who have not done anything to deserve like fucking bone cancer or G-side and who are experiencing it, it necessitates that God is either not perfect or not benevolent. So the omnibenevolent and omniperfect concept is negated by reality.
Well, so this is where you're only seeing it with a glass that is half empty, okay? Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Let me explain myself. I just listened to you. Let me talk 2 minutes. The reason why that you're looking at it as the half glass empty is because you're seeing it in a perspective that we can't be perfect in the future, like society, people in general. We have the ability to. This is what I'm trying to let you know. We have the ability to. It is our given lot, and God being omnipotent leaves it to us to achieve that, and it's up to us, right? So we can have a
stop
great
hurricanes.
society.
It's up to us to stop earthquakes, is it?
There probably wouldn't be vibrations that we give off of negativity and harm that probably would be reverberated back to us in a way that, nature would probably subside in earthquakes and hurricanes and all these things.
Okay, now we're in tinfoil
Let me
hat
know when you're ready for me to respond.
territory. Yeah, I'll let you in just a sec, man. Yeah, what you just said is completely bananas. Earthquakes aren't caused because earthquakes aren't caused by energy. Earthquakes are caused by tectonic plates moving against each other.
Well, they slip somewhere and released energy.
Yeah, but they're not caused by energy. They're caused by tectonic plates.
There's a lot of energy that was created
grinding against each other, and our attitudes and vibrations aren't going to stop earthquakes.
You don't understand the conception of oneness. Perhaps then maybe that's why you don't understand the connection of oneness.
Tell that to the people killed by earthquakes. Sorry, Jason, what did you want to say?
I think he's taken an avatar like take on like nature that, the negative energy, and I forget the name anyway. If anyone's seen the movie, they'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was waiting for Mikey Aces to finish because he did call me out for interrupting him. You haven't answered the question, Mikey. Respectfully speaking, you haven't answered the question. What you have done is you have proposed a special pleading saying that we don't understand the schema when there's a perfectly rational schema that is in front of us that doesn't require any special pleading, that you haven't proposed a logical schema that that supersedes or even challenges this. If you want to propose a logical schema under which a God can be omnipotent and omnibenevolent, that allows for these things to happen, that is rational and does not require the special pleading that we accept things that you did not explain in order to make your explanation fit, then I'm happy to hear it. But you haven't,
When
I
you're
don't
trying to
think it
use
can.
the proposition of earthquakes, and all I'm saying is I'm relating it back to society and us as individuals, and how how it's probably connected. That's it.
Yeah, no,
You're asking me
I
why
hear
does
you.
he create earthquakes? Okay, so why do earthquakes happen? So that's my only explanation.
I'm not asking you why he creates earthquakes. What I'm
Well, no,
asking you
somebody
is
was saying like earthquakes causing suffering.
Yeah. Earthquakes were
Right,
happening
so-
before
so
there were
the-
any
the
human
point-
beings. They were causing suffering
Yeah,
before there were
the point-
societies. You can't say that because of society.
Yeah, the point is fundamentally, if God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, and kids get bone cancer, then you have to propose a scenario under which that makes sense, because it's logically impossible until you propose a scenario under which it is logically possible. And if you say that you have a schema under which it is logically possible that can challenge the naked and obvious fact that it's logically impossible, if you can propose that, then please propose it. And until you can propose that, then your argument is absurd on its face.
The only thing I'm saying is that you're looking at the glass half empty, because what I'm saying
That doesn't make any sense.
yes, listen.
You said that
in the-
before, and,
yeah,
and I'm
telling
no,
you.
I'm interrupting. I didn't
Okay.
interrupt before. I'm interrupting now because the first time you said it, I didn't interrupt, and that doesn't make any sense. The glass half empty or the glass half full, that's not a sensible argument. And I'm happy to listen to a sensible argument. You have not proposed a sensible argument. If you wish to propose a sensible argument, then please feel free to do so.
This is where I was going with that. Okay, so I'm saying you by this standard we have progressed in so many aspects of like killing bacteria, sicknesses, right? We were at a point where our healthcare is amazing. We're living to 100 years old now, right? Not to say that in the future we may even eradicate all sorts of diseases, right? Because it's just a lack of right now understanding and knowledge.
So question. Is God's nature changing or unchanging?
Unchanging.
Is God's nature omnipotent?
Yes.
Is God's nature omnibenevolent?
What does benevolent mean again?
Good.
Good.
All good. All
Yes,
no bad, all good.
He lets
Okay.
bad exist.
So
He has free will, but yes, he's all good.
So well, no. If he lets bad exist and he's all good, then he's not all good.
He is all good because we are in his nature. Okay, so he allows evil to
That's
exist.
a nonsensical argument. Try again.
Well, he allows evil to exist because it is yin and yang. It is yin and yang in nature.
That's
There
not.
has to be-
That is not a
there's
biblical
positive,
argument.
There's a positive
It's not
and
a
a
biblical
negative.
argument. Try again.
There's a positive and negative to nature. So you cannot make nature without yin and yang. It would be
So God's not powerful
that-
enough to only make yin?
That is.
It wouldn't be
That's
nature.
that's
That's what
neither.
I'm saying. Nature is perfectly imperfect. There has to
what
be
you're doing
duality.
is you're proposing a special.
There has to be
So what
duality.
you're
Yeah. Sorry, I'll
so
stop
what
talking.
you're
I agree. Nature is yin
Okay.
and yang. Is God powerful enough to make the yin without the yang?
It would not be nature.
So what you're. So
It
what
would be-
you're doing
what?
is. So what you're doing is you're proposing a special pleading. You're proposing a construct under which, as long as we accept the violation of logic that you are proposing, then we can reach the conclusion that you are asserting is necessary.
By what violation of logic are you espousing to? Because
I'm saying that this is a violation of logic, that you are saying that it's yin and yang, that it's good and bad, that we can accept the fact that God's nature is unchanging and all good and all powerful, and yet he allowed his agents, the conquistadors, to go and bash Aztec babies against rocks, and that is quote unquote good in the name of and done by agents of the god that they say that they represent. I'm saying that there are an incountable, an insurmountably great number of moral atrocities that have happened to human beings that did not deserve these moral atrocities in the history of humankind that God has either allowed or that agents claiming to be agents of God have committed, or that people have just done in the name of whatever, and that God has let it happen because of whatever special pleading you have constructed to allow all of these things to happen. It's nonsensical, and it's nonsensical that we have an all good and all powerful and never changing agent that allows atrocities to happen over the entire course of human history, and the argument saying that we are evolving and we're getting better because of this, when we could have been good, we could have been better at the very beginning if God was powerful enough and kind enough to create us to be at that good from the beginning. And the argument of we have free will is the special pleading. That is literally the special pleading that allows atrocities to happen under the framework of an all good and all powerful and never changing deity.
When it comes to free will, like having
That's
those
the special pleading, yes.
having those atrocities happen though is because those agents were acting immoral, and it would be
Yes, and that's the special pleading. Yes.
Forget about the agents. We're talking about also nature.
Yeah.
Like earthquakes, volcanoes, etc.
Exactly. This is why the
The
whole
only
free
thing
will
you
thing is a
said,
total distraction.
yes. So the
It's
only
a
thing,
special pleading.
the only argument you've made, Mikey, that I've heard so far, is that by having these diseases, we've developed cures. That's a lot like saying it's a good thing I lit someone's house on fire because they figured out a way to put the fire out.
okay, but you're blaming you know, someone, you know, lighting the fire and then burning a house down on God because he let the
No,
person
you missed the
have the
analogy.
fire.
You missed the analogy. The fire starter is analogous to God. So basically, you're saying disease good because we developed cures over time. That's a lot like me saying fire good because somebody figured out how to put the fire out, or at least partially put it out in this case. Like, why not? How about you don't light the fire in the first place?
Because it is our duty to come to God. This is why he wants observance. He wants credit where credit.
Again, that's a special pleading.
It's
No,
the
because
biggest pile
this
of
is
nonsense.
why-
You know what? We had
This is why
4
we allowed
billion
this
years.
is-
We had 4 billion years on this planet before anything even remotely resembling a human being existed. And the amount of suffering during that time of animals, the dinosaurs got bone cancer. We have dinosaur fossils with bone cancer. There was an immeasurable amount of easily avoidable, for an omnipotent God, animal suffering. And you will then retreat from that into, well, rules is rules, and he can't avoid anything because he can't interfere with the nature that he himself created and configured. That is so ridiculous as to be literally laughable.
You know, it's funny that you bring up dinosaurs. You know, as the ruler to why there's like, you know, these things happening, which is, you know, evil exists, right? It's because we have to come to God.
And
That's
there you
it,
go. There's
right?
nothing he could do about it. He's completely powerless. Couldn't figure out another way of doing it without killing all of those dinosaurs and sheep
He
and
couldn't
babies
do
and
it
deer
without
and
interjecting. He
yeah.
couldn't do it without interjecting.
How do dinosaurs dying of bone cancers, tens of millions of years ago? I think the latest fossil we found was like 77 million years ago, long before human beings ever existed. How did those dinosaurs getting cancer bring us in the future closer to God?
Sorry, excuse me. You're okay. What was the question? Why did dinosaurs getting
Okay,
extinct
okay.
bring us closer to
You
God?
said he brought up dinosaurs getting cancer, and you said because it brings us closer to God. Dinosaurs
I never
existed
said that.
tens.
I never said that.
I swear I heard you say that, but
That
maybe
wasn't
I
me
missed
who
it.
said that. That wasn't me who said that.
Yeah, what was the purpose of dinosaurs getting bone cancer then?
I have no idea who said that.
Oh
Somebody
no,
else.
I'm asking you, what is what what is the good of dinosaurs getting bone cancer and suffering?
Um, what was the good of dinosaurs getting bone cancer?
Yeah.
Right.
God
Listen,
just
If
had to do
God
it
is
that way.
all good,
His hands
then
were completely
where's the good there?
his hands
I
were
would say,
completely
well,
tied. He just
the
had to do
fact
it
that
that way.
we're here right now, having this conversation, and if that was our prehistoric history, then I would say the fact that we are here having this conversation right now, the end result was in fact good.
So tens of millions of years of dinosaurs had to suffer through bone cancer so that we could have this conversation here, and bing, nobody's changed their stance on God. Nobody's more
Was God
enlightened from this
powerful enough?
conversation.
Was God
But
powerful enough to
that's
put us
just a
here
joke.
without giving?
That's just a joke too, to equate having dinosaurs die and getting extinct, and how is that even good, right?
Okay.
That would
So
just mean that
if
dinosaurs had morals too, right? Like that you're just
if
or
we
animals
ignore
in
if
that
we ignore
sense.
that animals have moral agency, then human beings have moral agency. Children have moral agency. How can you square
I would say that
the
we have
no, hold on,
more
let me
moral
finish.
agency though. Yeah.
Okay, so human beings are moral agents, animals are not. Animal suffering does not matter under a moral agency, but human suffering does matter under moral agency. How do you square the suffering of the Aztec children whose brains were dashed against rocks by conquistadors, whether or not it was in actually the name of a good and loving God, with the fact that if God was omniscient and omnibenevolent, he could have created the conditions that was never necessary.
And you know that still happens today, right?
100%. I'm just choosing something from the past as
But ask
an
yourself,
example,
but ask
so that we
yourself
don't
in
run
modern
into
day, ask yourself today, why is it still happening? Ask, and you shall find.
And okay, so I can ask the same thing for today, and I come to the exact same conclusion.
Okay.
Holy
Yeah.
Jesus!
Okay. Yeah. What is it?
If like
yeah. What that God? Why did God make? Why is God evil?
the conclusion? No,
Yeah.
no. The conclusion that I come to is that God, if there is a God, is not both omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. It's that
You're
simple.
putting
Because if God
putting
were,
the
hold on,
responsibility. Yeah.
let me finish, please. If God were both, then Palestinian children would not be suffering from a G-side. It's really that simple. The children in the Sudan would not be suffering from a G-side.
He's just
It's
going to
really that
say
simple.
free. He's just going to say free will of those
Well, no, I'm
agents.
going to say, listen.
Stick
First
to
of all,
stick to
I've already
nature.
said that's a special pleading.
you're putting the responsibility of human drama on God. Okay, you're putting the
No,
responsibility
I'm
of
putting
God to intervene in human drama because we cannot do it ourselves. And the whole point to this conversation is we
then
can
God's not all
do it
good.
ourselves, and we
Then God's not
have
all
to
good
do it ourselves.
Because look, I'm a good person, and if I see somebody suffering like that, I'm going to intervene. If God is a perfect moral agent, and if God is perfectly good, and God has the power to intervene, then God would intervene.
Drama.
God, no, I hear you. I hear you. That's a special pleading. And if God is all good, and God really gives a shit about us, and God has the power to do something about it, then so either God is not as powerful as me, or God is not as good as me. Because if I had the power, I would do something about it.
Yes, good, great. So there needs to be more people.
Yeah, so
like
God,
you. There needs to be more
we
people
have,
like
so,
you. You need to
so
help
we have
other people
demonstrated.
achieve your sort of stance in life, right? Because
No,
if we
there
had
are
more
tons of
people like
people.
people who are more moral as agent, then we would have less
Yeah.
of these problems.
Yeah, there are tons of people who are as good as me.
Correct.
They're just
there needs to be more
like
moral
me,
agents.
not as powerful as God. So
When
God
there
is
are
either
more
not
moral
as
agents on
powerful
this
as
earth,
me,
we
or he's
will.
not as good as me.
When,
God,
when there are more
guys, I
moral
said
agents.
God.
Yeah.
Hey, the room is voted. We should move on to the next in the queue.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The room is voted, and they're sick of me talking, so I'll drop down.
Not at all.
Because
I think this conversation's
and I
run
don't
its
blame
course.
the room for voting me away.
Yeah.
No, they
Yeah, no,
they didn't
I
vote
don't-
you off the
I don't
island. But yeah,
No,
no.
the room has voted me off the island, and I'm happy to accept the result. Because the room is all powerful and all
You
benevolent.
guys, I'll talk to you later then.
Thanks,
right.
Thanks, Mikey. Thanks.
Okay, have a good one.
You too. Take care. That was crazy business right there. While all of that was going on, I was in the YouTube chat blaspheming the Holy Spirit. There's someone in there wildly just dropping Bible verses and preaching. Would never ever get away with it in the TikTok. But I don't think there's any mods in there right now. So he's just running rampant, dropping Bible verses and preaching wildly.
Oh yeah,
and
I guess YouTube
I got an
mods are a
instruction
thing
to
too, aren't
repent.
they?
So I thought my repentance could just be blaspheming the Holy Spirit. So I think I'm in the club now.
Okay.
I think I'm saved.
Nice.
I said the Christian Shahada.
Great.
Yeah.
How many do you have on YouTube right now?
There's 50 in the room right now, but we had 100 in there earlier, so it was good.
Nice.
It's happening. It's all happening. It's all happening over there on YouTube. Yeah, it's all been going on. So, we are approaching that time.
RC.
We'll speak to RC.
Oh, I already let RC up.
No, that's fine. We'll say hi to RC. What's up, RC? How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. You may be our last caller of the night. We'll see. I'll see how things go.
I also may be the only person on this call that agreed with Mikey. Was that his name?
Well, you might be, but I mean, I hope that if we were going to litigate the conversation with you, that you'd be a bit more sort of cogent about it, because there is no way of getting away from God. Either has to be lacking in power or lacking in the will to avoid unnecessary suffering. There can't be a way of squaring this circle.
You sure about that, John?
Yeah, I'm certain about it.
How about this? Let me give you another way of thinking. First of all, the prior guest, not the prior guest, but the person you brought on to help pile on, he was saying some things at the end was like, oh, if only God was as good as me, if only God was as benevolent, as powerful as me. You know what? It was just very prideful statements to make. There's an old Christian poem which gives some wisdom. It says, if I had all God's power, I would change everything. But if I had God's wisdom, I would change nothing. There may be a reason things are the way they are.
Right.
That
I've heard this argument before.
We can make a pithy.
RC, this is a theodicy I heard.
Good, therefore.
RC, I heard this theodicy 20 years ago. This is not a new argument. Yep. So let's assume there is. Let's use my analogy of the deer in the forest, okay? Because it's useful, okay? The tree falls on the deer. The deer takes 5 days to die, okay? Now, according to the theodicy you're outlining here, we can't understand the reason God might have for the suffering, for the deer dying, right? And what the conclusion is that God has a plan of some sort that requires the suffering of the deer in order for the plan to be achieved. Correct? We just don't understand it. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that statement. God's plan deals with his children, not with every deer in the forest.
Well, God could have intervened to save the deer, but chose not to, correct?
That's true.
So there must be some reason that we just can't discern why God chose for the deer to suffer. I'm prepared to accept that. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or that's one possible explanation. It could be below his grade level. It could be he has bigger things he's working on.
Well, then that's
right?
dereliction on his part if he's all-knowing and all-powerful. It's still
Is
a
he
choice.
powerful enough to work on infinite things at once? Like if he's working on one thing, is he limited to where he can only work on a couple things at a time, or is he all powerful?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying unnecessary suffering. I'm just saying life is suffering.
Wait. I'm going to finish my argument because I haven't landed
Okay,
my
keep
plane
going, John.
yet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries. Okay, so we have to assume, I don't buy God was too busy doing other things, because if that's the case, that's exactly functionally the same as he was happy for the deer to die. Because if you assert omniscience, then he knew the tree was going to fall. He knew that this was going to happen. He's totally on top of it. He just decides not to intervene because he has better things to do with his time. That's fine, but that's a choice that he's making. So he's choosing to allow the deer to die. Now, here's my question. The deer took 5 days to die. Whatever reason that is in place why God required this to happen or wanted it to happen, is he powerful enough to achieve that same end if the deer died 1 second earlier, with 1 second less suffering? Or is he just not powerful enough to make that happen?
He's powerful enough. I'll grant that.
So then he wants
the 5 days. I'll grant you 5 days too.
So then he wants this is the point. He wants the extra suffering of the deer. Even if we grant that the deer's death is necessary because he has some plan that we can't discern. Let's say for the sake of the argument, I'll accept that. The deer has to die. I get it. Fine. If he is powerful enough to achieve that plan, achieve that end, achieve that rationale, achieve that reason that we can't figure out, with 1 second less suffering from the deer, and he chooses 1 second more suffering for the deer, then how is that good? He's choosing, definitionally, unnecessary, easily avoidable suffering for a conscious being. How is that compatible with goodness?
Well, there's a couple things I'll say. The first is, are you sure there's a difference there? So what I mean by that is, again, I know you love to take, because an atheist mindset, the short view of things. Now imagine our existence is 100 trillion years. Whether we suffer for 5 days or for 105 years, it still rounds to zero. So
no, it doesn't.
It doesn't
yes,
round
it does.
to zero if you're the deer
work.
having the fear and the pain and the agony. It's very easy for you or I to say, oh, it rounds to zero, it's nothing. If you're a bereaved parent holding your child in your arms as they breathe their last breaths, very easy to round that to zero. Not so easy to live it.
Disagree. I absolutely, there's pain and suffering in this world, but guess what? Life is pain. Life is suffering.
Well, that's why I say God is not good.
At the risk of getting accused of preaching, can I read one verse of scripture to you, John?
Sure, if it's quick.
It's a quick one. It says, "For it must needs be that there is an opposition in all things. If not so, righteousness could not be brought to pass, neither wickedness, neither holiness nor misery, neither good nor bad. Wherefore all things must needs be a compound in one." So what you're proposing is God just comes in and fixes everything. But if there's no bad to go along with the good, guess what? Good is meaningless. It's like the old saying, hey, if everything's urgent, nothing is urgent.
As I said,
is good meaningless in heaven?
What's that?
Is good meaningless in heaven?
Is good meaningless in heaven? No, I don't believe so.
Okay, is there bad in heaven?
I don't believe there is, no.
Okay,
how do they enjoy sunsets in heaven without cancer wards?
Yeah, so basically, so your claim that good is meaningless without bad doesn't really fit in the heaven dynamic, because you admitted you said it's all good, there's no bad, and the good is not meaningless. So doesn't that kind of contradict what you just said?
Not at all, because don't forget, we are in a certain state here, right? It's not a divine state. It's what's the word we shall use? I don't know. It's a earthly state. And in an earthly state, we have an opposition in all things. but we know through prophecy that in the next life, Satan will be bound. The evil influences will not be there, is the belief. That's the faith, right? And if the evil is bound, we don't need the opposition, because at that point, there is just the good without the bad. There's the righteousness without the evil.
All right, so God's capable of making a world where it's all good and the good isn't meaningless and there's no bad. But would you agree that any amount of unnecessary suffering is incompatible with an all good God?
I'm not sure you can say unnecessary suffering. I mean, John's point.
I just said
1 second
it.
short.
I just said it. So
yeah, but you don't have the wisdom to say it.
No. Answer the question, please.
Okay, what's the question?
Irrespective of whether you think God has ever, allowed or created unnecessary suffering,
okay,
do you agree that any amount of unnecessary suffering is incompatible with an all good God?
I wouldn't not agree to that statement. No.
You wouldn't agree to that? So a
No.
God that's all good would just create unnecessary suffering?
Just choose
not
it for
create,
fun.
allow.
So an all good God would just would allow unnecessary suffering.
Could stop it.
Right. An
Chooses
all
not
good
to.
God would create a temporal world that we're living in now that would allow us as his children to progress to a state in the future. We're talking about 100 trillion years from now. In order to have that happen, you have to take, as I mentioned in that verse, opposition in all things. There's going to be some good, yes, but some bad with the good as well. There's going to be joy,
you're claiming,
but there's going to be pain as well as joy.
You're arguing for the necessity of the suffering, but you said that unnecessary suffering is perfectly compatible. Either causing or allowing unnecessary suffering is compatible with a good, not just a good God, a God that's maximally omnibenevolent, all good. That's compatible to you?
In a temporal world that we're living in now, right? It's not possible. That's like saying, well, why doesn't God make 2 + 2 = 5? It's logically impossible. And saying, God, let's create a world where there's no unnecessary suffering is also logically impossible.
So it's logically impossible for heaven to exist?
No, that's not a temporal world. If we had a temporal world with decaying...
What's the contradiction? There's a difference between impossible and logically impossible. You claimed it's logically impossible, but there's no logical contradiction in having a temporal world without unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, I believe there is. That's what I just said. I think there is I don't think that's possible. So in other words,
God's
we're
not
talking
powerful
about two
enough.
different spheres, a temporal sphere and a divine sphere. And you're
No, it's
saying,
fine.
whatever works here should work there and vice versa. I'm saying, no, that may not be the case. You may not understand things as well as God understands them, and therefore
I got you.
Your conclusion may be faulty.
Okay,
there's a wonderful comment I just want to read out in the YouTube chat right now because it's really appropriate. It says, "This, ladies and gentlemen, is why deists are the smartest of all. They've conceded God created all, but then they define him out of existence after that, and they skillfully avoid having to explain this." It's such a good comment, because the problem is, RC, that you're in the same pushing the squares around the puzzle with only one gap problem that Mikey was before, because in trying to protect God's benevolence, you're sacrificing his omnipotence. And in trying to preserve his omnipotence, you're implicating his benevolence. And that's unavoidable. And you can't just say, well, we can round the suffering off to a rounding error. We can get rid of that because there's going to be some later position that's going to pertain where people feel happy and lovely for a very long time in the future. So all the past agonies are all good and fine, because God could get to that future without the past agonies. So he's choosing to have them. He's choosing.
Yeah, but are you sure about that? You could say that God can get there without.
I'm prepared to give it
if
up.
He's all powerful, he can.
If
he's not all powerful.
As we slide the square over to the left, a gap opens
so now
up where it used to be.
Because God, because God can't create. God is unable to remove all the suffering in the temporal world. So that's a limitation.
Right.
I accept
And he
Except
can't make 2
that
plus
he's
2
got.
equal 5 either.
It's
So it's
not
the
a
same
logical
argument.
contradiction. Show the contradiction. It's not
Okay,
a
here's the
circle square. A
contradiction.
circle square is a logical contradiction.
Yeah.
Let me give you 2 verses.
Logical contradiction.
This one I won't read, but I'll quote.
No,
But
just
go
the
ahead.
arguments are fine. Yeah, just the arguments are fine.
Well, that you need the kind of scripture verse to understand it. There were
Just
some
argue what the
disembodied
scripture argues.
spirits that decided to inherit swine rather than stay as spirits. Why would they do that?
That's not going to tell us why the claim that God couldn't instantiate a condition of the universe later without suffering is a logical contradiction with choosing the suffering before. It really isn't. And I keep on coming back to the deer again. That he just had to have that minimum quota of agony. It had to be that amount. It couldn't be a little bit less, because he's that limited that he can't bring about this condition of wonderfulness in the future without that exact amount of suffering, that minimum quota that he requires. You're painting a picture of a very limited God there. A God who's
No, he doesn't require anything. It's not that he requires it, he allows it. That's what you're missing.
Yeah, he just so he allows unnecessary suffering, which in my view is incompatible with an all good God.
Suffering may not be as bad as you think it is.
Unnecessary suffering. Well, suffering definitionally is bad.
You may be at some point in your future where you will look back and say, darn it, I wish I could suffer. I'm not saying you will, but I'm saying you may be. Don't deny it, because we don't know.
Yeah,
right?
Now,
John,
you suffering is
that point.
That's a reach.
No,
that's a reach.
That's a reach. Yes,
it is.
I agree
because
it's a reach,
because
but
I know people who have lost children, and I promise you.
Yep, so do I.
There's not going to be a position where they're like, oh, we wish we could lose kids again. We wish we could be back in those good old days of watching our children pass away. I don't accept that. I don't. And I think what you're having to do to make this argument is, and I always end up finding myself saying this, I imagine the word good, and it's being stretched to encapsulate things within it that we would never, ever, ever accept being included within the bounds of good. In any other situation, it would be laughed out as being completely ridiculous. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. Okay, I see your point. I see the point you're making, but don't forget, we don't have the knowledge, the wisdom, the ability to create a temporal sphere like what we're living in, right? So we're assuming, because our little minds can say, oh, if God is good and God is powerful, therefore God can prevent all unnecessary suffering. That's easy to say those words, but we don't know what it means to bring that.
It's definitionally
Yeah, it's definitionally true. You have to remove the word all and just say he's powerful. If he is unable to achieve whatever greater good you're saying he's trying to achieve, even if you don't know what it is, doesn't matter. If he's all powerful, it doesn't matter what the greater good is. If he's all powerful, he can achieve that greater good without the suffering.
What if a world without suffering is a inconsistency? Yeah, because you would agree with me that God can't make 2 + 2 = 5. Right?
Yeah, that's a logical contradiction.
Right. And what if it's a logical issue to have a world that has no suffering yet still allows children like ourselves to progress the way we need to progress? Don't assume that suffering is all bad.
That's not a logical. Yeah, that's a practical problem. That's not a logical.
That's an engineering issue which God seems incompetent to sort out. We're going to draw a line there. We're going to draw a line there because it's 4 a.m. where I am, and I think it's time to zip this one up. But Arcee, always nice to speak to you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, always good arguing with you, John. Thanks,
always a pleasure.
John.
Take care.
All right,
bye.
Thanks. Okay, we'll just bring Jason in case he wants to add anything extra before we close, put a lid on it for tonight. Did you have something, Just?
I said a lot in the chat, and I don't think I could have added anything to the conversation because I think I understand his position.
Yeah.
But I think that it's clear that the things that his position were predicated on are nonsensical.
Yeah.
And I think that the things that y'all's position were predicated on were rational, and when he came up, and I didn't request up earlier because he basically called me out when he first came up, so I decided to just troll him in the chat because he wasn't going to accept anything that I said anyway, and I don't think anybody who accepts his point of view are going to accept anything that I have to say anyway. But his position was nonsensical, and I just wanted to pop up and say that I agree with that, and I love the way you guys run this shit, and I love being able to be invited up every once in a while.
Yeah, it's great, and we appreciate you.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you guys have this space here for everybody.
Thanks, man. I wanted to clarify one thing, actually.
I'm glad we have it too.
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify one thing. Is that when Mikey was in earlier, and I brought you in, just that wasn't intended to be a dog pile. The reason why I bring just some guy in is, and why I bring you in is that you always are fair in what you say, and you're always thoughtful, and you always contribute something. So it was never intended to be a dog pile. It's never intended to look like, hey, these three guys are ganging up on one person. I don't bring people in to make up numbers. I bring people in if I think they have something specific in an area to contribute, and I think you have a really excellent grasp on a lot of this stuff. So I just wanted to clarify that there was nothing dogpile-ish about that. It was just bringing you in because I suspected you would have something of value.
Yeah, toward the end, it kind of. Yeah, I could see how it might have looked like that.
It might have come across that way, but that wasn't the intention.
Yeah, it usually is more. It usually is more tame than that. But
yeah.
Anyway, and I appreciate that, and I also think that sometimes, and I know that Sean cannot appreciate this. I sometimes I don't agree with your positions. And it's not about positions; it's about trying to get a better understanding of the truth.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, thanks, man. Yeah. Appreciate you, and we'll see you on the next one, no doubt. No doubt.
The time went by quick.
Yeah, it did. It did. Cheers, man. Very quick question to the YouTube queue. They get a slightly different audio mix to the TikTok, not queue, sorry, chat, to the TikTok people. I'm hearing that the volume was low. Was the volume low for everyone on the YouTube side, or was it just not for everyone? I'm not part of the Deconstruction Junction Discord. No, I might have a chat with Justin about that. We're going to be doing something at some point, at some stage. But no, I might need to have a look at that. Okay, so volume appears to be kind of okay. All right. Well, that's fine. I'll do what I can.
If I can do a quick admin note. I only learned relatively recently what the little number is next to the blue dot next to my name. It's like people sending tokens of appreciation.
Oh, cool.
Just letting. Yeah, so they'll just sort of appear, and oftentimes I'm in the middle of a conversation. I don't know who sent them or what have you. So I appreciate tokens of appreciation. And I appreciate all you guys in the chat. I just didn't want to. I don't know what the etiquette is if you're supposed to thank people for that or whatever, but they just appear, and I rarely notice who sends them or whatever. I didn't want people to think I was being unappreciative.
Oh, not at all. I always
by not acknowledging them.
I always feel like I'm very rude about that. I mean, I'm always amazed at the likes. 167,000 on TikTok is pretty amazing. Thank you very, very, very much. And to the YouTube friends as well for your likes there. The YouTube don't have to do. They're spared the indignity of having to constantly do this on their screens. But just a single like.
That's right.
As you come into the live, if you just do a single like, that tells the algorithm that, or not necessarily as you come in. If you approve of it, if you like it, it signals to the algorithm that it's a good thing. So that really helps. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and on both sides, please like and share.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Again, my apologies for still not yet being able to get people on the YouTube side involved in the chat. I thought I was going to today. As I said earlier, I did get it up and running, but I didn't feel comfortable enough with it when I was testing it. It was a bit unpredictable. I just thought, I don't want to do that. So I'm going to have another play with it tomorrow, and I will get that working. I will also have super chats enabled on the YouTube side in the next few days, hopefully, waiting for them to just process something. So then that will be helpful as well. And we don't have a fixed schedule yet, so forgive me for that. I will always let you know reasonably in advance when we're going to be streaming, but it's likely to now be where are we? It might be Friday. It might be Friday night, something like that. It might
Sounds
be Friday
good.
night. But yeah, I will let you all know. And thank you very, very much. We got really encouraging numbers tonight. So I really appreciate the fact that the audience is growing. It means an awful lot to me. So thank you very much, really, everyone. I appreciate it. And Sean, thank you as ever. You are
Thank
the best.
you.
And
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Guys, we'll see you all
thanks,
soon.
everyone. I'll see you out in the wild, everybody.
Take care, guys. Speak soon.